Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 73. Sulugo clenched his fists, already prepared to throw a punch. But unexpectedly, the plot suddenly took a turn in a direction he had never imagined. Sulugo stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. He looked at the injured Captain America and the angry and astonished expression on the other person's face. Sulugo was also astonished, and his mouth twitched a few times. So it turned out that the Essex Company had mistaken him for Captain America that day. And they had actually come looking for him. They even surrounded and attacked Captain America, causing him to get injured. Looking at Captain America's expression, it seemed that he still hadn't figured out what was going on. He still hadn't figured out why he was being mercilessly beaten. It had to be said that a super soldier with a shield injuring someone made it very easy for normal people to associate him with Captain America. Sulugo was slightly stunned for a moment, but then returned to normal. So it turns out you were looking for Captain America, then there's no problem. Sulugo muttered to himself. He immediately turned and walked towards the supermarket, acting as if nothing had happened. As for Captain America getting beaten up, what did it have to do with him, Sulugo? Today, Captain America felt terrible. During this period of time, because of the Sokovia incident, their Avengers alliance had become the target of international criticism. To avoid unnecessary disputes, they chose to stay at home temporarily, not going out and not causing any trouble. Finally, when public opinion eased up a bit, their restrictions were relaxed a little, and they could finally go out for a walk. So Captain America chose to go out and relax. But unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he encountered a hostage situation with kidnappers. There was no choice, Captain America had to take action. He rescued the hostage and handed the kidnappers over to the police. That's how his beautiful morning was ruined. Originally, he had planned to make good use of the afternoon and find a place to relax. But unexpectedly, a group of people suddenly rushed over, disregarding martial ethics, and started punching and kicking him, an elderly man in his 80s or 90s. What's more important was that this group of people was extremely powerful, with 3 of them even surpassing ordinary people. There was no choice, Captain America had to escape. But the pursuers were too close, he couldn't shake them off at all. Up until now, Captain America still hadn't figured out what he had done to offend these guys. He just felt that this day was really terrible. In an alleyway, the people from Essex were still chasing Captain America at a fast pace. Even their 290 formed a pincer attack to intercept Captain America. Several mercenaries arrived from the front and blocked Captain America, engaging in combat with him. Someone even fired a gun at Captain America, but it was blocked by an enemy's body. Narrow spaces were not suitable for gunfights, as it was easier to harm oneself. So those people rushed forward and engaged in close combat with Captain America. Captain America gritted his teeth and threw a punch, sending one person flying, roaring, "Who are you people?" Donald rushed forward from behind and threw a punch, directly sending Captain America flying. Boom! Captain America crashed into the wall, feeling like his body was about to fall apart, in excruciating pain. Donald also went crazy, shouting, "Captain America, hand over the person you stole." Hearing this, Captain America was stunned. Immediately, he remembered the events from earlier in the morning, when he had taken the hostage from the kidnappers. He got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and looked coldly at Donald. He coldly snorted, "So it turns out you bunch of bandits." He wiped away the blood from his face and said coldly, "I'm sorry, but once I've taken the person, there's no way I'll give them to you." Hearing Captain America's words, Donald laughed angrily, "Very good. Truly worthy of Captain America, so arrogant. But have you considered the consequences of offending us?" He gritted his teeth, his voice icy. "You, an old man in his 80s or 90s, what do you have to do with the modern era? In this era, you're just an outdated person who can't understand. Captain America has been frozen for 70 years, plus his previous age, isn't he just an old man in his 80s or 90s? Hearing Donald's sarcasm, Captain America's face grew colder. Donald waved his hand, "Capture this guy, we must pry the person out of his mouth." The communication between the two sides was completely on different wavelengths. But the communication was extremely smooth. The two sides communicated, but not completely. With Donald's command, a group of people rushed towards Captain America. Captain America was originally out for a rest today, so he didn't bring any weapons, he could only fight hand to hand with the opponent. Fortunately, in this narrow area, it's not suitable for a gunfight, otherwise, he would be at a great disadvantage. Captain America directly knocked down several mercenaries with punches and kicks. At this moment, the 2 Wolverine clones rushed forward and attacked Captain America. In the hands of the 2 clones, bone claws emerged instead of steel claws. BCCI, there's no way, after all, Adamantium is not a product of the mainland. Injecting so much adamantium into X-24 before has already depleted their inventory. So currently, there isn't enough adamantium to inject into the new clones. Moreover, for Dr. Rice, these two new clones are far from being as perfect as X-24, whether it's reaction ability or self-healing ability, they are weaker. So there's no need to inject precious and scarce adamantium into defective products. With the addition of the two Wolverine clones, Captain America instantly found himself at a disadvantage. In an instant, he was scratched several times, causing Captain America to groan in pain. Donald said coldly, "Captain America, return the person you took. Otherwise, my men will only leave more wounds on your body." Captain America said coldly, "You can forget about getting the person from me." With one punch, he knocked down one of the clones. With one kick, he directly broke one of the clone's bone claws. Immediately, a painful wail rang out. At this moment, Donald's iron fist came again. Bang! Captain America was once again sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground, the pain causing him to groan. Donald sneered, "You're finished." After saying that, he was ready to rush up and add to the opponent's pain. But at this moment, whoosh! A sturdy figure shot down from the sky, descending with a kick that sent Donald flying. Then, the sound of mechanical pistons rang out. A figure of steel fell to the ground. "Sorry, I just attended a high-end banquet, so I'm late." The newcomer turned around and shrugged. The newcomer was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Seeing the newcomer, Captain America, who was struggling to get up from the ground, grinned. Tony looked at Captain America and said, "Oh, it seems our Mr. Steve is in a bit of a mess." Captain America rolled his eyes impatiently. "If you were ambushed by so many people, you would be just as miserable." Tony chuckled arrogantly, "I wouldn't even give these guys a chance to get close to me." Tony waved his hand and a shield flew out. "I brought your shield." He turned to look at Donald and the others across from him, and said to Captain America, "Tell me, how do we solve this?" Captain America walked to his side, and the two stood side by side in the alley, facing the enemies together. He smirked, "Send these criminals to jail." Tony clenched his fist, "That's a good suggestion, I'll take it." Donald saw the scene and gritted his teeth, "Iron Man, this has nothing to do with you. You should stay away and not get involved." Tony smiled, "Sorry, I just like to meddle in other people's business." On the main road outside, Dr. Ly watched the situation inside the alley through the cameras carried by the frontline soldiers. He saw Iron Man suddenly rushing out and interfering. He immediately clenched his fist, his eyes cold. "Sure enough, Iron Man, you're involved too. The high-tech products Captain America used last time must have been given by you." Dr. Ly instantly thought of the pulse weapon used by the other party last time. Such a small pulse weapon contained immense energy and belonged to cutting-edge technology. At that time, he suspected that the thing was made by Iron Man. After all, among Captain America's friends, there happened to be a technological genius. He clenched his fist, "So, the Avengers Alliance has been eyeing us for a long time." His eyes were cold. "You planned everything, took X-24 from my hands, just to obtain our genetic weapon technology. The Avengers Alliance, the superhero organization, the savior organization, all resorting to these dark means behind the scenes. We are despicable, and so are you. There are only despicable people in this world, where are the noble ones?" Dr. Ly said coldly, "Avengers, we have a grudge now." Inside the alley, the battle broke out. The two sides fought each other. After Captain America took the shield, his combat power instantly increased. With Iron Man's support, the situation instantly reversed. Donald and the others were at a disadvantage. Bang! 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 Captain America's shield bounced in the air several times, knocking several people surrounding Iron Man away. Captain America smiled, using the returning shield, "No need to thank me." Iron Man raised his hand. A beam cannon blasted away the enemies behind Captain America. Iron Man smirked, "No need to thank me." Then, he kicked and sent Donald, who was charging towards him, flying. Iron Man looked at Captain America, "See, I never give them a chance to get close to me." Swoosh! Just as Iron Man finished speaking, a pair of bone claws scratched his armor. A slap in the face, causing Iron Man's mouth to twitch a few times, his face slightly embarrassed. Captain America looked at it and shook his head. Iron Man angrily kicked the opponent away. Donald saw this and immediately realized that they were no match. He gritted his teeth, "Retreat." Immediately, Donald threw a flash grenade. The group of people quickly ran towards the mouth of the alley. Iron Man wanted to chase, but was stopped by Donald's firearms. In the end, when Iron Man and Captain America chased out, those people had completely disappeared. It seems they left by car. Iron Man looked at Captain America's injuries. You need to get treated for your injuries. I'll call SHIELD to investigate these people. On the road, in a car. Donald clenched his fist. Avengers Alliance, you have completely made enemies with Essex. Shortly after, Suluo returned home. At the moment, Xiao Yi was taking online classes in the living room. A specialized teacher was providing academic guidance to Xiao Yi, allowing her to learn more comprehensive knowledge. All of this was arranged by Chloe for Xiao Yi. After all, Xiao Yi was at the age to attend school. But this time, Xiao Yi was drooping her head, indicating that attending classes was quite painful for her. Seeing Suluo approaching, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. Big brother. She quickly stood up, ready to run over. Chloe immediately held Xiao Yi back and said sternly, don't try to slack off. You are currently in class, so focus on your studies. Hearing her father's words, Xiao Yi sat back down with a dejected look and continued her class. Suluo instantly thought of Little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man also needed to attend classes. Arrangements were made for it as well. Soon after, he greeted the two and went downstairs. He first went to see Green Goblin. Green Goblin looked at Suluo and grinned, have you found a way to eliminate me? He couldn't help but laugh, I've already told you, you can't possibly find a way to eliminate me. The Green Goblin formula is already perfect, and you want to continue optimizing it. It's impossible. Delusional. Green Goblin spoke, if you want to eliminate me, there is only one way, and that is to eliminate Norman as well. Suluo calmly said, don't worry, you will be gone soon. Suluo liked people who talk tough the most. He said to Norman, soon, I will save you, completely free you from Green Goblin's control, and then you will be able to safely leave here. As the price for saving you, you will work for me next. Deal. Green Goblin's face showed a struggling expression. Then Norman regained control of a part of his body and struggled to speak, I agree, deal, please, eliminate him. Hearing Norman's words, Suluo nodded in satisfaction. He immediately turned and left. He returned to his own biological laboratory. But he didn't directly deal with the Green Goblin formula. Instead, he opened a computer in front of him and directly invaded the public surveillance system. He clicked on a few of them. Suddenly, several surveillance screens appeared on his computer. Soon after, a muscular man with dark skin appeared in the camera. Suluo murmured, hello, Luke Cage. Because these cameras were public cameras, so what could be accessed was actually quite limited. So Suluo had Kurt handle the cameras to better monitor the man in the videos. Luke Cage, who had a body as hard as steel. Because Suluo was going to replicate the opponent's ability of a steel body in his Superman plan's first step. He was looking for an opportunity to replicate the opponent's ability. The reason why he sent Kurt to the New York prison. It was because Luke Cage obtained this special ability during the superhuman experiment in the prison. Suluo wanted to know if there were any relevant data in the laboratory. After all, if there were experimental data, if there were raw data, it would be easier and faster to study. Suluo planned to obtain relevant data from both Luke Cage himself and the laboratory. Chapter 74. Suluo is not prepared to act rashly. Because he doesn't know much about Luke Cage's strength. Without a clear understanding of the opponent's strength, Suluo will not act recklessly. Unfortunately, Luke Cage is not a popular hero, so Suluo's knowledge of him is very limited. His understanding of Luke Cage mostly comes from the information he took from HYDRA's database. He only knows that Luke Cage has an indestructible body, possesses great strength, and is known as a superhuman. And it is because of the superhuman experiment at the New York State Penitentiary that he obtained his super abilities. The only positive understanding of Luke Cage's strength in HYDRA's data is that he once easily lifted a medium-sized truck. The total weight of a medium-sized truck is 6 to 14 tons. And Luke Cage can easily lift a medium-sized truck. This shows that the opponent's strength is very strong, even stronger than his current strength. So, Suluo still needs to further strengthen his own power. In this way, he will have more options. Suluo looked at the surveillance. Soon, Luke Cage disappeared from the screen. What can be recorded by public surveillance is ultimately limited. Only when Kurt installs the surveillance, he will be able to see more things. Only then can he better understand Luke Cage's situation. Only then can he find opportunities more easily. Definitely, replicating Luke Cage's tough body is just the first step. After obtaining a tough body, how to continue upgrading and obtaining an even tougher physique is the core content. But all of this must be based on obtaining Luke Cage's abilities. After seeing that the surveillance had no significant value, Suluo left. He went to eliminate Green Goblin first. He likes dealing with people who talk tough. As for Little Spider-Man, he wanted to follow Suluo, but Sulugo directly found some elementary level online courses for it to learn. Most of them are elementary school courses, teaching little Spider-Man to learn human language and some basic knowledge. So, on a desk, little Spider-Man was earnestly watching the online courses and studying hard. His eyes were fixed on the screen. Sometimes, a few legs were gesturing on the desk, learning human writing. Seeing little Spider-Man's serious appearance, Sulugo was very satisfied. He also started optimizing the Green Goblin serum. In front of him were some scattered pieces of paper. They were filled with equations. Actually, before this, during his free time, Sulugo had done some calculations on the Green Goblin serum. He immediately started working at his desk. While calculating, he picked up the nearby biological experimental equipment and conducted tests. Because he had some foundation before, Sulugo's movements were quite fast. Coupled with his previous exposure to two similar level serum formulas, the Super Soldier serum and the Lizard serum. So Sulugo had some experience in this regard. After about 2 hours, Sulugo completed the optimized serum for Green Goblin. This optimized serum would wash away Norman's Green Goblin persona while also reducing some of Norman's strength. Definitely, if Sulugo spent more time, he might be able to create a more perfect optimized serum. But it was unnecessary. After all, for Sulugo, the biggest role of the serum was to eliminate Norman's Green Goblin persona. Besides, this optimized serum had a drawback. That is, while washing away the Green Goblin persona, it would cause intense pain to the body. Especially for the eliminated alter ego, they would feel even more intense pain. Definitely, in Sulugo's eyes, this drawback was not a drawback. After all, seeing the Green Goblin persona in pain made him quite happy. Norman was going to suffer a bit. Compared to being controlled by the Green Goblin and having someone else take over his life, Sulugo believed that suffering a bit was still worth it. Soon after, a bottle of brand new yellow serum appeared before Sulugo's eyes. Sulugo nodded in satisfaction, not bad. He picked up the bottle of serum and walked towards Green Goblin's operating room. Tonight, he would deal with this Green Goblin guy. If initially it was because he wanted to find a reliable manager for his company. Now I just want Green Goblin to disappear. Soon. He arrived at Green Goblin's operating room. Seeing Sulugo come in, Green Goblin smiled and said, "So you still haven't developed the optimized serum? A person should know their limits." Sulugo spoke up, "Norman, the thing has been developed." After speaking, he revealed the vial of serum. This thing can eliminate the Green Goblin persona within you, but it also has drawbacks. It will weaken your power, and most importantly, it will be very painful. Do you want to use it? Upon hearing this, Green Goblin's pupils contracted, and his voice became sharper. "You think you can deceive me, right?" He laughed sharply. "How could you have developed an optimized serum? You just want to see me scared, don't you? I'm telling you, your tricks won't work on me." A struggling expression appeared on Green Goblin's face. I want to use it." Sulugo nodded upon hearing this. Then he walked towards Green Goblin, while pouring the serum into the syringe in his hand. Looking at Sulugo's calm face, a sense of unease rose in Green Goblin's heart. When Sulugo raised the syringe, Green Goblin finally felt a hint of fear. He felt that the other party was not joking. He instantly became a little panicked, wanting to struggle, but his whole body was firmly restrained. He shouted, "No, no, no. You can't inject me. Let's talk again. I can do things for you. Serve you. I can even work like a slave for you." Upon Green Goblin's begging, a hint of satisfaction and joy flashed in Sulugo's eyes. But he did not stop his actions. Sulugo didn't want someone like Green Goblin, who was full of thoughts and could rebel at any time. Psst. The syringe struck Norman's body. A painful howl rang out. Green Goblin's face twisted in agony. Looking at Green Goblin's painful appearance, Sulugo's mood became somewhat relieved. Not long after, the painful screams disappeared. Norman lay on the workbench, covered in sweat, his face pale, his chest heaving violently. Sulugo spoke, "How do you feel?" Norman showed a weak expression. "Although it was painful, I can feel a sense of relief throughout my body. There's no longer anyone inside me fighting for control of my body." Sulugo nodded, "Very good. Rest for a while, and then you can leave. In the future, you will start working for me. I want to return to Osborn, manage it, strengthen it, and make it earn more resources for me." Upon hearing Sulugo's words, Norman gave a bitter smile. "The current Osborn is in a difficult situation. If we want to recover and restore it, it will probably take a lot of time." Sulugo shrugged, "You'll find out when you go back." Norman nodded. On the other side, Kurt also began to take action. Installing cameras. Definitely, This kind of installation is extremely discreet. In addition, Kurt also started arranging people to inquire about the New York State Penitentiary. Kurt took over the company's intelligence resources and is now getting the hang of it in this area. Outside the streets and alleys, a pair of eyes stared at the backs of Captain America and Iron Man as they left. That person was none other than Zemo. Zemo looked at the two who had a good relationship and a cold smile appeared on his face. Keep laughing. When the wall of brothership collapses, you won't be able to laugh anymore. At the same time, inside the New York State Penitentiary, in an office, two men sat facing each other, one of them wearing the uniform of a high-level prison guard, the warden of this prison. The man across from the director spoke up, "Have you found that mutant and indestructible guy?" The director's face turned grim. "That guy escaped and definitely went into hiding. We still haven't found him." The man squinted his eyes. "We must find him. His condition has significant research value. We can conduct in-depth research, dig deeper." The director nodded. "I understand, and I've also established connections with the gang members inside the prison," the director added. "I believe we won't take long to find him," the man said. Upon hearing this, the man nodded, his expression relaxing. He said, "Prepare to destroy the research materials about him from your end." The director nodded slightly. "Understood. I will have my subordinates delete those research materials." The next day, Sulugo woke up early, feeling refreshed and energized. Yesterday's exhaustion vanished, and his whole body was filled with strength. Sulugo clenched his fist. "Today, let's test the effectiveness of the new training," he murmured. "I must quickly increase my strength, otherwise I won't be able to handle many things." He snapped his fingers. Whoosh. Soon, a small figure hurriedly ran over and darted into Sulugo's room. It quickly jumped onto Sulugo's desk and stood skillfully. Its two big eyes stared at Sulugo obediently, like a well-behaved little dog. The one who came was Little Spider-Man. Sulugo said, "Get ready, we'll leave soon for training." Upon hearing Sulugo's words, Little Spider-Man nodded eagerly, full of excitement. It quickly raised its front legs, showing off its biceps. Sulugo saw this and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, your mental state is excellent, just like it should be." Immediately, Sulugo finished washing up and then took Little Spider-Man to the company, entering the training room. Inside the spacious training room, in addition to Sulugo's equipment, there were also some slightly smaller training devices. After explaining how to use the training devices to Little Spider-Man, Sulugo put a set of electric shock devices on it, to help it quickly improve its strength. After putting on the shock devices, Little Spider-Man tied a red string around its head, its eyes filled with fighting spirit. It raised its small feet, cheering itself on. Then, with a proud and determined stride, it walked towards the training device. Sulugo also put on his own electric shock device and began training. Thus, the two figures, one big and one small, started exercising vigorously in the training room. Under the electric shock devices, Sulugo could feel that his muscle strength had become even stronger. It also increased the endurance of his muscles. He continued training. Boom. He constantly lifted heavy equipment like small mountains. On the other side, there was also a rumbling sound. Little Spider-Man began its own training journey. Time flew by. Not long after, inside the spacious room, lay two exhausted individuals, panting heavily like dead dogs. One big, one small. Sulugo looked at Little Spider-Man, who had a red headband tied around its head, and nodded in satisfaction. "Very, very good, you little guy, did well." Little Spider-Man also gasped for breath, its eyes filled with joy. With great effort, it tremblingly raised one of its slender front legs, indicating victory. Seeing this, Sulugo smiled slightly. Sulugo looked at his own hands. "Next, I will check how much my strength has increased." Through the stimulation of the electric current, I can clearly feel that this training has had excellent results. There should be a significant improvement. After resting for a while, Sulugo and Little Spider-Man had their meal. "I went to test it." Sulugo punched the testing device. The numbers on it rapidly climbed. Soon. Then stopped. 17 tons. 0. Seeing this number, Sulugo finally showed a smile. Very good, the electric shock effect is indeed extraordinary. After this training, I directly increased by 1.5 tons. Compared to last time, it tripled. The electric current stimulation on all-round muscles is very effective. If this continues, in 6 days, I will increase my strength by a whole 9 tons. In 1 month, I will increase my strength by a total of 40 tons. My strength will reach 47 tons. In just 2 or 3 months, I will reach the level of 100 tons. Sulugo's eyes were full of anticipation. He looked at the little Spider-Man beside him and said, "You should give it a try too." The little Spider-Man nodded quickly. Taking a deep breath, he punched the sandbag. Bang! A loud impact. The data started to soar. 1.2 tons. Seeing this, Sulugo nodded slightly. Good, good, you increased by 0.2 tons, which is equivalent to a 1/5 increase in your own strength. Not bad, it seems that the electric shock effect is also helpful for you. The little Spider-Man nodded quickly. In its eyes, everything Sulugo said was right. It just needed to nod. At the same time, Norman also returned to the company. He had been appointed as the company's general manager by Sulugo. After entering the company, he learned about the existence of the trauma medicine and was instantly shocked. At the same time, he also understood Sulugo's confidence in being able to sustain the company. Such a powerful trauma medicine, as long as it is managed well, is a golden goose that lays golden eggs. Soon, Norman gathered the personnel from the marketing department and prepared to arrange the launch of the product. They planned to launch the marketing within a week. 1 week later, the product would successfully hit the market. On the other side, Kurt saw that someone had finally taken over the position of the general manager and breathed a sigh of relief. So he became even more focused on helping Sulugo find information from the laboratory. In the evening, Kurt found Sulugo. Sulugo sat in the back seat of Kit's car. Sulugo spoke, "What did you find out?" Kurt replied, "I have found out about the experimental situation in the prison you mentioned. That prison is actually controlled by a high-ranking military officer. They are conducting experiments on super soldiers using prisoners in the prison. As long as they voluntarily undergo the superhuman experiment that reproduces the past super soldier program, they can be released from prison in advance. But according to insider information, most of the people died in the experiments, and a few were disabled. And there is one person named Carl who is the only one who didn't get injured and obtained a completely new ability. During the experiment, a prisoner who was hostile to him broke into the laboratory and wanted to harm Carl, but accidentally accelerated the chemical reaction on Carl's body, resulting in changes in his entire cell structure. The laboratory is deep inside the prison. Carl is Luke Cage's real name." Sulugo nodded, "I understand. New York National Prison." A figure is approaching rapidly. Soon, he arrived outside the high walls. Sulugo, wearing a mask, murmured, "So, Luke Cage's data is inside here." He raised his hand, and cobwebs flew out, and he instantly flew towards the high wall. Chapter 75. During the process of rapid flight, Sulugo quickly switched his breathing mode and entered a state of silent secret technique. In an instant, the surrounding sound around Sulugo instantly decreased to the extreme. The tearing air sounds also instantly disappeared. He floated towards the high wall like a ghost. Using cobweb, Sulugo silently landed on the passage on top of the high wall. As a state prison, the guards here were extremely strict. In the passage of the high wall, there would be a watchtower at every interval. There were also many huge light columns constantly scanning. Inside the watchtower were fully armed guards, paying attention to everything in the prison. Inside the prison, there were also specialized patrol teams. They were there to prevent anyone from escaping the prison and also to prevent anyone from secretly infiltrating the prison. Just as Sulugo landed, at that moment, the prison searchlight emitted a huge light column and swept towards Sulugo. Once Sulugo was caught in the sweep, he would be completely exposed to the guards. There are so many lights. Sulugo looked at the numerous light columns in the prison. He quickly raised his hand. Whoosh! Cobweb shot into the top of the nearby watchtower. His whole person instantly turned into an arrow and shot towards the back of the tower. The huge light column quickly chased after Sulugo's figure from behind. Just as it was about to catch up to Sulugo, Sulugo accurately and without error landed on the back of the tower. The huge light column swept over the front of the tower, but didn't find any trace of a person. Below the tower, 2 guards stood. One guard looked towards the direction where Sulugo had just disappeared, furrowing his brows slightly. Was there someone over there just now? The other guard glanced at the long passage, then looked at both sides of the wall, finding no trace. He said, "There's no one there, it's all empty. We're in the New York State prison here, with such tight security. Could there still be someone who wants to come and try their luck in 13-3? Continue monitoring the prison. These guys inside are not to be underestimated. We must keep a close eye on them. Otherwise, losing our job is a small matter, but losing our lives would be a big loss." The guard nodded. "You're right, we can't risk our lives for a few $1,000. We have to be serious." Their gaze once again followed the searchlights, surveying the situation inside the prison. Above their heads, Sulugo climbed to the side of the tower tip. He looked ahead. The state prison was still very large. A large number of red-tiled gray-walled prison buildings were densely scattered, along with some office buildings or residences for prison staff. Definitely. These houses were all long and low, like factories. There were basically no tall buildings, and 3 floors were the maximum height. Inside, there were various iron fences, specifically enclosing a designated activity area for prisoners. Sulugo looked at the rows of houses ahead and murmured to himself, "So, where exactly is the laboratory?" Kurt only found out that the laboratory was deep inside the prison. But he didn't find the specific location. Sulugo decided to go in and ask someone. However, he didn't plan to ask the guards on duty. Mainly because these guys would report their situation to each other every now and then. And they were mostly in groups. It would be difficult for him to make a move. His target was the resting patrol guards. These patrol guards patrolled the entire prison every day and definitely knew more than others. He looked up at the entire prison again. The prison buildings were low, so the watchtowers on the high walls could basically oversee the entire prison. If he came during the day, without the cover of darkness, he would definitely be exposed in this environment. Even at night, with the constant passing of the searchlights and the patrol teams on the roads, it would be very easy to be exposed. But there was an advantage to this, which was that Sulugo could quickly familiarize himself with the structure of the entire prison and the surveillance system. As the searchlights continued to patrol, Sulugo memorized the timing and trajectory of each searchlight in his mind. At the same time, as the searchlights illuminated the surroundings, Sulugo also memorized the terrain of the entire prison, the number of patrol teams, their routes, and their patrol times. After completing all of this, as Sulugo's brain spun rapidly, an identical operating prison also appeared in his mind, clearly carved out. He could accurately calculate when each searchlight's trajectory would shine on a certain area. When each patrol team would appear in a certain area at a certain time. After completing all of this, Sulugo leaped down from the blind spot of the guard's field of vision and landed on the ground of the prison. In his mind, based on the prison operation model, he instantly calculated more than a dozen safe ways to enter the prison. He chose one of them and ran towards the depths of the prison. Based on what I saw, there are 2 buildings that are slightly different from the factory-style prison cells, more compact and refined. That should be the dormitory for prison personnel. As long as I find the patrolling guards there, it will be fine. Sulugo's murmurs were barely audible. Soon, Sulugo arrived in front of the 2 special buildings. They were long, 2-story buildings. Sulugo climbed onto the wall and looked inside. Some rooms had people, while others didn't. But without exception, the rooms with people were occupied by only one person. These houses were independent dormitories. Looking at the sets of prison guard uniforms hanging on the walls inside the houses, Sulugo was completely certain that this was the dormitory for prison guards. Sulugo chose one of them and carefully sneaked in. Before entering, he saw a constantly rotating camera above the corridor. He took out a small USB drive from his body. This USB drive was specifically used by Sulugo to disable partial surveillance, making the surveillance system loop playback footage of empty areas. At the same time, this USB drive could also allow Sulugo to infiltrate the prison's intranet and invade their surveillance system. Seeing the camera turn towards another direction, Sulugo rushed up and leaped onto the ceiling. He shot the USB drive into the camera. After a moment, the red light on the USB drive turned green, indicating a successful disablement. Sulugo took out a special phone and glanced at it. He had already infiltrated the prison's surveillance system through the prison's intranet. He accessed all the surveillance footage but didn't find anything unusual. After watching them, Sulugo put the phone back and landed on the ground. In the corridor, at each doorway, there was a shoe rack with prison guard shoes on them. Sulugo's gaze quickly scanned the area. Compared to indoor prison guards, the shoes of patrolling guards would be more worn and covered in mud from outside the buildings. So by just looking at those shoes, he could distinguish between patrolling guards and indoor guards. Soon, he found some rooms belonging to patrolling guards. He pried open one of them and sneaked in. After entering, Sulugo saw a middle-aged white man lying on the bed, sound asleep. He felt around his waist and pulled out a gun. The cold muzzle was placed against the white man's forehead. Who? The prison guard continued to sleep soundly. Sulugo's eyes twitched slightly. Is his vigilance so poor? He released his sound suppression technique. He gently tapped the man's face a few times. The snoring continued to reverberate loudly. There was no sign of waking up at all. Instead, he mumbled incoherently, "I choose the one with big breasts. I kiss." The prison guard lasciviously licked his lips and leaned towards the air, as if kissing. Sulugo remained expressionless. Smack. He slapped the prison guard's face. The guard suddenly woke up. What came into his sight was a gun pressed against his forehead. Feeling the coldness of the muzzle, a hint of fear instantly enveloped the guard's mind, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Then, a calm and low voice sounded. I ask, you answer. If you make any loud noise or cause any disturbance, you know what will happen. Sulugo's finger moved closer to the trigger. The guard saw this and quickly nodded. Tell me, where is the laboratory in your prison? The guard shook his head and hurriedly whispered, I don't know, I haven't heard of any laboratory. We only have a gym, an exercise yard for prisoners, and a workshop for prisoner labor reform. There is no laboratory here. This is a prison, not a laboratory. Sulugo continued, then, are there any hidden or unusual places inside the prison? Prison guard shakes his head, there is no such place in my patrol area. I patrol the perimeter of the prison guard said. Our patrol and guard duties are divided into two types, one is patrolling the perimeter, and the other is patrolling the core area. Sulugo asked, who patrols this area? The dormitory at number 123 on the right side when you go out. Upon hearing this, Sulugo immediately knocked the other person unconscious. He quickly found another prison guard from dormitory number 23 and used the same method. This time, the answer from the prison guard did not disappoint Sulugo. The prison guard said, well, there is one, and that is the independent building of the prison warden. We don't patrol that area, it's a place that is not disturbed by anyone. He immediately asked for the location of the warden's independent building. After completing these tasks, he knocked the prison guard unconscious again. Then he sneaked out of the dormitory building and ran towards the warden's building. Soon, Sulugo appeared in front of the warden's building. The building had 3 floors and was a standalone villa. The building was surrounded by surveillance cameras. The number of cameras far exceeded that of other areas. Most importantly, Sulugo could clearly see that there were some fully armed soldiers patrolling inside the building. Yes, they were not prison guards, but real soldiers from the southern region. They were wearing military uniforms and carrying standard rifles. After observing this, Sulugo said, so there are soldiers stationed here. It seems that this is the location of the laboratory. It's a 3-story building. I don't know the exact location of the laboratory. He carefully looked around and found that only the ground floor had patrols, while the second and third floors had no patrols. Only the ground floor has patrols, which means that the laboratory is either on the ground floor or downstairs. Before entering, Sulugo took out his phone from his pocket. He directly disabled the surveillance in this area. In addition, Sulugo discovered that the surveillance inside the warden's building was on a separate internal network that was not connected to the entire prison's internal network. Therefore, he couldn't remotely hack into the surveillance inside the warden's building. After disabling the surveillance, he activated his stealth technique, sprinted all the way, avoiding the sweeping lights and the sight of the patrolling guards inside the building. Finally, he arrived outside the building. He immediately entered the building and came to a surveillance station. He inserted a USB drive into the computer again. He successfully hacked into the local network of this place. He accessed the surveillance again. Instantly, the screens displayed one surveillance after another. Sulugo found an empty room with no one inside, crawled onto the ceiling, and started browsing through the surveillance footage. Suddenly, Sulugo discovered an area that seemed to be an experimental zone. The experimental zone was quite large, with a huge experimental hall surrounded by independent experimental rooms. At the moment, the entire experimental hall was completely quiet, with only one person seemingly on duty. Sometimes he flipped through a notebook, and sometimes he played with his phone. The structure of the entire laboratory was completely different from that of the ground. Sulugo understood that this laboratory area should be underground. How do I go down? Sulugo murmured. From the surveillance, he couldn't see any elevators or passages leading downstairs. This indicated that the passage leading downstairs was hidden. Just at that moment, he saw something in the surveillance. A person wearing ordinary clothes walked towards the storage room and eventually entered the storage room. Soon, this person appeared inside the laboratory. Seeing this, Sulugo's eyes brightened. The storage room is the passage downstairs. The person in ordinary clothes immediately changed into a white research uniform in the changing room and walked towards the person on duty. The person on duty also brightened upon seeing the approaching person. She quickly picked up her phone and stood up. You finally came, I can finally go off duty and go home to get a good sleep. After speaking, she walked towards the new person on duty. The new person on duty smiled and said, you can go back, I'll take over here. Goodbye. Goodbye. The two greeted each other. The person off duty walked quickly towards the elevator and soon got on. The person on duty came to the control panel and sat down. He looked at the notebook on the table and said, this guy forgot to bring his notebook. He immediately put the notebook in the drawer. He then started playing with his phone. Sulugo saw this. He quickly walked towards the storage room. Soon, he entered the storage room. It was empty inside, and nothing could be seen. but he could hear the sound of an elevator coming up behind a wall. He quickly crawled onto the ceiling of that wall. Soon. Ding. The wall suddenly opened, revealing an elevator inside. The person off duty walked out of it excitedly. Clack clack clack. High heels made crisp sounds. Suluo quickly entered the elevator and lay on it. The elevator doors closed slowly. Suluo pressed the button for the basement floor. Soon. The elevator arrived at the first floor. With a beep sound. The person on duty quickly turned his head and looked up, saying, "Did he come back to get his notebook?" As a result, the elevator was empty, and the doors closed slowly. The person on duty twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, "Did this guy make a mistake?" He shook his head, lowered his head, and continued to look at his phone. When the person on duty withdrew his gaze and the elevator was about to close, a hand reached into the gap between the elevator doors. The elevator doors opened again slowly. A figure quietly climbed out from above the elevator. Suluo looked at the laboratory in front of him, his eyes gleaming. Finally, he entered. He leaped onto the ceiling and quickly and silently rushed towards the person on duty. He arrived above the person's head. Then he let go of his hands and feet. Whoosh. He landed directly behind the person. The person felt a gust of wind behind him. He turned his head. And immediately saw a figure dressed in black with a mask. His scalp tingled and his whole body trembled. His hand instantly moved to the alarm next to him. Suluo raised his hand and cobwebs flew out, directly binding the person's hand to the table, rendering him immobile. Suluo took out a gun with one hand and aimed it at the person's forehead. A gun has more deterrence power against ordinary people. Shut up, or you'll die. The super soldier program, is it here where a prisoner named Carl obtained an ability? The person quickly nodded, yes. A look of joy flashed in Suluo's eyes. Chapter 76. Very good. Suluo immediately put the gun back on his waist. Facing the other person's mouth, he raised his hand. The person on duty quickly said, "No." Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was sealed by a specially designed cobweb. Immediately, more cobwebs were sprayed out, sticking the other person's body. After completing these actions, he quickly turned on the computer on the control panel. Suddenly, the screens in front of him instantly lit up. Suluo quickly typed on the keyboard, his eyes focused on the computers in front of him, searching for information about Carl's experiments. But soon, Suluo frowned. Because he couldn't find any experimental data related to Carl. Inside the computer, there were indeed experimental data. There were a large amount of experimental data, specifically related to the restoration of the super soldier serum. What's going on? There's no experimental data on Carl. Could it be that they changed the name or used another code? Suluo immediately began searching for successful experimental cases or cases of abnormalities. Soon, these cases were filtered out. Suluo quickly looked at these cases. He read quickly, selecting rapidly, his brain working at full speed. His eyes moved rapidly, flashing back and forth, looking somewhat terrifying. The researcher next to him looked at the screens in front of him, which were filled with rapidly changing images. Watching those constantly changing and switching images, the researcher quickly felt dizzy and nauseous. He quickly closed his eyes, suppressing the feeling of his stomach churning. Damn it! What is this guy doing? Making so many screens constantly switch and fast forward. Can he even see it? FK. I almost threw up from watching it. He doesn't know that too fast switching of camera angles can make people uncomfortable? Not to mention so many screens. FK. Rapidly switching camera angles can cause damage to the brain, damn it. There are specialized optic nerves in the eyes to perceive motion. These motion sensing organs are very sensitive, transmitting the motion information they perceive to the central nervous system. Rapidly switching camera angles can make these sensitive organs feel uncomfortable, causing strain on the nerves. Then the central nervous system will cause a feeling of discomfort, such as dizziness and nausea. In severe cases, it can cause injury. So the person on duty quickly closed his eyes, asking people to take a break. After taking a short break and returning to normal, he opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, what he saw made his eyes widen. The screens in front were still constantly changing, rapidly switching. And the figure next to him, as steady as a rock, his hands constantly moving. And his head, focused on the screens in front. That focused appearance instantly made the person on duty's scalp tingle. This guy isn't affected at all. What the hell is he even human? How can his brain and nerves withstand such terrifying visual changes? Suluo quickly scanned through those videos. Still, he didn't find any research data related to Luke Cage. What's going on? Suluo frowned as he looked at the screens in front of him. Could they have deleted the data? But, it's difficult to delete data, everything leaves traces. Suluo murmured. Suluo quickly typed out codes, starting to recover the completely deleted data. He quickly checked the deleted data. But still gained nothing. In the local database, there is absolutely no research material related to Luke Cage. How could this be? Didn't Luke Cage conduct experiments here? If he did, how could there be no data left behind? He stopped what he was doing and looked at the duty officer beside him. The mysterious person suddenly looked at him, and the duty officer shivered. Suluo pulled the cobweb off the person's mouth and said, "Didn't Carl conduct experiments here? Why is there no relevant experimental data of his here?" The duty officer said with grievance, "Just now when you asked me about Carl, I actually wanted to tell you. The hard drive containing Carl's research data was taken by the warden to be destroyed not long ago. It was said to be a request from above. You came at a very unfortunate time. I was just about to mention this matter, but you sealed my mouth." Suluo's gaze paused for a moment upon hearing this. Immediately. Smack. The duty officer received a slap. Suluo said, "If you had just spoken faster, I wouldn't have wasted so much time." The duty officer was confused. What kind of person is this? It's all because you move too fast. Who can keep up with your speed? Seeing the duty officer's eyes bulging, Suluo calmly stared at him. The duty officer immediately drooped, swallowing his grievances. What kind of person is this? Upon hearing the duty officer's words, Suluo frowned. Damn it, these guys actually destroyed Luke Cage's data. It seems they were afraid of the data falling into someone else's hands. They are really cautious. Suluo pondered for a moment. No, the data shouldn't be completely deleted. For a situation like Luke Cage's, the military cannot afford not to research it. It's a huge attraction for them. They must still want to study this thing. Since they want to study it, they wouldn't completely delete the data. There must be a backup in the hands of the military. Since they have a copy, the copy in the prison is unnecessary to keep. So they would order it to be destroyed. Upon realizing this, Suluo had a clue. He looked at the duty officer and asked, "Who is the person behind the collaboration with the prison?" "Which person from the military?" The duty officer said with a sad face, "That's something I don't know. The entire collaboration was coordinated by the warden with the people above. We small fries don't know these things." Suluo said, "Where is the warden?" The duty officer quickly replied, "He lives upstairs. But tonight, the warden has already gone out. He goes out every weekend night, living it up." Upon hearing this, Suluo knocked the duty officer unconscious. In other words, I need to pry the person behind the warden from the warden's mouth, and then find a way to obtain the data. Suluo furrowed his brows slightly. He took out his phone and dialed Kit's number using a special encrypted satellite channel. "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Kit's voice came through the phone. "I want you to find out the warden's current location," Suluo said. "You asked me to investigate the prison, so I've been keeping an eye on the important personnel of the prison recently. At the moment, the warden has gone to a high-end club, seems to be conducting a transaction with someone." Suluo keenly caught the word transaction and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly asked, "What is the warden's character like?" Kurt quickly replied, "He is the emperor of the New York prison, he rules this prison with an iron fist. This prison is also quite important, so he has gained a lot from it and has also established powerful connections. He is a presence that cannot be ignored." Upon hearing this, Suluo narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of a possibility. The prison warden may not have destroyed the information, but instead sold it? Definitely, this is just Suluo's speculation. However, Suluo is prepared to test it himself. "Send me his location." "Okay, boss." Putting away his phone, Suluo immediately headed towards the elevator. Just at that moment. Ding. The sound of the elevator arriving rang out. Suluo's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked towards the elevator. At the same time, his feet burst into action, and he rushed towards the elevator at an extremely fast speed. The elevator doors hadn't opened yet. Inside, the voice of the researcher who was leaving work jokingly sounded. "Haha. I forgot my laptop, I'll come back to get it." "You weren't doing anything shady in there, right?" The elevator slowly opened. Inside the elevator, a smile appeared. But that smile instantly froze. Because in her line of sight, a black figure wearing a mask was sprinting towards her at a rapid speed. She widened her eyes, fear rising from the depths of her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, quickly closed the elevator, and prepared to shout. She then saw the other person raise their hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 white cobwebs shot out. They grazed the closing doors. Bang! The person was instantly slammed into the wall by a web. Their mouth was also sealed. The woman cried out in fear, struggling hard. Just as the doors were about to close, a gloved hand suddenly reached in. The woman instantly cried out in even greater fear. Sensing something, the door slowly opened. The mysterious person dressed in black walked in, murmuring, "Almost missed it, that was close." He slowly approached the woman. The woman looked at the approaching mysterious person, struggling even more fiercely, but the cobweb binding her was too tight, and she couldn't move at all. As the mysterious person slowly raised his hand, the woman's fear reached its peak, and she immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. Suluo's raised hand paused in mid-air. He furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled. "This works." Then he said, "The hand I extended, I didn't directly retract it." Smack. Smack. Suluo slapped the person twice. The person didn't react at all. Suluo opened the person's eyelids and listened to their breathing. Finally, he confirmed that the person had indeed fainted. He then pulled the person down from the elevator wall and quickly tied them up with the cobweb that would disappear in 6 hours. After completing all of this, he entered the elevator and checked the warden's location. During the Victorian era, at a high-level club in New York. Here, you can truly see Victoria's Secret and call for those top supermodels. Definitely. To enter this club, one must either be rich or have connections. Ordinary people or those without acquaintances cannot enter. A car parked nearby. Kurt looked at the club and said to his boss behind him, "Boss, this club is very high level. I don't have any regular customers to introduce me, so I can't get in. If it's Norman, maybe he can bring you in." After a moment, behind the back wall of Victoria, a person wearing a duckbill cap and large-toed sunglasses was crawling. In the blink of an eye, he slipped into a restroom. He adjusted his hat and collar calmly, saying, "Do you still need someone to bring you in? There's a back door to exit from. Only respectable people use the front entrance." At this moment, a man with a flushed face and lipstick stains walked in. Suluo followed him as if nothing had happened, brushing past him and walking out. In the corridor, many people were covering themselves up tightly, clearly not wanting to reveal their identities. This was normal. Some people were cautious and didn't even wear sunglasses and hats when doing things here. There were no surveillance cameras in the corridor. After all, the people in this place were either rich or powerful. They didn't want their privacy violated, so there were no cameras here. He immediately took out his phone. There was a location on it. These past few days, Kit's people had been tracking the warden and had installed a location tracking virus software on his phone through close-range transmission. He glanced at it and walked towards that location. A private room. 2 men were sitting there, without any other women. One of them was the warden. He smiled and looked at the other person. "How about it? Are you interested in what I have in my hands? I heard from the middleman that you have a strong interest in strengthening the body and have been collecting relevant things. In my hands, I happen to have such data. Are you interested?" The other person calmly spoke, "Tell me, what exactly is the data? I'll judge for myself whether I'm interested." The warden took a puff of his cigar, his mouth slightly curved. "It's information about the birth of an indestructible, incredibly powerful super ability user. How do I know if what you're saying is true?" The other person scrutinized the warden. The warden sneered, "Who am I? I'm the warden of the New York prison, and I'm also considered a top figure in New York City. I've done countless deals and have never deceived anyone. I believe the middleman must have mentioned this to you." The other person spoke, "All right, how much are you selling it for?" The warden held up 2 fingers. "This much. 200,000. The warden shook his head. 200. The other person frowned, "That's a bit expensive, make it cheaper." The warden remained calm. "No negotiations on the price. Fixed price, 200. The other person pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, deal." Upon hearing this, the warden immediately revealed a smile. "Very good, you have good judgment. The fact that this thing can be sold at such a high price shows its value." The other person said, "Let me see the goods." The warden immediately placed a box on the table. "Inside here is a hard drive. The data is inside the hard drive." The other person nodded and smiled. "Very well." He snapped his fingers. Bang. The door was pushed open directly. Several people in ordinary clothes rushed in, holding handguns. The dark barrels were aimed at the warden. The door was quickly closed. Seeing this, the warden widened his eyes. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this?" The person on the other side took out an ID from his body, revealing that he was a colonel. He coldly laughed, "General, I knew you were insatiable and audacious. A test, and your true colors are revealed. Now, I arrest you on charges of treason. After saying that, he waved his hand. The soldiers behind him quickly rushed towards the warden. You have no right to arrest me. I want to make a phone call. The warden still wanted to struggle. But he was immediately held down by several people and handcuffed. Just at that moment. Bang. The door was kicked open. Outside the door stood a person with a very low hat brim and huge sunglasses, making it impossible to see their face. The colonel reacted quickly and quickly drew his gun, ordering, shoot. The group of people quickly opened fire at that person. Bang. 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 Chapter 77. In an instant. Spider telepathy was activated. Facing this attack, Sulugo rolled to the side, avoiding all the attacks. At the same time, he raised his hand. Whoosh. 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 One cobweb ball after another was shot out. Several screams, knocking the guns out of the hands of several people. He immediately swooped up. Fists and knees struck, booming on the stomachs of several people. Bang. 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 In an instant, several members of the military fell down, spitting out bitter bile while groaning in pain. The colonel looked up at Sulugo and asked, Who are you? Bang. Sulugo kicked down, directly knocking the person unconscious. The rest of you are not allowed to look up. The warden pressed against the table quickly buried his head, not daring to look up at all. Sulugo opened the box on the table. Inside was a hard drive. He tapped the warden, who trembled in fear. He asked, Is this Carl's research data? The warden nodded quickly, BG his forehead on the table, Yes, yes. Is it complete? Sulugo lowered his voice. The warden nodded again, Yes, yes, it's complete. I never cheat in my deals. After confirming the sound of the other person's breathing and heartbeat, Sulugo nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the whole room fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of a few people breathing. Time slowly passed like this. The people didn't dare to look up at all. Finally, the warden felt something was wrong and cautiously lifted his head a little. Nervously, he glanced around with his peripheral vision to see where the mysterious person was. But he found nothing. He quickly looked up. He found that the window not far away had been opened at some point, and the curtains were still fluttering slightly. He glanced at the people around him and quickly ran away. The soldiers sensed the warden's actions and quickly got up and pounced on him, holding him down. With a bang, the warden fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Shortly after, in a secret execution room of the military, the warden was hung on a cross, covered in whip marks, bloody. He let out a painful cry. Standing beside him was a whip-wielding person. In front of him, an old man sat calmly in a chair, watching him quietly. The whip-wielding person spoke, Tell me, what's your relationship with the person who broke in tonight? The warden cried and sobbed, I really don't know. I really don't know who he is. I know I made a mistake, spare me. Spare me. The whip-wielding person swung the whip again, a few cracks. You don't know him, how did he know you had Carl's data hard drive? How did he know where you were making the transaction? The warden wailed, I really didn't, I only made an appointment with that colonel. I didn't mention this to anyone else. Immediately, several more lashes came down. Just at that moment, the door was opened. A soldier walked in and whispered something in the old man's ear. The old man stood up and said calmly, Continue. After speaking, he turned and left the room. Behind him came a series of constant screams and the sound of the whip. Soon after, the old man in military uniform arrived at an intelligence room. Everyone stood up respectfully, General. The elderly man in military uniform nodded slightly. A soldier quickly tapped on the keyboard, and a surveillance footage popped up. This is the surveillance footage we found from the prison's laboratory. An hour ago, someone secretly infiltrated the prison and attempted to find Carl's research data. In the surveillance footage, a masked person released cobwebs, trapping 2 guards on duty. Upon seeing this, the general squinted his eyes and murmured, Who is this? The person next to him quickly said, This is a recently emerged superhero called Spider-Man. Definitely, there's also a ghost spider, both with similar abilities. But based on the body structure in the surveillance footage, it's clearly a man. So we can rule out Ghost Spider's identity, leaving only one possibility for the other side, which is Spider-Man. Upon hearing this, the general spoke, Secretly capture this masked vigilante for me. And retrieve the data. Yes. Yes. The surrounding soldiers echoed in unison. The general continued, Continue searching for Carl and conduct further experiments. Yes. At this moment, a soldier walked up from outside, General Ross, Fury wants to see you. General Ross nodded. Let's go. He left the meeting room. At Aunt May's house, Peter was eating and chatting with his friend Ned. Suddenly, Peter sneezed. Achoo. Ned laughed. Who's cursing at you? Peter replied, maybe someone is thinking of me, who knows? Ned teased, could it be Laura? Laura is Peter's current crush. At the moment, he hasn't started dating MJ yet. Peter blushed, what are you talking about? Peter didn't know. He had already become the scapegoat for Sulugo while being invisible. An invisible blame was placed on his head. A plane was flying from the north of Russia to New York. Inside the first-class cabin of the plane, Madame Hydra was lying in her seat. She was holding a tablet. On the tablet was a horrifying and bloody picture. In the dim rain, a canyon filled with the flames of war. A flight attendant passed by, took a glance, and smiled, this special effect sounds good. Ma'am, would you like something to drink? Madame Hydra smiled elegantly, bring me a glass of champagne, that'll do. All right. Madame Hydra took the tall glass, swirled it, and sipped from it. The flight attendant left. Madame Hydra put down the glass and murmured while looking at the picture, you should be in New York, I will find you. This technology should be in my hands. On the ground, cars were rushing towards New York. They were filled with mechanical soldiers. In the minds of these mechanical soldiers, they received a set of orders. Find Sulugo, do not let anyone else obtain the technology from him. A car was driving on the road. Kurt was driving attentively. He didn't ask about what the boss had done. Sulugo was sitting in the back. Looking at the scenery outside the window, he fumbled with a hard drive in his hand. He glanced at Kurt and murmured, suddenly, I feel like we're a bit like Bruce and Alfred. Kurt was puzzled, Bruce? Alfred? Who are they? Sulugo said, a superhero and his assistant who is also a butler. Kurt smiled and said, I've never heard of that before. Sulugo stopped talking. Not long after, Sulugo arrived at the safe house. Sulugo took off his coat and placed it together with the sunglasses and hat next to him. He said, dispose of these. Kurt nodded and said, okay, boss. Sulugo put the hard drive in his pocket and got out of the car. Inside the safe house, it was pitch black. At this moment, Claude and Xiaoyi had already fallen asleep. Sulugo took the hard drive and went downstairs. Sulugo thought about the experiment that caused Luke Cage's super soldier serum recovery. The military has conducted many recoveries of the super soldier serum. Although none of the recoveries were successful, they have created beings far superior to Captain America multiple times. The Hulk, Abomination, and Luke Cage were all experiments for the recovery of the super soldier serum. There were some problems in the process, resulting in the emergence of even more powerful beings. Sulugo couldn't help shaking his head. The military's experiments are truly a mystery. Failed, but not completely. Even achieved great success. Sulugo also felt a bit amazed by the military's achievements. His attention returned to his hard drive. I've obtained the relevant data on Luke Cage. I want to see what exactly caused Luke Cage's mutation. With this experiment, and obtaining some of Luke Cage's current data, I should be able to replicate a steel-like physique on myself. Now, I still belong to the category of high offense and low defense, no, medium offense and low defense. Even though Sulugo now possessed the powerful strength of Spider-Man, his physical fragility had not changed. In the original work, although Spider-Man had great strength, he was repeatedly stabbed and shot, resulting in severe injuries. Sulugo didn't want that to happen to him. Although he had a strong self-healing ability, not getting injured was still the best. He entered the basement. Instantly, he saw little Spider-Man studying hard on the table, with a red string tied around its head. In front of it was a mobile phone playing beginner English lessons, simple sentences, and the pronunciation and writing of common words. Its eyes were wide open, full of seriousness, and its front legs kept gesturing and spelling words. Seeing little Spider-Man working so hard, Sulugo nodded in satisfaction. Little Spider-Man also sensed Sulugo and quickly turned around, its two big eyes looking happily at Sulugo. Sulugo praised, very good, very motivated. You are an excellent little Spider-Man. Upon hearing Sulugo's praise, little Spider-Man's eyes were filled with joy, and it excitedly wiggled its butt. Happily spinning in place, resembling a spinning top. Spin faster, feeling like it's about to fly. Sulugo smiled and said, all right, you continue studying. When you're tired, go to sleep. Balance work and rest, we still have training tomorrow. Saying that, he used his index finger to tap little Spider-Man's head. Little Spider-Man listened and stood tall, raising one front leg and shaking it. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Immediately, it raised its front leg, beckoning to Sulugo and pointing at the table. Then, it dipped its front leg in water and wrote crooked letters on the paper, "Little Spider-Man." It wrote its own name, which is what Sulugo calls it. So it thought Little Spider-Man was its name. After writing it, it proudly stood tall and wiggled its butt twice in joy. Then, it looked at Sulugo with expectant eyes, as if it wanted Sulugo to praise it. Sulugo looked at the stack of white papers on the table, many of them soaked with water. With his keen observation, he could see traces of many letters on the paper. He understood. Little Spider-Man must have put in a lot of effort to practice writing its name. Seeing this, Sulugo touched Little Spider-Man's head and said, "Very good, very good." Sulugo's expression was serious as he approved, "Truly my little Spider-Man, you have the potential to succeed. I hope in the future, you can become my right-hand man and contribute to my success. Keep working hard and make your boss's future better." Little Spider-Man nodded solemnly and then raised his right foot high. It seemed like he was saying, "I will work hard for the future of the boss. I will strive and fight. Charge, charge." Sulugo nodded in satisfaction and said, "You go study, I'll go do my own thing." Little Spider-Man nodded and quickly turned around, kneeling in front of his phone to continue studying. Even inside the CPU, inside KFC, inside PUA, these two guys were outstanding. They were like a pair of talented individuals who had gathered together. Sulugo walked to the side, put the hard drive in, and started to examine it. There wasn't much data inside. After all, Luke Cage escaped immediately after obtaining the ability, without undergoing any further testing. The main contents were the formula for the special serum used by Luke Cage, various data about Luke Cage during the experiment, and specific situations that occurred. Looking at the formula for the special serum, Sulugo murmured, "This is a defective super serum formula. It should have been extracted from Captain America's blood and then researched. The super serum has already integrated with Captain America, and even during the integration, there may be some mutations to adapt to the user. So the defective components in Captain America's blood are not originally complete serum, and they have also been contaminated by Captain America. The military probably researched the complete super soldier serum from this contaminated or defective serum. And in the end, they developed a defective and incorrect super serum. For most people, this super serum is a deadly poison. A very small number of lucky ones can withstand the toxicity and ultimately gain a strengthening ability through mutation. Definitely, there may be various coincidences in this process. For example, the gamma rays in the Hulk's experiment, or the constant near-death experiences combined with strong willpower and intense emotions. Or, for example, Luke Cage's experiment being sabotaged and the experimental parameters being modified, which actually accelerated the experiment and produced a wonderful chemical reaction. The environment, personal genes, and personal willpower all affect the results of the serum. He looked at the modified experimental parameters for Luke Cage and, combined with the incorrect serum, began to calculate the possible effects. He quickly typed on the keyboard and wrote something on a piece of paper. Soon, he calculated 293 possible outcomes. All of them ended in death. The original incorrect serum might have given a glimmer of hope. But after modifying the parameters and injecting the serum, there was only one path, death. Looking at the calculated results, Sulugo murmured, "It seems that Luke Cage's genes, combined with some other changes, helped him overcome the danger. As long as I obtain Luke Cage's comprehensive data and combine it with the data I have, I should be able to deduce the special chemical reactions in Luke Cage's body. I should be able to completely reconstruct the experimental process. That way, I can figure out how the incorrect serum created the steel body. I can replicate it on myself." Sulugo opened the surveillance. "Next, I need to find an opportunity to obtain Luke Cage's comprehensive data." Through the surveillance, Sulugo could clearly see a small restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Luke Cage was constantly serving food to customers. Various customers entered the restaurant. Elderly people, middle-aged women, students, hooligans, and so on. But they all had one characteristic: they were dressed very plainly and cheaply. Luke Cage's small restaurant was meant for the common people. After watching for a while, Sulugo didn't find anything valuable. In the following days, Sulugo focused on training. His strength had also increased significantly, by 6 tons. His strength had increased by 1/3 again, reaching 23 tons. Just one more ton. Then he would be able to release powerful electric current attacks with his bare hands. At night, Sulugo was studying. At this moment, Kurt hurriedly walked in and said, "Boss, something bad happened. A hooligan brought an army to Luke Cage's doorstep. Luke Cage might be taken away soon." Upon hearing this, Sulugo's pupils contracted. Luke Cage being taken away. He still needed the comprehensive data from him. Sulugo immediately set off, rushing out. Chapter 78. Luke Cage's small restaurant was surrounded by a military force. A green military convoy formed a steel torrent. Inside the military, there was a small thug. The thug spoke up, "The person you're looking for is inside here. He has changed his name now, called Luke Cage. But his appearance hasn't changed, so I recognized him at a glance." An officer shouted at the small restaurant, "Carl, or should I call you Luke Cage? Come out, come with us, stop hiding." After a moment, the tightly closed rolling shutter was pulled open. Luke Cage walked out. Luke Cage said in a deep voice, "I was wrongfully imprisoned." The officer spoke, "That has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for taking you away. You accepted the military's secret plan, so you should stay in the military and contribute to the army, instead of running around, wasting national resources." Hearing this, Luke Cage said, "I accepted the experiment, but someone wanted to harm me. So I had to escape." The officer spoke, "From now on, no one will harm you. We, the military, will protect you, come with us." Luke Cage shook his head, "I will not hand over my freedom to others." After saying that, Luke Cage immediately rushed towards the surrounding area, trying to create a path and break out. The officer immediately shouted, "Suppress him with firepower." Bang bang bang. Bullets, like a grand curtain, enveloped Luke Cage. Clang clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Luke Cage's clothes were constantly blasted out, but there was no trace of blood or any wounds on him. But Luke Cage showed a somewhat painful expression. It seems that although these bullets did not penetrate his body, they made him feel pain. Luke Cage roared and rushed into the military, knocking down individuals and even military vehicles. Seeing this, the officer shouted, "Everyone around, disperse." Crash. Instantly, the military force immediately dispersed, creating a wide path for Luke Cage. This scene instantly stunned Luke Cage. He had originally planned to break through, but now there was no need to break through because the other side directly made way for him. Seeing this, Luke Cage felt delighted. He immediately prepared to run out and disappear into the night. As for the small restaurant, it had to be abandoned. When he found a place to hide and change his identity again, he could open another one. Just as Luke Cage was happy, the officer quickly ordered, "Ultrasonic military vehicle. Bring it out. Suppress him." Immediately, an ultrasonic military vehicle was brought out, with a huge sound wave amplifier on top, like a lid. This vehicle was built by Stark Industries and had even suppressed the Hulk before. It had extremely powerful force. Seeing this military vehicle, Luke Cage felt a trace of unease in his heart. He immediately tried to escape, but the ultrasonic military vehicle had already been activated. Buzz. The terrifying ultrasonic emitter emitted high-frequency sound waves, causing a powerful air pressure. The air rippled layer by layer, like wrinkles. Instantly, the high-frequency sound waves enveloped Luke Cage. Ah! Luke Cage let out a painful scream. He instantly knelt on the ground, covering his ears, constantly groaning in pain, trembling all over, unable to move. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on the officer's face. "This thing can even suppress the Hulk. Let alone you. Even so, our treatment of you is not even 1/7 of what the Hulk would receive." At this moment, not far away, a crowd had already gathered. Most of the people around had been alarmed. Wow, such a large army. What kind of person are they trying to capture this time? Isn't that guy the owner of the small restaurant? Is he also a superhuman? Wow, look at the cracked floor. This proves that the sound wave is indeed terrifying. The fact that the restaurant owner can withstand it shows that he is indeed a superhuman. He must be a superhuman. I just saw him flipping over military vehicles. His strength is terrifying. I also saw guns being fired at him from all around. But he didn't shed a drop of blood or even a scratch. Among the crowd stood Sulugo. He had already arrived at the scene. But looking at the powerful weapons of the army, he did not act rashly. Moreover, these were just the weapons displayed by the army on the surface. There might be even more dangerous hidden weapons. With his current strength, it would be extremely unwise to single-handedly challenge the army. Sulugo looked at the suppressed Luke Cage and furrowed his brows slightly. He murmured, "It seems that this guy is going to be arrested." Sulugo suddenly felt a gaze on him. Someone was staring at him. He glanced over and immediately noticed an Asian man looking at him. It was the leader of the gang that the Hand had encountered before. He had also had someone investigate the man, who was the head of the Japanese gang in New York, Shin. He belonged to the Hand and handled miscellaneous matters for them to seek wealth. He then looked around. Suddenly, in the gap of the staircase of a nearby building, there stood a burly figure wearing a hood. He was wrapped up tightly. But Sulugo saw the steel-like face of the person. Colossus. A member of the X-Men. Possessing a strong physical body. However, the hardness of the other party came from the steel material that his entire body transformed into, possessing great hardness. This was not the type of steel body that Sulugo wanted. What he wanted was the strengthening of his body cells, making his body cells harder. This was the path he wanted to take. However, Colossus' power was also worth studying. Furthermore, Sulugo noticed that Colossus' face was noticeably older, like someone in their 50s. Indeed, the older generation of mutants has aged in this era. However, Sulugo was indeed somewhat surprised by Colossus' appearance. After all, most of the older generation of mutants had died. Especially the X-Men, most of them died in the uncontrollable incident a year ago. Unexpectedly, Colossus had survived. Then, he also noticed several familiar figures. The real Daredevil, Dr. Matthew, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, looked ahead. But it seemed that his ears were plugged with something. On the rooftop, there was a graceful figure, silver hair, black clothes, black cat. Sulugo couldn't help but sigh, no wonder it's Hell's Kitchen. Such a lively scene, so many people could gather. His gaze fell on Daredevil. The work on the steel body should be temporarily suspended. Perhaps he could first replicate the prototype of super hearing. Although Daredevil's physical qualities were those of an ordinary person, his hearing had been strengthened to an astonishing level. He could hear things several blocks away, and later on, he could even envelop an entire city in his hearing. The military officer looked at Luke Cage ahead and said to his subordinates, "Use the sonic wave weapon. Paralyze Luke Cage directly." "Yes," the subordinate responded. The sonic wave weapon had a sound level of 172 decibels. This strong sound wave paralyzed people's hearing and central nervous system, causing them to faint within 1 or 2 minutes. Immediately, a car drove out, approaching Lukaiki. There was also a sound amplifier on it, but it was smaller than the ultrasonic one. Immediately, the ultrasonic weapon was turned off, but the residual power of the ultrasonic waves caused Lukaiki to be in pain and unable to move. At this moment, the noise wave weapon was turned on. Zi. A powerful noise was aimed at Lukaiki. Lukaiki's eyes immediately turned red, and he let out a painful growl. Soon after, Lukaiki's eyes rolled back. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground. Sulugo saw this and immediately understood that the situation was irreversible. Lukaiki was going to be taken away. He rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect that Lukaiki would encounter this kind of situation. He was actually captured by the military. Seeing this, the officer nodded. He waved his hand. A group of soldiers quickly ran up and carried Lukaiki into a special military vehicle. After completing these tasks, the whole team was ready to leave. Sulugo in the crowd saw this and quickly took out a mechanical button from his pocket. He flicked it with his middle finger. Whoosh! The mechanical button shot out like a bullet, passing through the gaps in the crowd, under the bottom of the cars. Finally, it rushed towards the underside of that special military vehicle. When it approached the bottom of the vehicle, the mechanical button suddenly emitted a strong magnetic force. Instantly changing direction, it adhered to the underside of the vehicle. Definitely, this was not an offensive weapon. After all, Sulugo couldn't launch an attack on the military at this time. This was just a tracker. Now, I can only find out where Lukaiki is being held and then make a plan. On the other side, Shin, the leader of the Japanese gang, looked at the fallen figure not far away. He looked at the opponent's solid cover and tall figure, and immediately thought of the mysterious person who had stolen something before. He immediately activated his ears and used the ability bestowed by the beast to listen to the opponent's heartbeat. Although the opponent used sound concealment techniques, it couldn't block the special sensing ability bestowed by the beast. The extremely strong and powerful heartbeat was not like the heartbeat of an ordinary person, but like the terrifying and powerful heartbeat of a monster. Feeling this, Shin basically understood that the person in the solid disguise was the mysterious person he was looking for. He immediately took out his phone and dialed the numbers of other high-ranking members of the gang. "Hello, I found that mysterious person, right here where the military captured Lukaiki. Send someone over immediately and capture him." After that, he sent his location to the other party. Somewhere underground in the gang's hideout, where the coffin was located. In front of the coffin, stood a high-ranking member of the gang and a group of ninjas. The high-ranking member spoke to the coffin, "Leader, we have found that mysterious person." The coffin lid slowly opened. The Black Void girl walked out, a hint of joy in her eyes. Very good, very good. Now go and bring him back." After saying that, she raised her hand and said to the group of ninjas, "Come up." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group of ninjas immediately leaped in front of the Black Void girl and crouched down. One ninja came in front of the Black Void girl. Black Void girl immediately placed her hand on the ninja's forehead. Immediately after, a black light flashed in the ninja's eyes. Then, the dangerous aura emanating from his body became even stronger. Afterwards, one by one, the ninjas received the secret technique from the Black Void Girl and became even more formidable. Black Void Girl looked at the people in front of her. You have all received my personal strengthening. Your strength is far superior to usual. You guys now are already strong enough to defeat the mysterious person. Go. Yes. The ninjas nodded. Whoosh. They swiftly shot out and disappeared underground. Boom. The army, like a torrent, slowly left the spot. Sulugo didn't chase after them directly, because he still needed to deal with a little trouble. He immediately looked at the gaze that had been fixed on him all along. The gaze seemed to have discovered him. He glanced at the other person. Then he turned and left. Xian quickly followed. Not long after, Sulugo stopped in an alley. He waited for a while in the same spot. Soon enough, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. He looked up and saw some ninjas entering the alley. These guys no longer held steel blades in their hands, but rather sharp, hard fiber blades. Seeing this, Sulugo understood that they were trying to prevent him from using his electric shock button. Not bad, you've become smarter. However, Sulugo didn't find any trace of Xian among this group of squads. It seemed that Xian didn't follow. Only the ninja squad followed. One of the ninjas spoke, "Come with us, and we won't attack. You are no longer our match." At this moment, whoosh, a figure leaped down from the nearby building and landed in front of Sulugo. It was the fully equipped Night Devil, wearing a red battlesuit. "I just sensed your presence and felt that you were being tracked by a group of powerful ninjas, so I came." Night Devil furrowed his brow. They are strong, their state is completely different, even more fierce than the last time they were strengthened. They are almost catching up to you in the previous battle. Now, even you are not their match. We need to leave quickly and not let them entangle us. Night Devil's impression of Sulugo's strength was still based on the last encounter. Sulugo glanced at Night Devil in front of him, didn't say anything, but reached for his gun at his waist. The ninjas saw this and a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes. "A gun, it's useless against us. It can't even touch us." Sulugo released the safety, 9 people, 9 bullets, the magazine is enough. Seemingly sensing Sulugo's disdain, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the ninjas. "It seems you are someone who likes to suffer." Whoosh. One ninja rushed towards Sulugo, raising the katana in his hand. Sulugo also moved. He shot out. His speed surpassed that of the ninjas. There was no way. The current Sulugo was already completely different from before. He had already started developing spider abilities, which, on top of his already powerful speed, increased even further. In the blink of an eye, he reached the front of a ninja. Sulugo's speed surprised everyone. The ninja's pupils contracted. How did his speed become so fast? Is this his true strength? Last time, he even suppressed his own power. Night Devil was also shocked, slightly holding his breath. This speed, how is it possible? At this moment, Sulugo's speed, in Night Devil's eyes, had reached a terrifying level, even completely overwhelming those powerful ninjas. Sulugo arrived in front of the ninja, and the firearm in his hand drew a cold arc in the air. The cold muzzle aimed at the opponent's forehead. At an extremely close range. "This close, can you dodge?" Sulugo said calmly. He pulled the trigger directly. Bang. The back of the opponent's head was directly blown open. "One," Sulugo murmured. Chapter 79. Immediately following, the deceased ninja turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Sulugo saw this. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is this also a secret technique of the hand association? Turning into a pile of mud after death. He didn't stop and continued to wait. In an instant, he arrived next to another ninja. The barrel of the gun once again aimed at the opponent's head at close range. The ninja was immediately shocked and tried to escape. But there was no way to escape, they were too close. He could only watch Sulugo pull the trigger. Bang. A high-speed bullet instantly pierced through the ninja's head. 2. He immediately fired continuously. Bang. 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 3. 4. 5. As Sulugo kept shooting at the ninjas' foreheads. One by one, the ninjas turned into mud and fell to the ground, floating in the wind. Seeing this, the remaining ninjas showed a hint of fear in their eyes. This guy is a monster. He actually has such an unimaginable speed. Too fast. We are completely no match for him. No, if we stay, it's a dead end. Escape. Escape immediately. The only thought in the remaining ninjas' minds was to escape. They glanced at each other, then turned and ran in different directions. Sulugo saw this and shook his head. Turning your back to me, isn't that also a dead end? How can you dodge the attack if you can't see the direction of my gun barrel? He didn't move anymore. Instead, he stood still. And kept shooting at the fleeing individuals. Bang. 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 4 shots in a row. Instantly, those black-clothed ninjas turned into mud. All resolved. Sulugo shook the gun in his hand, and the smoke from the barrel dispersed. Nightcrawler stood beside him, still in his initial attacking posture. He didn't expect that he didn't even have the qualification to make a move. Nightcrawler's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. It's me who was being overly concerned. I said I would help you and owe you a favor, but it turns out I didn't need to make a move at all. Sulugo still said, thank you. But I do have something I need your help with next. Nightcrawler nodded. Okay, you can tell me. Sulugo glanced at the time. I will find you later. I have something to do now, so I'll leave. After speaking, Sulugo left directly. Nightcrawler raised his hand. You. Before he could finish speaking, Sulugo had already disappeared at the end of the alley. Nightcrawler's mouth twitched. You don't know my identity, how are you going to find me? Nightcrawler shook his head and then left as well. Somewhere in New York. In a car. Dr. Lee sat facing Caliban. Dr. Lees asked, can you sense the location of mutants in New York? Caliban nodded slightly. Yes. Dr. Lees nodded. Lead us there. Caliban quickly gave directions and led Dr. Lees and the others towards the location of the mutants. Sulugo was running on the rooftop. Perhaps he was using cobwebs to travel. He looked at his phone. There was a blinking red dot on it. That was his button tracker. The red dot was in front of him. He immediately burst into action again, running faster towards the front. Very soon, Sulugo caught up with the army. Below him, a torrent of military vehicles was moving rapidly. In the midst of that torrent, there was the special military vehicle where Luke Cage was located. Sulugo followed the army closely. Soon, they left the city and headed north. Finally, they stopped at a secret military base in the north. Hidden behind a mountain. Sulugo stood on a tree on the mountain, looking at the secret military base below. Some buildings were constructed on slightly flatter ground. More bases were hidden within the mountains. Within 2 or 3 surrounding mountains, there were hidden military bases. The entire base was heavily guarded, filled with sentries and cameras everywhere. Sulugo squinted slightly and said, so this is it? The guards are extremely strict, it's difficult to infiltrate. I can only wait for an opportunity, or wait until I become stronger and have the ability to safely infiltrate. Sulugo sighed, so, for now, I can't obtain Luke Cage's information. Life is full of unexpected occurrences. Sulugo's mouth twitched slightly. Let's install a camera here to monitor the space. He immediately took out a mechanical button from his pocket. This was a mechanical button with a camera function, but it didn't last long. It could only last for 3 days if left on continuously. He placed the mechanical button on a tree branch, aiming it at the base below. He then took out his phone and looked at the lens. After confirming that the entire base was within the lens, Sulugo left. After all, there was no point in staying here. It seems that I can only replicate the super hearing ability for now. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to do something immediate. Sulugo dialed Kid's phone number. Prepare a secret biological research lab for me. Hurry, I need it urgently. Kurt nodded, okay, boss, I'll do it right away. These days, under Norman's management, the marketing of the series of wound plasters was launched first. First, Norman approached authoritative institutions to verify the effectiveness of the wound plasters. Then, relying on his connections, he found experts in the medical and biological fields to endorse them as a marketing gimmick. Coupled with the excellent effectiveness, soon, public opinion about the wound plasters began to ferment and became more familiar to people. More people were also amazed by the healing effects of these wound plasters, while some were skeptical, leading to a dispute that erupted online. Definitely, Osborn's marketing department played a role in further expanding the dispute. Because disputes were more likely to attract traffic and more attention. Only by gaining more attention could the market be opened faster. So, soon, there was an expectation for the launch of Osborn's wound plasters in the entire market. Everyone wanted to see the real effectiveness of this product. Overall, this marketing campaign was very successful. Once the product was launched, it would create a considerable sales area. Then, relying on its powerful effectiveness, it will quickly form a huge positive cycle, ultimately seeking a large amount of profit for the company. Thus, pulling Osborn back from the brink of bankruptcy. Besides that, after the release of this new product, as well as the endorsement of various industry experts. The market's outlook for Osborn's future caused the stock to start soaring. In just a few days, the stock doubled. It is equivalent to Sulugo making a profit and gaining double the profit. Sulugo is extremely satisfied with the current performance. He understands that Osborn's stock will soon skyrocket. He will soon become a true millionaire. Sulugo returned to New York City. He went straight to find Daredevil. He had Kurt find information about Daredevil himself, Matt, including his workplace and home address. Then he headed to Matt's home. It's so late. Matt should be at home soon. Sulugo arrived at Matt's home. After going in, he found that Matt wasn't home. Seeing this, Sulugo understood. This guy probably went out to do justice. Sulugo had nothing to do, so he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, a creaking sound. The door was opened. Matt, wearing sunglasses, walked in. I didn't expect you to know my true identity. Matt continued, what do you want me to help you with? Sulugo had mentioned earlier that he would need his help soon. The other party showing up now clearly meant that he needed his help. Sulugo spoke, I am a scientist, and my recent research project requires your help. Matt smiled, if you ask me some legal questions, I might be able to help a little. But when it comes to scientific research, I really don't know anything. Sulugo shook his head, no, you don't need to help me with scientific research. I just want to study your unique ability. When Matt heard this, he paused. He remained silent for a while, so you want to experiment on me? Sulugo nodded, yes. Matt smiled bitterly, this favor seems like it won't be easy. Sulugo nodded slightly, it might indeed be a little challenging. A little. Matt murmured. Sulugo earnestly nodded, really, believe me. It might be a little uncomfortable, but not too unbearable. Sulugo was definitely not lying. He genuinely meant what he said. Compared to the pain he endured, the pain in the experiment was really nothing. Sulugo continued, definitely, after this experiment, I must give you some feedback. I will cure your eyes. He already had the lizard optimization formula in his hands, so treating Daredevil's eyes wouldn't be too difficult. Upon hearing Sulugo's words, Daredevil's eyes seemed to regain some vitality. He swallowed his saliva, somewhat incredulous. Really? Is it true? Sulugo nodded, yes, I will definitely cure your eyes. Feeling Sulugo's seriousness. As someone who relies on senses other than his eyes, he could clearly feel the other party's sincerity. It was a sincere sincerity from the bottom of his heart. Sulugo didn't deceive him. At the same time, feeling the other party's seriousness, Daredevil asked, I want to ask something. Sulugo nodded, go ahead, ask. If, and I mean if, I were to disagree with your request, would you take action and forcefully take me away to conduct experiments? Sulugo sincerely replied, yes. Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler didn't expect the other party to be so honest even with such a question. Immediately, Sulugo earnestly said, this experiment is very important to me, so even if you don't agree, I will still take you and forcefully conduct the experiment. Definitely, this experiment will not cause any harm to you. Because even if it causes serious harm, I can restore you to your original state. Now that Sulugo has the lizard optimization serum in his hands, he is confident. Nightcrawler. Feeling the seriousness of the other party's terrifying words, Nightcrawler felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, he felt that the discomfort he would experience in this experiment might not be just a little, but a billion times. Nightcrawler didn't hesitate and nodded directly, okay, I accept. Pain? I have endured a lot of pain myself. I believe I can handle this experiment. Sulugo saved him, so he already owed the other party his life. So even if there are no rewards for this experiment, he will still do it. Definitely, this reward made Nightcrawler quite excited. Restoring his vision. As a blind person, this has always been his dream. He also wants to see this beautiful world with his own eyes. Unfortunately, modern technology cannot achieve this. Now, Sulugo promises to help him restore his vision, which naturally makes him very happy. Nightcrawler extends his hand, happy cooperation. Sulugo shakes hands with him, with a hint of joy in his voice, happy cooperation. Sulugo speaks up, let's go, I'll take you to the laboratory. Nightcrawler hesitates, don't we take a break? It's so late. Sulugo shakes his head, I'm not tired. Nightcrawler. You're not tired, but I am. I've been working all day and even organized community security at night. Both mentally and physically, I'm completely exhausted. Sulugo continues, it's okay, your small law firm hasn't had much business lately. You can rest well tomorrow during the day. Sulugo mutters to himself, Your recent clients will all be invited to better law firms by me, at a high cost. So you will really have a lot of free time recently. You don't have to worry about work, I've taken care of it. You don't have a job anymore. Upon hearing Sulugo's words, Nightcrawler sighs, okay, let's go. Immediately, Sulugo takes Nightcrawler to the secret biological laboratory prepared by Kurt. Sulugo says to Nightcrawler, lie down on the operating table. Operating table. Nightcrawler feels a slight unease in his heart. Sulugo reassures him, it's okay, today I will just conduct some tests and examinations on you. Nightcrawler lies down on the operating table. Sulugo starts bringing in instruments and conducts a full-body examination on Nightcrawler. Then, he proceeds with actions such as drawing blood and even performing surgery. Definitely. This is done under the premise of injecting Nightcrawler with anesthesia. Soon, Sulugo discovers the reason why Nightcrawler has such a powerful auditory system. After his eyes were chemically blinded, his other senses were strengthened. Especially his hearing. Under the influence of that special chemical composition, Nightcrawler's ears have evolved. They have developed eardrums as auditory organs, allowing him to hear high-frequency sounds and clearly distinguish different types of sounds and pulse patterns. He can capture extremely faint sounds from a far range and has the function of detecting sonar. Chapter 80. The incredibly powerful hearing of Daredevil allows him to measure distances, discern directions, and even form somewhat blurry images through sound. What Sulugo needs to do now is to find out the process and principles of the special chemical substance's impact on Daredevil. After a thorough examination of Daredevil, Sulugo has gained a deep understanding of his body. After Sulugo finished reviewing all the data, Daredevil slowly woke up. The anesthesia slowly disappeared, and the pain throughout his body surged. Especially his brain, it felt like being hammered, and his ears felt like they were being cut open. The pain was almost unbearable. Even Daredevil felt a bit overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, his forehead veins bulging, and beads of cold sweat constantly appearing. Sulugo's voice sounded in his ear, how are you? Can you bear this pain? Daredevil forced a smile, it's bearable, within my limits. As a tough guy, Daredevil naturally couldn't say he couldn't bear it. He could only say it was bearable. But the pain in his body made his voice tremble slightly. But, this experiment, it's definitely not easy, the difficulty is quite high. Is that so? Sulugo asked immediately, by the way, do you remember the radioactive chemical substance that caused damage to your eyes? Daredevil shook his head when he heard this, I don't know either. I was just trying to save an old man who was hit by a truck, and as a result, I was contaminated by the radioactive chemical substance in the truck. After that, I was immediately taken to the hospital, and as for what radioactive chemical substance it was, I don't know. Sulugo couldn't help but say, didn't you investigate why you gained this ability from the 877? Aren't you curious about the principle behind it that made you become what you are now? Daredevil awkwardly said, I mainly studied law all along, and my knowledge in other areas is relatively weak. Even if I'm curious, I don't have that ability. Sulugo nodded when he heard this. But he furrowed his brow slightly. After all, without knowing the consequences caused by the radioactive substance, he couldn't make complete calculations and deductions. He couldn't complete the correct reverse reasoning. Thinking of this, Sulugo continued, do you have any other influence from that truck? Do you know which company the truck belonged to? Why would a company transport radioactive chemical substances? Daredevil shook his head, it's been too long, my memory of that time has become blurry. But then Daredevil spoke up, although I don't remember, there should be records at the police station from that year. After all, it was a traffic accident, so the police took photos of the scene and drew a diagram. They also collected and preserved traces and physical evidence related to the case, made on-site investigation records, and made relevant records of both me and the driver. If you want to find the truck driver, you can start from there. Sulugo's eyes brightened when he heard this. Since there were still clues, he could continue to investigate. Perhaps he could find out what kind of radioactive chemical substance it was from the records. Or find the truck driver from back then and inquire about the composition of the radioactive chemical substance. Very well, this clue is quite good. Sulugo immediately rushed to the nearby computer. Sitting in his seat, he began to rapidly type on the keyboard. A large amount of code was constantly inputted into the computer. Soon, he hacked into the local police's database. He immediately asked, by the way, which police station did you give your statement at back then? Daredevil answered, it was the police station in Hell's Kitchen. Hearing this, Sulugo nodded slightly. He directly accessed the relevant database of the police station in Hell's Kitchen. Once inside, Sulugo began to search for the name Matthew Murdoch and set the age and the time of the incident. But he didn't find any relevant records. Sulugo furrowed his brow slightly, I didn't find your statement. Daredevil stood up slightly and scratched his head. How is that possible? I remember it very clearly. The police asked both me and the driver to give statements, and they also went to the scene to investigate and take photos. They also collected and preserved traces and physical evidence related to the case, made on-site investigation records, and made relevant records of both me and the driver. If you want to find the truck driver, you can start from there. How could there be none? Nightcrawler frowned slightly. Sulugo also furrowed his brows. Could it be that the data has been deleted? Nightcrawler suddenly realized, oh, I know. It's a matter of time. When I was young, everything was in paper files. Computers and the internet weren't popular yet, so many records were handwritten or typed and saved in paper files. So those files weren't uploaded into the computer. The files should be kept in paper form in the archives of the district police station in Hell's Kitchen. Sulugo exited the police system, so, I need to go to the district police station and take a look. He looked at Nightcrawler. Let's go, I'll send you off. You can go back and rest. Continue tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Nightcrawler's body stiffened. He swallowed and forced a smile. Continue tomorrow. Sulugo nodded, of course. Nightcrawler felt the pain in his body and his smile became even more forced. Sulugo left the laboratory with Nightcrawler. He hailed a taxi for Nightcrawler and let him go directly. After all, Matthew was Nightcrawler, not a weak ordinary person. He didn't need Sulugo to send him. After seeing Nightcrawler off, Sulugo headed towards the district police station. In no time, he arrived at the police station. A relatively grand building appeared in front of him. The district police station in Hell's Kitchen. Although it was already late at night, the police station was still brightly lit, and criminals were occasionally caught and taken in by the officers. It was bustling, as if it wasn't late at night at all. If it were an ordinary police station, there wouldn't be so much activity at this hour, it wouldn't be so lively. At most, there would be a few officers on duty. Whereas here, it was full of police officers. There was no other way. This was Marvel, New York, this was Hell's Kitchen. The crime rate was incredibly high. Sulugo stood on the rooftop, overlooking the building in front of him, feeling a slight headache. It's so late, yet there are still so many people. Really, the criminals in Hell's Kitchen are too active. So many people committing crimes in the middle of the night. This makes it more difficult for me to infiltrate. He took out his phone and looked at the screen. On it was a blueprint of the building. It was the structure of the district police station. It was sent to him by Kurt just now. After carefully examining the layout of the entire police station, he put his phone back in his pocket. The archives were in a room on the north side of the 5th floor, right at the front of the police station. He couldn't possibly climb in from the front, and there were no windows facing outside in the archives. He could only enter from the back, then traverse the corridor to get to the rooms in front. Moreover, next to the archives was an office of a detective team. So, he had to be very careful. He quickly slipped into the small forest on the side of the police station. Activating his sound concealment technique, he rushed to the back of the police station. Then, he climbed up to the 5th floor. Through a window in a restroom, he silently climbed in. Just at that moment, the sound of flushing echoed, and the door of the restroom was opened. Sulugo instantly felt his hair stand on end, and quickly leaped up, lying on the ceiling. Then, a police officer walked out of the restroom and headed towards the sink outside. After the officer left, Sulugo prepared to crawl out of the restroom. At this moment, the restroom door opened, and Sulugo quickly stopped what he was doing and once again lay flat on the ceiling. 2 police officers walked in. Officer George, have you found any leads on the case at the harbor? Have you discovered who killed so many people? A young officer walked to the edge of the toilet. The other middle-aged officer shook his head. We haven't found anything. We only found out that the deceased were local gang members. As for those ninjas, we couldn't find their identities at all. They're probably illegal immigrants from Japan. At that moment, George's phone rang. Hello, daughter. I'm still working overtime. What do you want to eat? Just buy something random, and drive carefully. Okay, got it? The young officer next to them spoke up. Sir, I envy you for having such a considerate daughter. That little brat of mine gives me a headache every day. George laughed heartily. Kids are like that. They'll become more sensible when they grow up. After whispering to each other, the 2 officers left. Seeing that the 2 officers had finally left, Sulugo breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he had to leave through the entrance, only needing to pass by a detective's office to reach the archives. However, he didn't know how many people were in the corridor outside. If there were many people, it would be more troublesome for him to reach the archives. Immediately, he jumped down, landed on the ground, and quietly looked outside. There were quite a few people walking in the corridor, although it was not as lively as the lobby on the first floor, it was still crowded. At the same time, he also saw the archives not far away. Seeing this, Suluo frowned slightly, realizing that it would be a bit more troublesome to get there. He didn't go out directly. After all, if he did, he would be discovered. He quickly recalled the layout of the police station in his mind. In an instant, a bright idea flashed in his mind. He quickly exited the restroom and ran towards the other side. Soon, he found a narrow door on the 5th floor. He saw the main switch in front of him and turned it off directly. Instantly, the 5th floor was pitch black. A series of noisy voices erupted. What's going on? Did the power go out? Why is it so dark? Did the circuit break? Damn it! Only our 5th floor has no power. What's happening? You want to run? Stop right there. Thank goodness the office has emergency lights, otherwise this little thief would have escaped. After turning off the main switch, Suluo quickly rushed out and climbed towards the archives from the ceiling. The whole process took only a few seconds. When he rushed into the archives, flashlights in the corridor illuminated one by one, lighting up the entire corridor. Suluo was on the ceiling of the archives. A beam of light suddenly lit up, making Suluo's hair stand on end. He froze on the ceiling, completely motionless, looking towards the source of the light. His muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a police officer from the archives. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it outside the iron bars. The archives were separated by iron bars. Inside the iron bars were the archive materials and the officers who organized and retrieved them. Outside the iron bars were the officers who came to take or store the materials. Clear division of labor. The archive officer cursed, "Damn it, all the words I painstakingly typed are gone. What the hell happened? Did the circuit get old? Or did something happen to the circuit breaker? Damn it, those maintenance guys are just a bunch of useless slackers." Muttering curses, he pushed open the iron door, closed it, and walked outside. What the hell is going on here? He walked directly out of the archives room. Suluo seized the opportunity and rushed into the archives room, took out his phone, and quickly searched for the archival materials from the era when Nightcrawler had an accident. He moved through the archives room like a flash of lightning. Very quickly, he found the archival materials from that era. His eyes scanned through the files like a scanner. Finally, they stopped at the file named Matthew Murdoch. Suluo's eyes lit up. Found it? He quickly pulled it out and flipped through it. Whoosh. He rapidly flipped through the information. His eyes quickly glanced over the words on it. Soon, he finally saw the words truck carrying goods. He quickly looked to the side. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance. Seeing this, Suluo's eye twitched. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance. What is this? He furrowed his brow slightly, continued flipping through, and finally noted down the driver's relevant information. It seems that he can only inquire about the information from the driver. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance. It seems to be this kind of artificially manufactured radioactive chemical substance that caused Nightcrawler 5.2's evolution, giving him superhuman hearing beyond ordinary people. Is this the 7th type of artificial radioactive chemical substance developed by a certain company? Suluo didn't know. He only knew that if he found the driver, he should be able to find information about this chemical substance. After completing these tasks, Suluo immediately left. All of this happened in a very short period of time. He opened the door of the archives room. Outside was still dim because the lights hadn't been turned on yet. Some police officers were heading towards the electric gate. He quickly blended into the dim crowd and flew towards the restroom. He had just entered the restroom. The lights suddenly turned on. A police officer stood in front of him. The two of them faced each other, both surprised by the other's presence. The scene fell silent for a second or two, and both of them instinctively didn't move. The police officer broke the silence. "What are you doing here?" Suluo honestly replied, "Looking for something." The police officer was silent for a moment, surprised that someone came to the police station to look for something. He continued, "What? Need help finding it, or should I do it myself?" Suluo shook his head, "I'm leaving." The police officer spoke again, "I've never seen such an arrogant person in the police station before." After saying that, he reached for the handcuffs at his waist. Suluo acted instantly. He directly struck the police officer's neck with a knife hand strike. Instantly, the police officer fell completely silent. He placed the police officer in one of the restroom stalls. Then he rushed out of the restroom. Just as he rushed out of the restroom, spider telepathy activated. A tearing air sound rang out. A voice exclaimed, "Who are you? Why did you infiltrate the police station?" Chapter 81. A pale figure rushed towards Sulugo and threw a punch. Sulugo leaped to the side, spraying cobwebs that stuck to the nearby buildings. He flew past, avoiding the opponent's attack. When his spider telepathy was activated, he knew that there were spider ability users around him. Unexpectedly, it was Ghost Spider Gwen. Sulugo murmured, "Why is Gwen here?" His mind flashed, and he immediately remembered the middle-aged police officer named George in the restroom. And the officer also had a daughter. A police officer named George with a daughter, it matched Gwen's father perfectly. So, was that police officer George Stacy? Gwen came to buy something for him and ran into him. Seeing Sulugo spraying cobwebs and flying away, Gwen widened her eyes. "This is Spider-Man." As soon as Gwen arrived at the police station, her spider telepathy was activated. But it wasn't a warning of danger, it was a strange perception, an inexplicable feeling. Immediately, she saw a masked figure leaping out of the 5th floor of the police station, so she quickly took off her coat and rushed towards Ghost Spider. Unexpectedly, the opponent sprayed cobwebs, shooting out forcefully. So she instantly understood that the strange sensation was a special perception of spider ability users. There were 2 spider ability users in the entire city. One was her, and the other was the recently emerged Spider-Man. Gwen quickly shot out cobwebs, flying towards Sulugo. In an instant, the two landed on top of a building across from each other. Gwen ran towards Sulugo in front, shooting cobwebs, and saying, "Spider-Man, why did you infiltrate the police station?" Facing the cobwebs coming at him, Sulugo's spider telepathy activated, allowing him to easily dodge the attack. At this moment, Gwen also rushed up, trying to catch Sulugo. Sulugo leaped back and covered his eyes. Gwen quickly blocked with both hands. Bang! A powerful force instantly acted on Gwen, causing her to fly backward and directly out of the high-rise building. Turning into an arc, she fell towards the ground. Gwen quickly shot out cobwebs, stabilizing herself on the wall. Immediately, she shot cobwebs towards the rooftop, leaping up and returning to the top of the building. But there was no trace of the other person at all. Gwen shook her arms, feeling numb and sore. Why is the opponent's strength so powerful, far surpassing mine? Is this Spider-Man's true strength? A hint of fear flashed in Gwen's eyes. Then Gwen looked towards the police station. She furrowed her brows slightly. Why did Spider-Man infiltrate the police station? Is he looking for someone or something? She returned to the woods and put on her coat. Walking towards the entrance of the police station, the middle-aged man who was talking in the restroom stood at the entrance of the police station. Seeing Gwen, he quickly asked, "How did you come from over there?" Gwen smiled mischievously. "I just saw a little cat, so I went over to pet it." She immediately handed the food to her father. "Here, your favorite cheeseburger, Iron Man style." George smiled when he saw this. Gwen then talked to her father for a while. She suddenly mentioned the power outage on the 5th floor. She instantly thought of Spider-Man running out from the 5th floor. Gwen said, "There was a power outage, nothing happened, right?" George shook his head. "Nothing happened." He wondered, "I don't know why the circuit breaker suddenly tripped. It's been a long time since we've encountered something like this." Gwen heard this. She was puzzled. What did this Spider-Man do? Although Gwen didn't know what the other person did, she was certain that with such elaborate preparations, power outages, and infiltration, the other person must have done something. On the other side, Sulugo was swinging through the city. "Next, let's go and see that driver. Coincidentally, the address on the file is nearby. I wonder if he still lives in the same place as before." Immediately, Sulugo ran towards the location recorded in the file. Not long after, he arrived in front of an old single-family house. He jumped onto the house, opened a window, and went in. He listened to the breathing in the entire room. Incredibly even. Everyone was asleep. In the whole room, there were only 2 sets of breathing. He looked at the photos in the living room. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. There were many photos of the homeowners in the living room, but they were all of 2 young people and didn't resemble the driver at all. Following the breathing, he entered a bedroom. He saw the owners of the house, indeed a couple in their 30s. He quickly left the house and murmured, "It seems that the driver has already left here." He took out his phone and hacked into the police system again. He began searching for information about the driver. Soon, the result made Sulugo furrow his brows again. The driver was already dead. It happened a month after Daredevil went blind, due to a heart attack. He checked the driver's company, which was a local fleet. Besides that, the driver had a wife and a son. The wife was still in the local area, while the son had gone to work in Seattle. Dead, Sulugo furrowed his brows tightly. There's probably more to it than meets the eye. Sulugo felt that this artificial radioactive chemical substance on the 7th had some secrets. The driver's death should not be simply a natural death. Sulugo murmured, tomorrow, let Kurt check the driver's fleet and where his wife is. Hopefully, we can find more clues. Sulugo didn't continue investigating. Because there wasn't much useful information for ordinary people without a criminal record in the police system. Besides, it was late. He should go back and rest. After all, there was training the next day. If he didn't rest well, the training effect would be greatly reduced. Immediately, Sulugo went back to sleep. On the other side, inside the military base, on an open space, General Ross was walking with several researchers. General Ross spoke, next, is it time to further strengthen this guy? The researchers nodded, yes, we found that Carl can still undergo further strengthening. To enhance his ability, to further increase his strength and defense. The other person paused, the previous experiment was not perfect or complete, so his ability is still somewhat defective. The physical strength is completely fixed, with no possibility of improvement, and the upper limit is locked. Most importantly, in the long run, his life will be consumed, eventually leading to death. Only by conducting a more complete experiment can his ability become complete, and only then can he obtain a more perfect nature, unlocking the sealed upper limit. Only with the most naturally complete ability can there be further evolution of the ability, and only then can he reach higher levels. The person continued, moreover, only with this complete ability can we correctly analyze it. Otherwise, we won't be able to extract what we need, and we won't know the secrets of his ability. Upon hearing the researcher's words, General Ross nodded slightly, all right, let's do it this way. But immediately, General Ross furrowed his brows slightly, if we strengthen Carl, wouldn't he become even more powerful? Even beyond our expectations, making him uncontrollable. Who knows, he might escape again. Researcher pursed his lips, you make a valid point. If we further strengthen him, his strength will likely experience a significant leap. At that time, ordinary means may not be enough to comfort him. The laboratory is filled with researchers and various equipment, chemical agents. If we use ultrasound, it will cause huge amounts of casualties and loss of important data. If that's the case, it will be troublesome. In an instant, everyone fell silent. After a while, General Ross said, leave this matter to me. I will bring Hatred over to control the situation. The researcher's mouth twitched, General, bringing Hatred over, are you sure it won't make the situation worse? General Ross took a deep breath, currently, this is the only way. Besides Hatred, no one else will help us with these human experiments. I will persuade Hatred. The researcher reluctantly nodded, all right then. Let's go, we will further perfect this strengthening experiment. General Ross nodded. The next morning, Sulugo woke up and instantly regained his energy. His whole person was full of vitality. At this moment, whoosh! A small black figure quickly darted into Sulugo's room. Immediately, like a nail, it stood steadily on the table, staring at Sulugo with great spirit. It seemed eager for the upcoming training. Sulugo looked at the little Spider-Man who rushed up so quickly, his expression solemn, and nodded, very proactive, very good. The little Spider-Man, upon hearing this, excitedly wiggled its butt, its big eyes shining brightly. Sulugo spoke, I'll freshen up, wait for me. We'll go for training later. Today is the day I challenge 24 tons. I will awaken the power of thunder. Speaking of this, Sulugo nodded in satisfaction, the efforts during this period were not in vain. The little Spider-Man, upon hearing this, showed a happy gleam in its two eyes. It raised its two front legs high, cheering and celebrating for Sulugo. A faint, gradually rising sound came from its mouth. Woo! Like a cheering Hagrid. Sulugo sent a message to Kurt, asking him to investigate the driver's team and wife. Then, he leaped out of bed and rushed into the private bathroom. Soon, he finished freshening up, and went downstairs directly. When he went downstairs, he saw a dejected little Yi. Under the coercion of his father, he was studying and listening to lessons. When he saw Sulugo, Claude spoke, are you going out? Sulugo nodded, yes, I'm going out to exercise. Little Yi saw the little Spider-Man on Sulugo's chest and quickly raised his hand to greet, hi, good morning, little Spider-Man. From Sulugo's front pocket, a small head popped out, its eyes shining brightly. It extended a tiny front leg, like a beckoning cat, and waved a greeting to little Yi. Then it fell back into Sulugo's pocket. Like a mole in a hole. Sulugo immediately left with the little Spider-Man. Soon, Sulugo arrived at the company. Kurt came to greet him. Boss, I've already started inquiring. When you come out at noon, You should have the information. Sulugo nodded slightly and then walked towards the training room. Inside the spacious training room, Sulugo stood in front of the massive training equipment. He murmured, "Now that I weigh 23 tons, I can already feel the power of thunder and lightning deep within my cells. But I still can't control them, these powers of lightning are still a little inactive. I'm just one step away from being able to control them. Once I reach 24 tons, I'll be able to control these powers." He took a deep breath, put on the electric shock device, and walked towards the training equipment. He began his new day of overloaded training. Boom. 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 Sulugo lifted the incredibly heavy equipment as if he were lifting a mountain. Little Spider-Man, who was nearby, saw Sulugo's efforts. He quickly tied a red rope of struggle around himself. He tightly held onto it and tied it around his head. His eyes also showed a determined and resolute gaze of hard work. The entire spider's demeanor instantly became motivated and passionate. It also walked towards the training equipment, clenched its cheeks, and began to exercise diligently. Inside the training room, a large and small figure were both training hard. As they trained constantly, a large amount of sweat poured out from their bodies. Queens, New York. LaGuardia Airport. A plane landed. A tall and enchanting woman with emerald green hair and sunglasses got off the plane. She looked at New York and murmured, "Sulugo, I'm here." Several subordinates quickly approached her. They carried her bag and clothes for HYDRA. HYDRA's lady asked, "Is there any news about him?" The subordinate replied, "Not yet. But as long as he's still in New York, we'll find him soon." Hearing this, Madame Viper nodded. Inside Osborn's training room, Sulugo trained hard. Under the pressure of the massive weight, his veins bulged. Sweat poured out freely, soaking his clothes completely, as if they were soaked in water. As he reached the end, he almost had no strength left in his body. His body seemed completely exhausted, almost unable to muster any strength, feeling extremely uncomfortable. That state of being completely depleted and unable to continue, the excruciating willpower, was like ants devouring the last bit of willpower. Sulugo clenched his teeth. Just a few more, hold on. He exerted all his strength and did the last few movements. Immediately, he became completely powerless, lying on the ground, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring down like rain. He could feel his muscle fibers constantly tearing, constantly being strengthened. His cells were constantly becoming stronger. At the same time, the activity of the special bioelectricity within the cells was also constantly increasing. Becoming more and more intense. Becoming more and more active. Finally, it reached a critical point. Immediately, the critical point was broken through. The special bioelectricity within his body instantly seemed to awaken. A qualitative change occurred. Powerful activity filled the special bioelectricity, flowing within Sulugo's body like an awakened dragon. It allowed Sulugo to clearly feel this new power within his body. At the same time, at this moment, this power completely gave Sulugo a feeling of being able to control his arms and fingers freely. Sulugo looked excitedly at his own hands and said, "Electricity, come." Chapter 82. Immediately, an electric current surged out from deep within Sulugo's body, flowing towards his hands like running water. In the next moment, arcs of electricity burst out from Sulugo's hands. Crackling sounds. Incredibly bright. With an intense heat. Looking at the continuously exploding arcs of electricity in his hands, Sulugo's face revealed a smile. "I finally summoned it." He clenched his fist, and the arcs of electricity in his hands instantly disappeared. Sulugo gasped for breath, his eyes filled with joy. Beside him, little Spider-Man lay panting, its eyes also filled with happiness. It weakly let out a joyful sound, "MMM." Sulugo extended his fist. Little Spider-Man also trembled as it raised one of its front legs, touching Sulugo's fist with its own. A fist bump to celebrate. Next, we just need to recover a bit, then we can test it. After a while, Sulugo and little Spider-Man recovered somewhat. After replenishing their nutrients, they arrived at the testing room. Sulugo faced the conductive device in front of him and reached out his hand. He directly activated the electric current within his body. The powerful electric current surged out like a river, gathering in the palm of his hand. In the next moment, a burst of electric current shot out, like a beam of light, towards the conductive device in front. Soon after, the voltage strength of the electric current appeared on the screen beside it. 50,000 volts. Seeing this, Sulugo nodded in satisfaction. He felt the capacity of the electric current within his body. The special bioelectricity in his body was currently only enough for him to use the electric current attack a few times. Once it was used up, the special bioelectricity within his body would be depleted, and it would slowly recover. To expand the capacity of the electric energy, he needed to continue to strengthen himself and increase the strength of his cells. As the cells became stronger, they would be able to generate more electric energy. Now, I also have an energy attack method. In the future, electric shocks can also be used as a finishing move. Just at that moment, the sound of a text message on Sulugo's phone rang. Sulugo opened his phone, and Kurt sent him the address of the driver's convoy and his wife. Seeing this, Sulugo took little Spider-Man and went to find the convoy and his wife. Somewhere in New York. A few people stood. Somebody is asking about the radioactive chemical substance No. 7. It seems like they also asked about the driver from many years ago. I didn't expect that someone would dig up old accounts from many years ago. Maybe they found some clues. Find him and take care of him. All right. Before long, Sulugo found the convoy. He asked if the driver had transported goods for any company or individual before he died. The convoy said they couldn't remember because it was many years ago. Sulugo ultimately didn't obtain any useful information from the convoy. He immediately went to look for the driver's wife. Inside an apartment, a woman in her 50s opened the door. It was the driver's wife. Seeing Sulugo, the driver's wife asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Sulugo got straight to the point, "A friend of mine was injured because of the materials your husband was transporting. I came to find out what materials your husband was transporting at that time." Upon hearing that a friend of the victim had come to visit, the driver's wife immediately showed a nervous expression. "Definitely, don't worry, there won't be any compensation involved. Because the matter was settled privately." Upon hearing this, the tension on the other person's face eased slightly. She quickly said, "Come in, let me pour you some water." Sulugo entered immediately. Sulugo got straight to the point, "Do you know that the materials your husband was transporting caused a child to go blind a month before his death?" The driver's wife sighed and nodded. "No one expected that the materials in that truck would directly cause blindness. That was my husband's first accident while driving. But luckily, the insurance company provided compensation and treated the child's illness." Sulugo continued, "Do you know who the materials in that truck were being transported for?" The driver's wife bit her lip slightly. It was for a shell company that had already been dissolved. Sulugo's heart stirred. "How do you know it was a shell company?" The driver's wife said, "After the accident, my husband passed away a month later. They said it was due to a myocardial infarction. My husband never had any heart problems. How could he suddenly die of a heart attack? I feel that there must be something suspicious here. Most importantly, since the truck accident, my husband has been restless and his behavior has become strange." She clenched her pants, and then not long after, he was gone. "So, I suspect that his death is related to that accident and the company behind it. So, I specifically investigated that company and found out it was a shell company, and the people from the company had long since disappeared. And even the company itself has been dissolved. I haven't found any more clues since then." The driver's wife sighed at this point. Upon hearing this, Sulugo furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that he couldn't get the information he wanted here either. With that, the lead was cut off. Sulugo couldn't help but ask, "Before your husband died, did he mention anything strange? What exactly was wrong with him?" The driver's wife pondered for a moment. "He was restless every day." "Oh, I remember, his restlessness didn't seem to start after the accident. But on the day of the accident, early in the morning, he seemed a bit restless. I brought him a glass of milk, but he took it empty-handed. Now that I think about it, it was probably after his restlessness that the accident happened. After the accident, he came back and was still muttering to himself about a big bridge, and a poplar tree." Upon hearing this, Sulugo furrowed his brows slightly. "A big bridge? Poplar tree?" Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to him, and the images from the accident scene in Daredevil's file came to mind. The place where Daredevil had the accident was in front of a stone bridge, and just below the stone bridge on a slight slope, there was a poplar tree. So, there must be something under that poplar tree? Otherwise, the driver wouldn't keep mentioning it. Thinking of this, Sulugo's heart stirred. He said to the driver's wife, "If you remember any useful information, you can give me a call." After saying that, Sulugo wrote down a phone number for her. The driver's wife nodded. Sulugo left the driver's wife's home. He got into his car and stepped on the gas pedal. The car immediately sped away. He drove towards the stone bridge in his car. He wanted to see what was under the poplar tree. According to the driver's wife, the driver was restless, which led to the accident. It seems that the driver must have encountered something before the car accident. It is estimated to be related to the radioactive chemical substance No. 7. He probably discovered something related to radioactive chemical substance number 7, and it was something bad, which is why he was so restless. He turned the steering wheel and made a turn. However, after so many years, I don't know if there is still something under that poplar tree, or if the poplar tree is still there. After all, so many years have passed. Sulugo drove down a street, and soon arrived at the stone bridge where the accident happened. He could see a large poplar tree standing on the slope next to the stone bridge. It was the same large poplar tree in the crime scene photos. Seeing that the tree was still there, Sulugo felt a slight relief. But he didn't stop the car. After all, it was broad daylight, and it would be too easy to attract attention if he started digging by the bridge. He didn't want a crowd to gather when he was digging. He decided to come back later. So he drove past the stone bridge and continued driving. Just at that moment, Sulugo furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at the side mirror. He found that a car was following him. Who is following me? Have I recently offended someone? HYDRA? Essex? Or some other mess? Sulugo continued driving and took the car to a secluded place, then stopped. The car behind also followed and stopped behind him. Under that car, an electromagnetic pulse button was activated. Suddenly, all the electronic devices in the surroundings were disabled. A male voice came from the car behind. I didn't expect you to discover us. Your anti-surveillance ability is quite strong. Do you want to have a good talk with us by bringing us to such a remote place? The doors of both cars opened. One person got out of Sulugo's car. Several men got out of the car behind. Sulugo calmly looked at them. Who are you? Why are you following me? The leader of the men smiled. What have you been doing recently? Have you offended someone? Don't you have any idea? Sulugo frowned. Have I offended someone? So you guys are from the military? Upon hearing this, the man on the other side raised an eyebrow. Oh, you have offended the military. Not the military. So it's HYDRA. The man's gaze turned cold. You have offended HYDRA too? You have offended so many. Sulugo said, and also the Essex group. The men looked at the sunglasses-wearing man in front of them with a strange expression. One of the slightly chubby men took a deep breath. Damn, you, offending so many powerful forces and still alive. Sulugo frowned. Are none of them? It's too troublesome to guess, just confess yourselves. The slightly chubby man looked at Sulugo warily and said to his boss, if this guy is telling the truth, then he must have something. Offending so many and still alive. That would be quite impressive. The boss narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid might be playing mind games with us, trying to make us retreat without a fight. Before the boss finished speaking. Bang. 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 Sulugo swiftly drew his gun and shot at lightning speed. Except for the boss, the rest of the men were instantly shot in the head. Dealing with these men in front of him, Sulugo didn't need to lift a finger, just a few shots were enough. The boss's words came to an abrupt end, and he stiffly turned his head to look to the side. I saw my companions getting shot in the forehead one after another. Immediately, there was a loud bang as they fell to the ground. The leader's eyes were filled with fear. The opponent's speed was too fast, and their accuracy was too precise, hitting them in the head. Facing such a person, he had no room for resistance. Sulugo spoke, tell me, who are you guys? The leader licked his dry lips and said, we are security personnel from a certain company. We specialize in handling dirty work for the company, things that can't be seen. Our mission is to eliminate those who know about the artificial radioactive chemical substance, number 7, or those who are investigating it. You have been investigating these things recently, so we targeted you. So we are prepared to eliminate you. Sulugo didn't expect that the other party would be related to chemical substance number 7. And he didn't expect that just by investigating something related, he would be targeted for elimination. It seemed that this company had something to hide, either doing something unspeakable or having some undisclosed secret. He asked, what is your company? The other party replied, our company was dissolved many years ago, it's gone. Sulugo looked at the other party intently, are you kidding me? The company has long been gone, yet you are still working. The other party hurriedly said, it's true. But after the company was dissolved, the person in charge gave us a considerable amount of money to take care of the aftermath. To eliminate those who know about this matter. Then they disappeared, but we know that the company must have had a lot of power behind it. Because in order to conduct experiments with chemical substance number 7, they recruited many people, either resulting in death or disability. To be able to find so many people for human experiments, you can imagine their strength. And then they disappeared all at once. So we took the money and have been handling these things ever since. Sulugo asked, what's the deal with the driver? The other party said, the driver discovered that the company was using chemical substance number 7 for experiments, causing many people to die tragically. So the next day, because of his uneasiness, he got into a car accident. And later, he even wanted to report it to the police, so we silenced him and created the illusion of a heart attack. Sulugo continued, what exactly is chemical substance number 7? The other party said, it's an artificially manufactured radioactive chemical substance. The company wanted to induce mutations in the human body to obtain greater power. But it failed. That's why the company decided to shut down. Upon hearing this, Sulugo said, I thought the company shutting down was related to the driver's death. The other party replied, it's also related. It accelerated the company's closure. Chemical substance number 7 had been failing, and the company had already planned to shut down. The driver's car accident and death could attract attention from the outside world and potentially expose everything, plus chemical substance number 7 had almost no value anymore. So it was quickly shut down. Sulugo thought of the willow tree and asked, by the way, did the driver take something? The other party was taken aback, what do you mean? Did he steal something? Judging from the other party's reaction, it seemed that he couldn't extract any relevant information. So he said, do you have any useful information that can save your life? If not, he raised his gun again. The other party quickly begged for mercy. Sulugo saw that there was no more information to be gained. He shot the other party directly, then cleaned up the scene a bit and drove away. So what kind of company is behind this chemical substance number 7? Sulugo murmured. Sulugo planned to investigate secretly later. But for now, he would go and see what was under that willow tree. Soon, night fell. Sulugo drove to the stone bridge, took a shovel, and went down the slope to the willow tree. Taking advantage of the darkness and no one around, he started digging. He was very efficient. Soon, he dug up something hard. Dig deeper. Suddenly, a blue light lit up. Sulugo's gaze froze. This is Chapter 83. In front of Sulugo was a container with arms as thick as a forearm. Inside the container was a substance emitting a blue light. On the top of the container, there was a string of words. Artificial radioactive chemical substance No. 7. Seeing this, Sulugo's breath hitched, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the driver to have buried this thing. In fact, Sulugo had already vaguely guessed that the driver had buried the number 7 chemical substance. After all, something that the driver could hide and not let his wife know about most likely had to be a dangerous chemical substance. Based on the information he currently had, Sulugo made a bold speculation. After learning the truth about the number 7 chemical substance, the driver felt fear and was tormented by guilt. He feared the terror of the company and felt guilty because his company was transporting such harmful things. It was also because of his conscience that the driver had the idea of reporting it. But he hesitated. On the second day of learning the truth, due to being absent-minded, an accident occurred, and even a child's eyes were destroyed. At this point, the driver had the idea of reporting it, but he had concerns. So, taking advantage of the destruction and spillage of some chemical substances this time, he secretly hid a portion of the chemical agent under a nearby poplar tree, to leave evidence for future reporting. But before he could report it, he was dealt with by security personnel. Sulugo looked at the number 7 chemical substance in front of him and said, I thought I wouldn't find it for a while. But unexpectedly, the driver still hid a portion. With this thing, I can finally replicate the super hearing. Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared in Sulugo's eyes. A small head popped out of his chest, looking at Sulugo's happy expression. The little thing also showed a happy expression and clapped its hands cheerfully. Then it dug into the surrounding air for a while and placed itself on both sides of its head. It looked happily at Sulugo. Sulugo understood the little Spider-Man's special gesture, which meant that it could hear the sounds all around and obtain super hearing. Sulugo nodded, yes, I can hear the sounds all around. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Sulugo glanced at the sky and murmured, is it going to thunder and rain again? I have to hurry back. He picked up the number 7 chemical substance and quickly threw the surrounding soil into the pit. After doing all this, he was going to take the number 7 chemical substance to the laboratory. Now he had to go back and study how Daredevil gained his super hearing ability, replicate it, and make it his own ability. He immediately picked up the number 7 chemical substance and got into the car, heading towards the laboratory. At the same time, he sent a message to Daredevil, asking him to come over quickly. On the way back, a message came in. Boss. The lizard optimization serum is complete. We have already made 10 doses. Do you need it? If you do, I'll bring it to you. Seeing this message, Sulugo's eyes lit up slightly. Finally, this thing has been made. This is a life-saving elixir. He immediately sent a message to Kurt. Bring 4 doses of the serum to the secret laboratory. Apart from wanting to keep some as a backup, he also needed to prepare 1 dose for Nightcrawler. After all, he had promised to help the other restore his vision. Kurt immediately replied to the message, okay. I'll come right away. Bang. 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 Daredevil was fighting a group of gangsters. In a narrow alley. Daredevil fought with the physical abilities of an ordinary person. Even though his fighting skills were extremely high, he was still a mortal, the peak of an ordinary person. If the fight lasted too long, he would become tired and his movements would slow down. As a result, the enemy's fists and knives kept landing on him. After defeating more than a dozen gangsters, Daredevil's whole body was covered in wounds, panting heavily. Feeling the pain in his body, Daredevil took a shallow breath and gritted his teeth slightly. It hurts. Just at that moment, his phone vibrated. Daredevil took it out and saw that Sulugo had asked him to go to the laboratory. Upon seeing this, Daredevil stopped gritting his teeth and fell silent in an instant. He suddenly felt that the pain in his body was nothing compared to going to the laboratory. He would rather be beaten up by a villain than go to the laboratory, because the pain in the laboratory far exceeded being stabbed or punched by a villain. Rumble. A deep sound came from above. Daredevil sighed, "What kind of weather is this?" He hung his head in frustration and finally hailed a cab to go to the laboratory. Osborn Corporation. In front of a certain floor's circuit breaker door. A man was fixing the wires inside. Standing next to him was a man in a suit, with a sharp face. He spoke, "Max, the company hired you to work, not to freeload. You don't take care of the wiring on this floor properly. Don't you check it seriously? Don't you know how much damage it would cause if there was a sudden power outage while everyone in the company is working? Do you not want this job anymore?" Max said with grievance, I did check it seriously, but sometimes, it just malfunctions, and no one can stop it. After all, accidents happen no matter what it is. I can't guarantee that it won't have problems." Hearing Max's retort, the man in the suit became even angrier. His voice became sharper, "Are you saying that I wrongly accused you? Are you blaming me? The company hired you to solve problems, not to blame others and shirk responsibility. If you don't want to do it, get the hell out. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who do." Hearing the other person's words, Max quickly lowered his head, not daring to respond, and could only continue repairing the wires. "Do it quickly, if you can't finish, get lost tomorrow." After saying that, the man in the suit left angrily. Max hurriedly sped up his work, repairing the wires. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside the building. In theory, Max should have stopped at this point to avoid danger. But he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish the work tonight and would be fired tomorrow. He had worked hard to find this job, and now Osborn Corporation was doing better and better, so he didn't want to lose this decent job. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not thundering yet, I'll finish the repair quickly, and then it'll be fine." He hastened his actions. Sulugo entered the laboratory. Kurt had been waiting for Sulugo inside. Seeing Sulugo, he quickly walked up. At the moment, Kurt still had his severed arm, and he hadn't taken the potion yet. Although Sulugo had promised to give him a bottle, he didn't directly take it and use it. He still needed to hand over the item to the boss first and let the boss give it to him. It was a necessary procedure. In Kit's view, things had to be handed over to the boss first and then allocated by the boss. Only when he was assigned to it did he have the qualification to use it. He handed a small black box to Sulugo. Sulugo took the box and opened it. Inside were 4 special test tubes. Inside the test tubes was a crimson liquid, thick like blood. Sulugo immediately handed one of the optimized potions to Kurt, "Take it to heal your arm." Seeing the potion in Sulugo's hand, Kurt trembled all over. With trembling hands, he took the vial of medicine and said, Thank you, boss." Looking at the vial in his hand, Kurt felt incredibly excited. Finally he could restore his arm. He could finally become a normal person. After so many years of hope, it was finally going to be realized today. He pressed the end of the special vial. Instantly, a needle emerged from the other end. He stabbed it directly into his arm. Sizzle. The medicine in the test tube was automatically injected into Kit's body. Immediately after, Kurt felt a powerful vitality surging through his whole body. Immediately after, he felt an intense itchiness at the side of his severed arm. Immediately after, countless flesh buds sprouted and grew wildly outward. The sight was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was like the arrival of Thulhu, making one's sanity plummet. Those flesh buds intertwined and healed together. A segment of an arm kept growing outward. Soon, a complete arm appeared. Looking at the arm in front of him, Kurt couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Is this my hand? He squeezed his new hand, feeling its texture and grip strength. Kurt suddenly felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. "I finally grew my own new hand." He quickly looked at Sulugo and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, boss. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have what I have today." Nor would I have this brand new hand. Thank you. Sulugo patted his shoulder and said, all right, it's late, go rest. You've been busy these past few days. Go on, go back and surprise your wife. Kurt nodded. Then he happily walked outside. Good news, to share with his wife. Sulugo closed the box and put it aside. He took the vial of chemical substance number 7 and brought it into a sealed research room. Mainly to isolate the radiation from it. The container of chemical substance number 7 has an isolating effect. But if experiments are to be conducted, it needs to be taken out. It will create radiation in the surroundings. After all, this is a radioactive chemical substance with radiation. If the radiation is high, exposure to 650 rad will result in 100% death. If the radiation is below 400 rad, 5% of those exposed will die. With a lower dose of radiation, below 150 rad, the death rate is 0, but it does not mean there is no damage, often symptoms will appear after 20 years. Radiation can also damage genetic material in dose units, mainly causing gene mutations and chromosomal abnormalities, affecting one or even several generations. In order to conduct the experiment, Sulugo needs to place it in an isolation chamber. After the experiment is completed, Sulugo will use special devices in the isolation chamber to eliminate the radiation. Definitely, Daredevil and the driver were exposed to radiation and did not die, indicating that the radiation was not very strong. But it will still have an impact. At this moment, Daredevil also arrived. Sulugo said, let's start our experiment, you wait for me on the operating table. I'll finish my work first. Daredevil nodded and quietly lay on the operating table. Little Spider-Man crawled onto a table, his little head drooping, his eyes fixed on Sulugo. Sulugo put on a radiation protective suit and entered the isolation chamber. He took out chemical substance number 7 and placed it in a specialized instrument to begin his research. He constantly observed and conducted related radiation simulations, simulating the effects on human genes and chromosomes to see the resulting gene mutations and chromosomal abnormalities. And constantly recording relevant data. Constantly conducting relevant simulations based on new data. After the radiation of substance number 7, the 34th gene undergoes changes in the composition and arrangement of base pairs. The specific changes are as follows. In the 145th gene, adenine is replaced by guanine, and thymine is replaced by cytosine, resulting in a point mutation conversion. In the 234th gene, guanine is replaced by thymine, resulting in a point mutation transposition. In the 321st gene, cytosine undergoes oxidation and dehydrogenation to become uracil. Sulugo constantly records the corresponding impacts and changes. Observing how substance number 7 induces gene mutations. Under what dosage will it cause those changes? Under what time frame will it cause those changes? And constantly incorporating relevant data from Daredevil. Some time passes. Sulugo completes the analysis and recording of substance number 7. He immediately clears the radiation in the isolation room. Then he approaches Daredevil. He begins to conduct relevant experiments on him again, as well as recording. He starts to deduce how substance number 7 affects him. In the entire laboratory, Sulugo is constantly busy by himself. His movements are extremely agile, sometimes even appearing as after images, as if he has multiple hands. Sulugo is completely focused, doing his experiments with extreme seriousness. His mental capacity is pushed to the limit, operating frantically, consuming a large amount of his energy. As time constantly passes, Sulugo's experimental data on replicating Daredevil's abilities also constantly increases, continuously filling in the gaps. Sulugo constantly reconstructs the entire scientific process of how Daredevil obtained his abilities. It's like constantly collecting puzzle pieces, with more and more consecutive images, about to form a complete picture. Sweat starts to appear on Sulugo's forehead. Finally, after who knows how long, Sulugo puts down the instrument in his hand and finishes typing the last keystroke. The computer starts to perform simulations. Countless data flies across the screen, continuously displaying passing green. Finally, the data finishes flying. A window pops up. Simulation successful. Successful replication of the creation of the super ability. Seeing this, Sulugo clenches his fist, a burst of joy erupting in his eyes. We did it! Sulugo excitedly says, next, I will replicate the super hearing onto myself. He quickly starts to act. Beginning the experiment replication, he strictly controls every step, accurately reproducing each process. Replication constantly progresses. The little Spider-Man next to him stands up nervously, staring intently at Sulugo in the isolation room, its two front legs gripping tightly like a human. There's even a drop of sweat sliding down the little Spider-Man's head due to nervousness. Soon, Sulugo completes the final step. completing all the replications. Then, Sulugo starts to feel changes in his body. Changes in his ears. Internal structures are changing. Evolving. A brand new eardrum auditory organ is growing. The birth of super hearing is imminent. At the same time, outside the laboratory, after a dull rumbling sound, a loud thunderous boom, a massive lightning strikes the Osborn building. Chapter 84. After a low rumbling sound, the dark clouds in the sky finally gathered enough power, and finally erupted. Boom. A thick thunderbolt struck towards New York, illuminating the entire city of New York, directly hitting Osborn's building. Inside Osborn's building, the people who were still on duty or working overtime felt their ears ringing and their heads buzzing after the deafening sound. The violent electric current rushed into various electrical devices along the building's power lines or signal cables. These electric currents directly rushed into the circuit breaker of a certain floor, precisely the place where Max was repairing. Crackling. In an instant, sparks and lightning flashed in many places inside the circuit breaker, extremely dangerous. Max, who had just finished repairing the circuit, was startled by this sudden scene and quickly took a few steps back. Immediately, he looked at the scene with a dazed and desperate expression. The circuit that had just been repaired was completely ruined, and it couldn't be repaired in a short period of time. In the end, thunder and lightning started outside, making it completely unsuitable for repair work. Repairing it again would be suicidal. But if the circuit wasn't fixed, he would definitely be fired by his supervisor. In other words, he would soon be out of a job that he had worked so hard to get. Max grabbed his hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I had just fixed everything. And now, because of a thunderstorm, everything is destroyed. Why am I so unlucky? I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm going to be fired. Max looked at the circuit breaker in front of him in despair. Some parts of the circuit were completely damaged, and some areas on this floor had lost power completely. At this moment, the man in a suit walked over again. Looking at the completely broken circuit, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn it! Completely ruined. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. You useless piece of crap. FK, you can't do anything right, you worthless piece of shit." Max lowered his voice and became somewhat calm. "It's not my fault, it's an accident caused by lightning. This is not my problem, I'm not at fault." The man in a suit glared at Max angrily. "You dare to talk back? What kind of useless piece of shit are you? What's your status compared to mine? Get lost. Get out of Osborn immediately. There's no place for you here. If you don't leave immediately, I'll have the security throw you out. Garbage doesn't deserve to stay at Osborn." Hearing the other party's words, Max suddenly looked up, his face twisted, his eyes bloodshot. "What's my status? What's your position? What are you? What position do you have? You high and mighty people deserve to die. You use your status and power to exploit us low-level people, enslaving and whipping us. You don't understand anything. When something goes wrong, you make us take the blame. Do you know right from wrong? Do you have a conscience? Do you know that when people are angry, they can do anything? When people are pushed to the limit, they become demons." He suddenly grabbed the man in a suit and pushed him onto the sparking circuit. The man in a suit screamed in fear. He quickly grabbed Max's clothes, and Max also fell onto the circuit. Max saw the scene and widened his eyes in horror. No. The man in a suit landed on the wires. Boom. The violent electric current rushed into the man in a suit's body, raging wildly, as if countless knives were cutting through his body. A scorching sensation burned the man in the suit from the inside out. The area of skin, muscles, blood vessels, and bones that came into contact with the electric current suffered deep burns and necrosis. Cracking sounds rang out, causing the muscles throughout his body to contract forcefully, resulting in multiple fractures. Heart and respiratory irregularities began to occur, followed by damage to the nervous system, cerebral hemorrhage, cerebral edema, and organ damage including intestinal perforation, bladder necrosis, lung contusion, hemothorax, kidney damage, and so on. It was like the ultimate punishment. The man in the suit was filled with extreme pain. A howl erupted. At the same time, the electric current also passed through the man in the suit and reached Max. The violent electric current flowed into Max's body like a river made of countless shards of glass. It seemed as if countless shards of glass were flowing through his body, leaving countless scars inside him. The extreme pain struck Max's nerves. He let out a similarly horrifying scream. Soon after, the man in the suit turned into charcoal. While Max screamed in agony, his injuries were not very severe. On the contrary, there was a constant flow of electric current in his body, and his skin was glowing faintly, giving him a somewhat mystical appearance. And as the electric current constantly poured into his body, The electric light inside his skin became brighter and his overall condition improved. The injuries caused by the electricity earlier were slowly healing. The pain also diminished. After a moment. Bang. The man in the suit fell to the ground. Max also stopped absorbing the electric current and stood inside the electrical switch, his whole body emitting a faint blue light. Arcs of electricity jumped out of his body, as if elves were leaping on his skin. Max looked at his own transformation in astonishment. This is. Feeling the unprecedented power within him. Max quickly smiled, I have a super ability now. I have become a powerful super ability user. This is really amazing. It feels so good. My life has finally turned around, I am no longer a nobody. Because I have this powerful strength, I am now a strong person. Max walked out of the electrical switch, looked around, looked at the building, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He carried his grudge against the man in the suit and also directed it towards Osborn. Hating both the house and the crow. He gritted his teeth and said, this damn place. It should be destroyed. He immediately raised his hand. Several electric currents blasted out. Boom. Boom. Trash cans in the hallway, the front door was blasted open. Even the walls had a big hole blown through them. Suddenly. Cries of surprise and screams rang out. People who were still working on this floor were scared and fled, not wanting to be attacked. Some people also felt that Max looked very serious. Isn't that the electrician from our floor? How did he become like this? He always seemed so honest, but I never expected him to have this side. Having power means destroying everything at will. Damn it. Run away quickly. I don't want to be hit by him. Damn it. Why is this happening in our company? We're done for, the company is going to suffer huge amounts of losses. This guy will destroy everything. Max saw people scattering and escaping, and he laughed triumphantly. Run, run. Be afraid. You should be afraid of me. He constantly shot out electric currents. Desks, chairs, computers, and everything in the office were blasted to pieces. Max looked at his own power and immediately said, Osborn Corporation is so rich. If I can rob them, I'll be rich. Yes. I should rob Osborn Corporation's money. I am now a strong person, and everything is under my control. With this in mind, he quickly rushed towards the finance department. At this moment, the security personnel finally arrived, raising their firearms. Don't move. Otherwise, we will shoot. Stop immediately. Please stop your actions immediately. Seeing this, Max sneered, you bunch of losers. You think you can stop me? He immediately released several electric currents, instantly knocking down several security personnel. After doing this, he continued to rush towards the finance office. In one of Osborn's meeting rooms, Norman was still working overtime with his subordinates, studying the various details of the upcoming product launch. Finally, after careful consideration, they formulated a detailed plan. After completing these tasks, Norman, with a tired body, walked out of the meeting room. He was ready to go home and get a good night's sleep. Just at this moment, a phone call came in. General Manager, something happened on the 23rd floor. Norman's eyes immediately sharpened, what happened? There's a guy covered in electricity causing havoc on the 23rd floor. He has already injured several armed security personnel. No one can stop him. Furthermore, he is heading towards the finance office. He is probably going to rob the money. Hearing this, Norman said, I understand. He immediately ran towards his office. Returning to his office, he went to the nearby wardrobe, opened it, and pressed a button. Suddenly, a hidden compartment appeared behind the wardrobe. A set of Green Goblin armor appeared, which was the previous Green Goblin suit. The armor was still quite powerful, so Norman kept it for emergencies. Norman quickly put on the armor, picked up the glider from it, and flew out of the window, rushing out of the building. Soon, he saw Electro. Seeing this, he acted quickly. He directly broke through the glass of the building and charged towards Electro. Several flying darts were shot towards Electro. Electro looked at the flying darts and dodged them by moving to the side. He looked at Norman and asked, who are you? Why are you trying to stop me? Norman lowered his voice, stop your attack, don't continue making mistakes. Hearing Norman's words, Max sneered, I hate people like you who preach. If you want to stop me, let's see if you have the ability. After saying that, he rushed towards Norman. Immediately, with a gesture of his hands, arcs of electricity crackled in his hands. They quickly turned into two electric beams and shot towards Norman. Norman swiftly dodged, evading Electro's lightning attack, and charged towards him while pulling out a tranquilizer gun from his waist. Just as he was about to attack, Electro unleashed an even stronger electric current in his hands. Boom! It hit Norman's armor. Boom. Norman was directly knocked back, crashing into the wall and leaving a large pit. The powerful electric current instantly numbed Norman's body, followed by waves of pain. In an instant, Norman lost his fighting ability. After defeating Norman, the electric man's confidence soared. He laughed heartily. "I told you, no one can stop me. I am invincible. Now, no one can stop me," he said, then rushed towards the finance room, excitement filling his eyes. "Finally, I'm going to get rich." Others who witnessed the scene had dark expressions. "It's over. No one can stop him now. This guy is too powerful. He can control electric current and shock anyone who comes near." In the secret experiment room, Sulugo completed the replication. Changes were also happening in his ears. Soon, Sulugo's ear structure completed its evolution. In an instant, countless sounds flooded Sulugo's ears. The sound of people breathing while sleeping. The sound of the television at night. The sound of someone urinating. The sound of people talking at night. There was even the sound of someone tearing open a package and eating potato chips. An incredibly noisy stream of sound rushed into Sulugo's ears, almost breaking his eardrums and overwhelming his brain. Countless voices echoed in his mind. Waves of pain repeatedly struck his brain nerves. At that moment, he felt like his head was going to split open. Sulugo covered his head, clenched his teeth, and showed a painful expression. Drops of sweat flowed from his forehead. Sulugo knew that his head and body were adapting to the super hearing ability. Little Spider-Man, who was beside him, saw the scene and immediately showed a nervous and anxious expression. It quickly rushed to the glass, staring intently at Sulugo inside the isolation room. It made anxious whimpering sounds, seemingly asking Sulugo what was wrong and if everything was okay. Its front legs trembled nervously and anxiously, focusing on Sulugo inside. Not long after, the painful expression on Sulugo's face gradually faded. That was because his body was adapting to the super hearing ability. The intense pain disappeared. He began to distinguish those extremely noisy sounds, clearly identifying each sound within the chaotic stream. As long as he focused on a particular sound, that sound would become clear, while the other sounds would weaken. Seeing the pain disappear from Sulugo's face, little Spider-Man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, jumped off the glass, and sat on the ground. Suddenly, some chaotic sounds entered his ears. He keenly recognized a familiar voice among them. He recognized some of those voices as his employees, Osborn's employees. He even heard Norman's voice, heard Norman making a phone call. In an instant, he understood what was happening in the Osborn building. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A burst of electric arcs crackled inside. Sulugo said, "The electric man is dead." Chapter 85. Inside the military base. Inside a certain laboratory. A group of researchers in white lab coats are busy. Two people are standing outside the laboratory, looking inside. One is the lab director in a white lab coat, and the other is General Ross. The director speaks, "We are preparing and will be able to start the experiment soon. Furthermore, according to our tests, Carl has a strength of 25 tons, which is about 8 times that of Captain America's 3 tons. Additionally, his defense is able to withstand attacks from ordinary blades, close-range handgun bullets, and even rifle shots from a slightly longer distance. His defense is far superior to Captain America and 99% of super ability individuals. Furthermore, the experiment has no effect on Carl's mental state and will not make him lose control. It can be said that Carl is the most successful product in our super soldier serum recovery, far surpassing Captain America." He pauses and says, "According to our calculations, if the strengthening is successful, Carl's strength will double to 50 tons. In addition, his defense will further improve, even being able to withstand close-range rifle shots and have good resistance against sniper bullets. The most important thing is that Carl will continue to grow and become even stronger in the future." Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashes in General Ross's eyes. He nods and smiles, saying, "Very good, very good. You all hurry up and complete the repairs on Carl's ability as soon as possible. By then, we will be able to obtain Carl's complete ability and replicate it in more soldiers. A terrifying strength of 50 tons, combined with the ability to withstand close-range rifle shots. It's invincible. If we can use him to create a team, we will have a super army that surpasses most super ability individuals. At that time, our country will be the strongest on this planet." Speaking up to this point, General Ross clenches his fist in excitement. Then, his expression becomes solemn. "If we face a battle similar to the Battle of New York or the Sokovia War in the future, we will no longer be passive and powerless. We will no longer be bystanders. We will have our own super army and be able to deal with any enemy that comes." Speaking up to this point, General Ross clenches his fist, his eyes filled with a cold and stern look. The director nods, saying, Rest assured, General. Soon, we will complete Carl's ability and also research the secrets of his ability, creating a new super soldier serum. Upon hearing this, General Ross nods slightly and looks at the busy people inside the laboratory. At the same time, the defense of the entire base becomes even stricter. More soldiers are patrolling in more places. It's as if they want to turn the entire base into an impregnable fortress, not allowing even a mosquito to fly in. Sulugo comes out from the isolation room. At this moment, Daredevil has already regained consciousness. Sulugo takes out a tube of lizard-enhanced serum from a box and hands it to Daredevil. This serum will be able to heal your eyes. Daredevil takes the serum, his hand trembling slightly. It can really restore my sight. Sulugo nods, yes, take it home and use it. Upon hearing this, Daredevil understands that Sulugo is letting him leave. He quickly nods, thank you, then I'll go back. If you need anything, you can find me. He chuckles, I can provide pro bono legal assistance for you. After saying that, he takes a bottle of optimized serum and leaves the laboratory gracefully. Seeing Daredevil leave, Sulugo clears all the relevant data in the laboratory. Because everything is already recorded in his mind. He looks at the number 7 chemical substance beside him and murmurs, who exactly developed you? Besides the number 7 chemical substance, you must have researched other things too. What effects do your other chemical substances or other things have? Suddenly, his gaze becomes sharp. Looked at the top of the container. Around the black metal lid, there were 2 logos of the Earth, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing this, Sulugo raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, is this the logo of an organization or a company? With the Earth as the logo. Sulugo had no impression at all. Unable to understand, Sulugo shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. Right now, he still needed to quickly deal with the troubles of the company. Sulugo immediately sent a message to Kurt, asking him to clean up the secret laboratory and find a new one. For Sulugo, a secret laboratory was a mobile laboratory. After finishing these tasks, Sulugo shot out and left the laboratory, rushing towards Osborn Corporation. In his ears, there were the crackling sounds of Electro releasing his abilities in the Osborn Corporation in the distance. Electro. Sulugo muttered this name, his eyes slightly brightening. Electro, able to enhance his own electrical power by absorbing electricity. The more electrical power he absorbs, the stronger Electro becomes. After reaching a certain level of electrical power, he can even transform into electricity, just like Sandman, becoming intangible. Sulugo flew rapidly through the city, constantly spraying cobwebs. But elemental transformation requires the absorption of a certain amount of electrical power, which consumes a lot of electricity. Also, Electro has a limit to how much electrical power he can absorb. Once it exceeds a certain limit, he can no longer absorb it, otherwise it will explode. Furthermore, if the consumption of electrical power in his body is almost depleted, Electro in his electric form will also revert back to his human form and can no longer use electrical power. Only by recharging can he use his electric current abilities again. Sulugo paused for a moment. I also have electrical abilities, but there are huge differences between me and Electro. Electro absorbs electricity and releases it, while I originally generate electricity and then release it. The strength of Electro depends on the electrical power he absorbs, and there is a limit, although this limit is relatively high. But the strength of my electrical abilities depends on the strength of my physique. The stronger my physique, the stronger the special bioelectricity in my body. Currently, it seems that there is no limit to my electrical abilities. But the effectiveness is slower. In addition, after awakening my electrical abilities, my cells are basically immune to electricity. So, Electro's attacks are useless against me. Sulugo shot out cobwebs and continued to speed forward, a glimmer of light passing through his eyes. If I can absorb Electro's abilities, my electrical abilities and methods will become stronger. Special bioelectricity as a long-term growth ability. Electro's electrical abilities as a short-term combat ability. As long as I replenish enough electrical power, I can have excellent electrical attacks for a short period of time. Most importantly, I can also transform into an electric current and move through places with electrical appliances and wires. My survival abilities, infiltration, or escape abilities, will be further enhanced. By the way, if I can transform into an electric current, wouldn't it be easy for me to infiltrate that military base? If that's the case, I will have a better chance of finding an opportunity to capture Luke Cage. Thinking of this, a fervent look flashed in Sulugo's eyes. Electro, don't run, I'm coming. Now that you've become my employee, just keep dedicating yourself to me. On his chest, little Spider-Man's 2 feet scratched against the pocket, and a small head popped out, blowing in the wind. It swayed its little head slightly, showing a contented expression. Hearing Sulugo's words, Little Spider-Man's eyes brightened and it extended its right foot. Charge forward, charge forward. www. At Daredevil's home. Daredevil sat on the sofa, changed back into ordinary clothes, and held the vial in his hand. The hand holding the vial was trembling slightly. It showed his excitement. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He murmured, "This time, I must succeed, succeed. I want to regain the light. Definitely." Fist. He directly injected the potion into his body. Immediately after, the violent medicinal power rushed into his limbs and body. It quickly repaired the hidden injuries inside him. Those internal injuries caused by years of rigorous training and battles, such as blood, organs, meridians, and other internal damages. They were rapidly being repaired. Daredevil could only feel a warm and extremely fast sensation throughout his body. As if countless little hands were massaging him, causing Daredevil to involuntarily let out a comfortable moan. He felt a level of comfort in his body that he had never experienced before. The previously faintly painful areas completely disappeared. At the same time, the powerful medicinal power rushed towards his eyes, beginning to repair his damaged eyes. The central retinal artery occlusion caused by arteriosclerosis began to dissolve. The arterial walls began to thin and the lumen widened, the blood flow passage widened, and the occlusion was instantly washed away. At the same time, it rapidly dissolved. At the same time, the medicinal power rushed towards the axons of the 1 to 1.2 million ganglion cells in his eyeballs, beginning to repair the necrotic optic nerves, connecting a large number of nerves, and restoring vitality. The massive optic nerves were rapidly being repaired. Soon, all the optic nerves were completely repaired. In an instant, Daredevil regained his vision. The entire room came into view. Various colors appeared in his line of sight. Vibrant and dazzling. All objects were so clear. He could even clearly see the texture of the wooden coffee table in front of him. He could clearly see the calluses on his own hands and the muscle texture on them. He picked up a mirror beside him. Suddenly, his own face appeared clearly in his eyes. Familiar yet unfamiliar. After many years, Daredevil finally saw his own face again. His hands were trembling. He quickly took out his wallet and opened it. A photo appeared before his eyes. It was a middle-aged man with a smiling face. The image, blurred by time, once again vividly appeared before his eyes. 2 tears slid down Daredevil's eyes. "Father, I see your face again." Osborn Corporation. Electro ran towards the finance department. Soon, he arrived at the floor of the finance department. Electro was extremely excited. Finally, I'm going to get rich too." At this moment, Norman, who had recovered, caught up once again. Seeing Norman catching up, Electro coldly snorted, "You coming up here serves no purpose. You're not my opponent at all." After speaking, electric current diary left Norman behind. Norman dodged. Flying darts and pumpkin bombs were thrown. Electric current dodged the flying darts, but the pumpkin bomb exploded halfway. Boom. Electric current was directly blasted away. A slight smile appeared on Norman's face. "I thought you really couldn't hit me." Electric current was infuriated. He got up and roared, "You're asking for death." He stretched out his hands and aimed at Norman. A string of electric currents flew towards Norman. Norman quickly dodged. But immediately, electric current threw out an electric chain. Norman was hit and instantly stiffened. Electric current's hands erupted. A powerful electric current blasted out. Boom. Norman's armor was blasted with a big hole. His whole body shot out and crashed into a wall, leaving a deep dent in the wall. Norman completely lost his fighting ability, with a few arcs of electricity emanating from his body and his body twitching slightly. Damn, too strong. Norman struggled to lift his head and looked at electric current. Seeing this, electric current laughed heartily. "I told you, no one can match me. My electric power is invincible." He didn't look at Norman, but looked towards the finance room ahead, as he prepared to rush over there. Boom. The company's glass was shattered to 1.8. A dark figure wearing a mask rushed in. Seeing the newcomer, Norman's eyes lit up instantly. He naturally knew that the person in front of him was Sulugo. But his gaze dimmed. Because in his view, Sulugo's strength was similar to his own, just with better combat skills. But that was useless against electric current. There was no time to get close to electric current, as he would be blasted away. Norman weakly said, "Quick, leave, you're not his opponent. Quick, leave." He raised a hand slightly, wanting to warn Sulugo. Sulugo looked at electric current in front of him, still maintaining a human mentality, and felt slightly relieved. This kind of electric current was easier to capture. Immediately, his eyes became eager. This would be his new experimental material. Little Spider-Man in his front pocket didn't show up, quietly staying inside the pocket. But its eyes were filled with excitement. It seemed to be looking forward to the upcoming electric ability user. Seeing the sudden rush out of the guy, Electric Current was furious. Damn it! Where did this guy come from again? Why do you have to come out and stop me? Osborn is so rich, what's wrong with me taking a little? Why is all the money in the hands of these capitalists? Why should I be poor? I'm taking this money today. No one can stop me. He raised his hands. You dare to stop me? Go die! He roared. His hands erupted with a strong electric current, rushing towards Sulugo. Sulugo stood still, motionless. Norman growled, get out of the way. Chapter 86. The Electric Man looked into Sulugo's calm eyes and felt a slight sense of unease in his heart. Immediately after, a violent electric current rushed into Sulugo's limbs and body. Countless electric arcs erupted from the opponent's body. Crackling sounds filled the air. In this moment, Sulugo appeared like a deity enveloped in thunder and lightning. After a series of crackling sounds, the electric arcs disappeared, dissipating into the air. Occasionally, small electric arcs would emerge from the air around him with a crackling sound. But Sulugo himself showed no signs of being affected at all. Currently, Sulugo's cells are unable to store external electric current, only special bioelectricity. Therefore, the electric current released by the Electric Man ultimately flowed into the ground or dissipated into the air. Seeing Sulugo completely unaffected, Norman's slightly raised hand froze instantly. His expression was somewhat incredulous. What's going on? Why is he completely unharmed? Seeing this, the Electric Man's eyes almost popped out. His attack had actually failed. The Electric Man stammered, how is this possible? How could this happen? Why doesn't my electric current have any effect on him? Witnessing this scene, the Electric Man was greatly shocked. After all, suddenly gaining a powerful super ability and crushing everything in his path. In his eyes, he was practically invincible. But now there appeared to be someone immune to his ability. This was something the Electric Man couldn't accept. The Electric Man narrowed his eyes and raised his hands again. No. It's impossible. Facing my ability, how could you not be injured? Maybe I used too little electricity. He roared, then let me show you a stronger electric current. Saying that, he raised his hand. Sulugo's eyes flashed with determination as he rushed towards the Electric Man. He had to capture the opponent as soon as possible to prevent him from coming into contact with electric current again and absorbing more electrical energy. Seeing this, the Electric Man let out a loud roar. His hands erupted with a strong electric current. Countless electric arcs mixed together, forming an exploding electric ball. Outside the building, it seemed to be responding to the Electric Man's anger and roar. Boom! Terrifying thunder tore through the night. Resounding thunder echoed through the heavens and earth. The dark night became as bright as day. Boom! The electric ball in front of the Electric Man burst with a strong electric current, rushing towards Sulugo. Crackling sounds filled the air. Like a roaring and ferocious electric dragon, the strong electric current rushed into Sulugo's body. His clothes were insulators, designed to protect against the damage caused by his own use of electricity. He didn't expect them to come in handy here, to withstand someone else's lightning attack. A strong electric current erupted from Sulugo's body once again. Countless electric arcs burst on his skin, radiating brilliance. But just like before, there was not a single trace of injury on Sulugo's body, not even slowing down his steps. The strong electric current either flowed into the ground or dissipated into the air, just as before. Seeing this, the Electric Man clenched his teeth and unleashed an even stronger electric current. Boom! The originally thin electric current instantly surged to the thickness of a thigh. The stronger electric current entered Sulugo's body, causing an even more intense electric current to burst from his body. His whole body instantly became silver. Like a silver sun. He moved against the thunder, repeatedly tearing apart the terrifying thunder. This scene directly stunned the people around. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from the surroundings. Is this person? Who is this guy? So powerful. Oh my god, this is too cool. In the front pocket of Sulugo's clothes, little Spider-Man lay comfortably, and the strong electric current also flowed into its body. Under the stimulation of this electric current, little Spider-Man felt a warm sensation all over its body, as if soaking in hot water. It blissfully squinted its eyes, with a look of intoxication on its face. Oh! Comfortable. Sulugo had already arrived in front of the Electric Man. Sulugo's strength was constantly metamorphosing, and his height had reached nearly 1.9 meters. Currently, he was already 1.88 meters tall. The Electric Man, who was around 1.7 meters tall, seemed small in front of him. He looked down at the electric man, one big hand gripping the electric man's head. Sulugo, who was filled with silver lightning, exuded a sense of oppression. As if a god had descended. He calmly said, "Your electric current is quite comfortable." Countless thunderbolts exploded on his body. It was as if he was the source of thunder. Upon hearing these words, the electric man's mentality exploded. Quite comfortable. Looking at the two of them fighting like immortals. The people around all scattered, keeping their distance and not daring to approach even a little bit. Everyone was trembling. If the exit hadn't been blocked, these people might have run away long ago. Oh my god, these two guys are too terrifying. I hope we won't be accidentally injured. Just like in the Avengers Alliance fights, many innocent people also suffer and die. Don't say that, I'm about to wet myself. I'm going to cry, why am I so unlucky? Feeling the 5 fingers on his head like an unbreakable iron hoop, the electric man couldn't move at all. As if his head was sealed in dried cement. A trace of fear rose in the electric man's eyes. His whole body was covered in goosebumps. He screamed in terror. The electric current all over his body, at this moment, was released without reservation, like a torrent bursting through a dam. His eyes instantly turned pure white. The raging electric current rushed into the electric man's head, towards the hand that was gripping his head. Boom. The terrifying electric current exploded from Sulugo as the center. Countless small electric arcs surged in all directions. The surroundings lit up. The strength of the electric field began to rapidly increase. Powerful shockwaves and electromagnetic pulses instantly spread out. The walls next to Sulugo and the electric man instantly dented and cracked. A long dent spread out. As if a huge stick had struck. The central dent was the most severe, and you could even see broken wires inside, with a little bit of electric light still flowing. On the other side. Bang. 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 The glass outer wall of a distant building was shattered by the shockwave. Falling down, it turned into countless fragments. A rain of glass shards is falling. Shining brightly in the dark night. Fortunately, it is late at night now, coupled with the thunderstorm, there is no one below, and no damage has been caused. The dazzling light fades away. Sulugo's electric man has completely lost his power, with no electric arcs on his body, and he looks just like an ordinary person. Even his physical fitness is no different from an ordinary person. He is even more unable to break free from Sulugo's hand. And because of the increase in field strength, there are strands of electric arcs constantly appearing in the air. Very strange. The electric man looks up at Sulugo, who is unharmed in front of him, his mouth wide open, unable to make a sound out of fear. Despair and pain surge in the electric man's heart. Just when he finally obtained a super ability and hadn't been arrogant for long, he encountered someone who completely restrained him. Moreover, he has been captured by someone and cannot move at all. He's finished, completely finished. He is going to jail. He may even be sliced by government agencies. Various desperate thoughts flood the electric man's mind, accompanied by heart palpitations from watching horror movies in the past. He trembles uncontrollably with fear. The electric man was just a nobody not long ago, even a somewhat failed nobody. Because he suddenly gained power, his mentality swelled. After losing his power, he quickly returned to the state of an ordinary person and regained the mentality of a nobody. Sulugo looks at the electric man without any power, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Very good. Sulugo sees that the electric man has finally exhausted his electric energy and has become completely helpless, and he feels a slight relief in his heart. He immediately waves his hand to knock the other person unconscious. To avoid any unexpected situations. But at this moment. Boom. A deafening sound. A terrifying thunder tears through the dark clouds. Striking towards the Osborne building. Piercing through the sky. Directly towards the floor where Sulugo is located. Rushing towards the area filled with high electric field intensity and the most concentrated electric charge around Sulugo. The speed is extremely fast. Almost beyond everyone's reaction. Boom. Boom. Immediately followed by 2 thick thunderbolts falling down. Attracted by the same force. Rushing towards the area around Sulugo. So. Many people in New York see a miraculous scene. One after another, thunderbolts rush towards one place. All in the same direction. As if there is a thunderous black hole there. A black hole specially attracting thunder. Oh my god. Is this punishing a criminal? Striking continuously at one place. What kind of crime is this? It takes 3 lightning strikes. He's definitely done for. A Huxia international student watches this scene, puts down his ebook, and mutters, damn, which immortal friend is going through tribulation. 3 consecutive strikes of such thick thunderbolts, this immortal friend must be in the Mahayana stage. Lu Dai is not deceiving me, there really are cultivators in the world. Three thick thunderbolts strike towards Sulugo and the others. Seeing this sudden lightning, Sulugo widens his eyes. Not good. The surrounding electric charge is too strong, attracting lightning. For Sulugo, attracting lightning has no impact on him personally. But these lightning strikes have tremendous energy and will bring powerful electric energy to the electric man. Boom. 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 Three thunderbolts almost merged into one and rushed into the bodies of the two. The electric energy in the bodies of the electric man surged instantly. In an instant, it broke through the critical line. In a blink of an eye, the electric man transformed into electric current. Sulugo's hand suddenly grasped nothing. The electric man looked at his body transformed into electric current and exclaimed in excitement, "I didn't expect that I could still become like this. Ha ha ha. Heaven does not abandon me." The electric man looked at Sulugo, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. This man who was his natural enemy made him feel extremely fearful. He had to quickly get away from him. Whoosh. He rushed towards the cracked wall on the side. Because there were electrical wires inside. Sulugo wanted to grab him, but he couldn't catch hold of this electric current at all. The opponent directly rushed into the electrical wires and escaped. Seeing this, Sulugo frowned. Damn, this weather is too friendly to the electric man. Little Spider-Man lying in his pocket also sensed all of this. It drooped its little head and sighed. The electric man ran away, so naturally Sulugo wouldn't stay here. He sprinted towards the building, leaped out, and flew towards the safe house. I must not let the electric man escape. I must catch him and replicate his ability. Thinking of the scene where the opponent turned into electric current and disappeared into the electrical wires, a hint of eagerness flashed in Sulugo's eyes. I must obtain this ability. Next, I must find the electric man. The electric man will not leave New York, after all, his home is here. Next, either he will go home, or he will continue to commit crimes and seek more wealth through his ability. So, next, I either have to find this guy's residence, or find the place where he commits crimes again, and then capture him in one fell swoop. Sulugo flew through the air, with the strong wind whistling and rustling his clothes. His eyes remained calm and unaffected by the electric man's escape, without anger or frustration. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to catch the opponent again and make sure he couldn't escape. But after the electric man escapes this time, his vigilance will definitely increase. And with the ability to transform into elements, he will definitely keep that ability at all times. So, I must find a way to counter his elemental transformation. Unfortunately, I don't have the corresponding data on this guy, otherwise, I should be able to make a serum that temporarily suppresses his power. After all, in the Spider-Man 3 plot where 3 Spider-Men appeared together, they created a similar serum. This shows that this thing can be made. However, this electric man is not the same person as the electric man from that parallel universe. This electric man is from this universe. Although they are different people, the method of eliminating the ability should be the same. It's just that he doesn't have the corresponding data on the electric man's transformation, so he can't make the corresponding serum. So he can only take a different approach. I need to find a completely insulated container to imprison him, so that he can't escape by transforming into electric current. Then reduce the electric energy in his body. Turn him into an ordinary person. In Sulugo's mind, he recalled the scene where Iron Man summoned the iron prison that descended from the sky and enveloped the Hulk. He murmured, "It seems that I also need to make a similar sturdy insulated cage. When combined, they can form a cage to trap the electric man. And it should be able to withstand the destruction caused by the electric man." After obtaining powerful electric energy, the electric man's physical fitness will also improve. In addition, this cage needs to have the ability to reduce electric energy or extract electric energy from the electric man's body. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Sulugo's eyes. Boom! Thunder roared. The sky and earth brightened, illuminating the swift silhouette of Sulugo, which darted like an arrow, traversing the sky and earth, illuminating the cold light in Sulugo's eyes. Chapter 87. Quickly, Sulugo returned to his safe house. Back to the basement. He turned on his computer. Suddenly, the screens on the wall lit up one by one. There were also surveillance feeds from the military base. Sulugo glanced at the surveillance feeds of the military base and was immediately drawn to the scenes inside. The security operations at the entire military base had clearly been stepped up. There were patrols everywhere. And everyone's expressions were solemn. Seeing this, Sulugo furrowed his brows slightly. What's going on? The defense of the military base has become even tighter. It seems that something is about to happen inside the military base. To prevent any accidents, the defense has been strengthened. Sulugo instantly thought of Luke Cage. The military base had just captured Luke Cage, and now they would definitely be studying him. And his previous search for information on Luke Cage must have alerted the military. So, in order to guard against him and at the same time against Luke Cage's powers, the security forces were strengthened. It seems that these guys are preparing to study Luke Cage. Sulugo moved forward slightly to see if there were any special situations. The surveillance videos quickly flew by. Sulugo watched the screens intently. Quickly, Sulugo paused the surveillance video. And then zoomed in. And then played it slowly. Sulugo stared at the screen. A car drove into the military base. A slightly thin figure got out of the car and walked towards a nearby mountain. During the walk, he glanced around and showed a hint of determination. Sulugo slowed down the playback speed and watched frame by frame. Finally, he saw the person's face clearly. After seeing it clearly, Sulugo's eyes narrowed. Abomination. And it's Abomination who has already regained his human form. I didn't expect Abomination to regain his human form so early. Sulugo knew that in some future Marvel TV series, Abomination had already gained the ability to transform into a human form. But he didn't expect that at this time, Abomination had already mastered this ability. After all, compared to the Hulk's transformation, Abomination's transformation was more stable and harder to revert to human form. He didn't know what happened in between that caused Abomination to change into a human form. But at the same time, Abomination's appearance made Sulugo furrow his brows slightly. After all, this was an existence that could contend with the Hulk. Sulugo looked at the figure and murmured, I need to find Electro's ability as soon as possible. If I have Electro's ability, accumulate electrical energy to the extreme, and then release it with all my strength, the terrifying amount of electricity may not be able to kill Abomination, but it will be enough to temporarily overwhelm him. Sulugo began typing on the keyboard. He once again infiltrated the entire public surveillance system of New York. At the same time, he also hacked into the alarm system and filtered and set the alarm information. Only information about Electro would be reported, and the rest would not be reported. In addition, Sulugo used the personal information left by Electro in the company to find out where he lived. And he monitored the person's home through public surveillance cameras. After completing these tasks, Sulugo began to set up a special prison. He is preparing to set up a special prison similar to Iron Man's Veronica. That is, a large iron block deployed in outer space like Iron Man. During the time, while descending the equipment, it forms an anti-Hulk armor and a steel prison to restrain Hulk. However, Sulugo's new equipment will not be deployed in outer space, it's too far away, and it will take a long time to obtain the equipment. At least for now, he doesn't need such a thing. He just needs to place the new equipment high above New York. If he needs something from it, with a simple gesture, the thing will descend from the sky and be directly available for his use. Efficiency will be greatly improved. Naturally, an insulated prison for imprisoning Electro will be deployed here. As for other things, he hasn't figured it out yet. Sulugo first designed the insulated prison. First, the insulated prison will be similar to the steel prison that imprisons Hulk, consisting of a dozen or so plates, which will then be combined together to form a flashing military. But Hulk's steel prison doesn't have a bottom, so there will be a loophole and it won't form a completely enclosed space. This ultimately led to the Hulk breaking through the restraints by breaking through the Earth. Although Electro shouldn't have the ability to break through the Earth, it's still better to be cautious. So the insulated prison cannot have such a loophole, and I will also seal the bottom. I can use a cobweb-like subatomic technology to compress the insulation material to the bottom, and once the prison is synthesized, the insulation material will be released and fill the bottom, thoroughly forming a complete enclosed space and locking Electro inside for testing. Sulugo tapped on the keyboard and mouse, drawing on the screen to create a sketch design. The exterior will have machinery and steel, with a combination of prisons, automatic flight, and target locking capabilities. The interior will be made up of multiple layers of insulation material, sealing it inside. Sulugo continued, I remember that Electro has a huge weakness compared to me, which is that he is afraid of water. Compared to me, Electro is more like a power bank, with a complete circuit formed inside his body. Once he uses his electrical abilities and his body comes into contact with water, it will short-circuit and temporarily lose his electrical abilities. In the original work, Spider-Man dealt with Electro in this way. So I can also weaken him by targeting this weakness of Electro's. Inside the insulation material, I will add an additional layer of water protection, so that when Electro releases his electrical energy, water can be sprayed into his body from all directions. This way, it will cause a short circuit in Electro's internal circuitry and temporarily deprive him of his power. Sulugo tapped the keyboard, if I replicate Electro's super abilities and combine them with my own electrical abilities, I should be able to eliminate this fear of water weakness. But the specifics will have to wait until I catch Electro. At this moment, a bell rang. It was an alarm. Someone inside a small supermarket had called the police. They reported that someone had rushed into their supermarket and committed robbery. Using electricity to stun them, they took away thousands of dollars and some food and drinks from the store. Hearing this, Sulugo quickly tapped on the keyboard and hacked into the small supermarket. He immediately saw Electro's face. Sure enough, you're still constantly committing crimes. It seems that after being defeated by Osborn, you've become more cautious and have chosen a smaller location. But such a small place definitely won't satisfy your greed. Soon, you will be looking for a bigger place to plunder. So, it won't be long before you show up again. When you show up next time, I think it will be when we meet. After confirming that Electro was not lurking but eagerly continuing his criminal activities, Sulugo felt relieved. Immediately, after finalizing the general direction of the new equipment, he began to work on the details. The technical complexity of the insulated prison was not too high, so Sulugo didn't spend too much time from design to completion. He quickly started production. Sizzle. Inside the equipment laboratory, flames bloomed on the steel, welding and cutting were constantly taking place. Little Spider-Man sat quietly on a table next to it, with a mobile phone playing online classes in front of him, studying hard. Little Spider-Man is very smart, and he has already started learning middle school knowledge. Inside a car, the Electric Man sat in the back seat, surrounded by various foods and drinks. On the passenger seat, there was a stack of money. A smile appeared on the Electric Man's face. I finally have money. I can finally escape from the days of poverty. Soon, I can provide my mother with a better house and a better life. My mother will no longer have to suffer with me. Thinking that he could finally give his elderly mother a better life, the Electric Man's heart was filled with joy. After all, for so many years, he had relied on his mother, living in a rundown house. Because he had no prospects, no abilities, and was introverted and eccentric, he not only did not marry, but also did not provide a good environment for his mother, causing her to work hard. Even now, in his 40s, he still lived with his mother, and their basic needs were all supported by his mother's money. This also made his mother appear older than her peers. Although his mother had never blamed the Electric Man, he always felt sorry for her. So, after having money, the first thing the Electric Man thought of was his mother. To improve her living environment, to relieve her from labor, and to let her start enjoying life. After all, he had found a better place to live, no longer needing to reside in the previous cramped and old house. Soon, the Electric Man returned to the old rundown house. He woke up his mother and moved with her. Definitely, there was almost nothing to take. Only some important things were taken. Soon, the Electric Man left the house where they had lived for a long time with his mother. His mother was puzzled. Why are we moving? We don't have money. The Electric Man grinned and lied, because I got a new job, and my boss values me a lot, so he arranged a new place for me to live and even increased my salary. Mom, from now on, you can enjoy your son's blessings. I won't let you work so hard in the second half of your life. Hearing her son's words, a surprised smile appeared on the mother's face. Finally, someone appreciates my son. Where does your boss live? If you have time, Mom will bring some things to visit and thank him. The Electric Man said, no need, my boss is often out of the country and has an unpredictable schedule. You probably won't be able to meet him. Alright, Mom, don't think too much. Let's go to the new house. You can sleep in a bigger bed and have a better room. The mother muttered, Mother doesn't need to live in such a good house. You should take care of yourself more. Don't work so hard, you're not young anymore, you can't handle the labor, your health is important. And, now that your conditions have improved, you can find a partner. Mom will eventually leave. I can't watch you for the rest of your life. You need someone to support each other. Listening to his mother's muttering, the Electric Man's nose tingled. His mother had worked hard for him all her life. The Electric Man secretly vowed to let his mother enjoy a good life in the future. That night, there was a heavy rain. By the next morning, the heavy rain had stopped, and the dark clouds had dispersed. It came and went quickly. The next morning, Sulugo had completed the construction of the new device. It was a relatively large mechanical body. When assembled together, it formed a metal cube the size of a normal room. Inside the entire mechanical body, anti-gravity technology was used. It allowed the mechanical body to stably float in mid-air. However, the energy source Sulugo was currently using was not very efficient. It could only support the mechanical body to float in the air for half a month. After half a month, new energy needed to be added. If he could obtain the technology of the arc reactor, the duration of the mechanical body's suspension would be greatly extended. But for Sulugo at the moment, half a month was enough. He just needed to frequently replenish the energy. Inside the mechanical body, there is an insulated prison cell placed there. Composed of 13 plates, tightly fused together, It forms a diamond shape. Just like the steel prison that encases the Green Giant. When unfolded and assembled, it becomes a small enclosed prison that can envelop a person. The entire mechanical body, temporarily named Air Arsenal by Sulugo. Definitely, the entire mechanical body is also coated with a layer of stealth coating on the outside, which can prevent radar detection and the like. In addition to this, the mechanical body also has a visual stealth function, a technology that has long been developed and even used on helicarriers and some ships of SHIELD. So there are also some defective ones in HYDRA's database, which Sulugo has completed and applied. After completing these, Sulugo opened the ceiling. The land in the backyard suddenly unfolded, revealing the laboratory below. Sulugo tapped the keyboard a few times. The massive mechanical body disappeared from stealth and immediately rose up, flying towards the sky. Soon, it stopped at the target altitude and hovered steadily in mid-air. After completing these, Sulugo nodded in satisfaction. Next, it's time to capture Electro. Not long after, Sulugo received an alarm about Electro robbing a jewelry store. Finally, he's here. In front of the jewelry store, Electro was holding a large bag of things. His face was covered in electricity, almost obscuring his features. He was fighting against 4 people wearing blue outfits. One of them could release flames. Some could elongate their bodies. Some were made entirely of stone. Some could emit protective shields. The people who arrived were none other than the Fantastic Four. Electro in full power released a terrifying electric current. Directly piercing through the protective shield, he sent the Invisible Woman flying. He even blasted the thing far away, crushing a car. Even Mr. Fantastic couldn't withstand the terrifying electric current, being blasted away and burned. The Human Torch couldn't hold on either, facing the terrifying lightning, he was directly knocked down. There was no way, the Fantastic Four had just debuted at this moment, and they hadn't fully realized their abilities, so they couldn't defeat their opponent at all. Electro laughed heartily, "I am in my prime now, you can't stop me at all." Saying that, he prepared to leave with the bag of gold. Just at that moment. Whoosh! 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 The sky rang with the sound of tearing air. Everyone looked up. A dark figure descended from the sky. But those tearing air sounds were not coming from him. They were from the 13 metal long plates behind him. They were like 13 flying swords in flight. It was as if a wheel made of swords was closely following behind him. That scene made everyone's pupils shrink. The figure waved his hand. The 13 metal long plates shot towards Electro. Bang! 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 They struck the ground around Electro. The momentum was astonishing. They formed an iron prison, firmly enclosing him. Chapter 88. Everyone was shocked by this grand scene. Steel bars fell from the sky, smashing into the ground and trapping people, creating a powerful visual impact. Everyone felt as if the earth had trembled for a moment. Sulugo also landed on the ground. He clenched his fist. Instantly, the bottom of the insulating prison burst open, and the alloys combined, cutting through the earth. At the same time, a layer of subatomic insulating liquid sprayed out from the alloy, rapidly generating layers of insulating material, instantly filling the void left by the insulating material at the bottom. In an instant, the entire prison was completely enveloped in insulating material. There was no gap at all. Mr. Fantastic saw Sulugo using metal to surround Electro, and he shook his head, "It's useless. A metal prison can't stop his electric current. He can easily blast a big hole." As he spoke, he endured the pain and got up. Sulugo didn't pay any attention to Mr. Fantastic's words. His focus was more on the Fantastic Four. Especially the Invisible Woman. Because the Invisible Woman's ability was one of the abilities that his Superman prototype needed. The Invisible Woman's super ability was to manipulate the invisible field. She could use the invisible field to make people invisible and also form a force field using the invisible field. If developed to the extreme, she could even use the invisible field to achieve high-speed flight and create a force field explosion inside an opponent's body. In addition, she could also use the invisible field to emit ultrasonic shockwaves for attacks. Using the field for flight and defense. This was very similar to Superman's biological field. But for now, the Invisible Woman was not his target. After all, you have to take things one step at a time. He still needed to deal with Electro in his hands and settle the matter with Luke Cage. Seeing Sulugo looking at them, the Fantastic Four thought that Sulugo had listened to their words. The Invisible Woman got up from the ground, "Let's continue the fight." The others also got up one after another. Electro looked at the thing that trapped him and shouted, "This thing can't hold me. I can easily break free from it." Hearing the roar from the prison, the Fantastic Four outside had a serious expression on their faces. Sulugo shook his head, "No need to be nervous, it's over." Inside the prison, Electro was about to launch an attack, releasing huge amounts of electric current from his hands. Just at that moment, high-pressure water lines burst out from all directions and rushed towards Electro, drenching his whole body. The next moment, a short circuit occurred, Electro trembled all over, and smoke rose from his body. Electro let out a scream, ah! Soon after, his eyes rolled back, his feet kicked, and with a bang, he fell inside the insulating prison. The people outside were preparing to face Electro's attack, but then they heard a scream. And then they heard a bang. Inside the steel prison, there was no sound anymore. Suluo saw this and a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. He immediately stepped forward, lifted the insulating prison, and with a burst of speed, quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. The Fantastic Four looked at each other. The Thing scratched his head. This is resolved. Such a tough opponent, and he was defeated by an iron cage. Human Torch looked at Suluo's disappearing figure. Who is this guy? He solved this electric guy with just one move. Why have I never heard of such a person before? Mr. Fantastic frowned and said, it seems that it's not as simple as just a prison cell. There must be a method inside that restrains this guy. Moreover, the fact that he can lift such a large iron block and run so fast indicates that his strength and speed have reached an astonishing level. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such a powerful person? Shortly after, Suluo returned to the basement holding a transparent insulated prison cell, entering directly from the backyard. After all, the insulated prison cell was quite large in size. The main entrance was impossible to enter. After Suluo entered, he went into a specially modified insulated room. He immediately opened the insulated prison cell, revealing the unconscious Electro inside. Suluo quickly drew a tube of blood from him, then locked him back in the insulated prison cell. After completing these tasks, he left the laboratory. Suluo did not immediately start researching Electro. After all, Electro still contained powerful electrical energy at the moment, and there was a great potential for escape. His research on Electro would take a considerable amount of time. During this period, as long as Electro woke up, it would be easy for him to escape along the instrument's circuit. If that were to happen, the research would fail. Therefore, Suluo's first task was not to study him, but to use his DNA to develop a special serum that could suppress Electro's abilities. Only by suppressing Electro's abilities could he continue his research. Suluo carried the blood of Electro and went to the biological laboratory. At the same time, a message arrived on Suluo's computer. It was sent by Kurt. Suluo opened his email. Inside were some information that Suluo had asked Kurt to investigate. During this time, Suluo asked Kurt to inquire about Beast, Essex's mastermind, chemical number 7, and other related information. And what Kurt sent this time was the information about Beast. According to Kurt's findings, once Beast possessed someone, it seemed that unless that person died, Beast could not possess another person. Moreover, Beast seemed to have to possess a person in order to exert its power. In addition, once the person who was possessed by Beast was restrained, Beast would also be restrained. The weakness of Beast was the person it possessed. This was what Kurt currently understood. Seeing this, Suluo murmured, it's a pity that I didn't find out about Beast's abilities. I can't have a clearer understanding of Beast's abilities. If I had a clearer understanding of Beast's abilities, maybe I could take action against it and capture it. A primitive demon should have strong research value. And a primitive demon must be good at magic. If I can capture it, maybe I can make up for my lack of knowledge in magic. Moreover, I remember that there is a strong countermeasure against Ghost Rider. It is a very rare existence that can counter Ghost Rider. So Beast has a strong capturing ability. Unfortunately, I still know too little about Beast, and I am completely insufficient to take further action. The reason why he inquired about Beast was because Suluo had developed a strong interest in this guy and had the intention to capture him. But with the current lack of information, he could only bury this intention in his heart for now. Suluo looked at the blood of Electro in his hand and said, now, let's create the suppressing serum. Thinking of this, Suluo began to study the blood of Electro in his hand. He quickly analyzed Electro's DNA. In addition, Suluo had previously studied the genes of Wolverine's clone, X-24, as well as the current food. He discovered the inhibitory effect of the current food on mutant genes, as well as the improvement of the X-24 gene, which made it immune to this inhibition. From this, Suluo learned some techniques for suppressing abilities. Now, it was just the right time to use them on Electro. However, what he learned from Essex was a technique for permanently suppressing abilities. Suluo doesn't need permanent suppression, he only needs temporary suppression for a period of time. So the difficulty will be smaller. The main method is to edit special genetic information to suppress and weaken the extraordinary genes, temporarily rendering them inactive and ineffective. making it impossible for a person to use their super abilities for a short period of time. Definitely. The stronger the super ability, the higher the difficulty, and the more complex the genetic suppression techniques required. It may even require some external forces. Currently, the abilities of the Electric Man are completely within Sulugo's knowledge of genetic suppression, and do not require any powerful external forces. Inside the entire room, only Sulugo's swift movements and focused mind. Because he already possesses some techniques for suppressing abilities. So Sulugo's progress is quite fast. After analyzing the Electric Man's DNA, Sulugo began to attempt to suppress the extraordinary part of the Electric Man's DNA. He found the nodes for suppression and began editing the genes. In this primary structure, adenosine needs to be added. The basic residues in the protein can form ionic bonds with the acidic sugar phosphate backbone of DNA, causing the base sequences in the complex to separate from each other. The contactability of the protein to different bases depends on whether the bases are in the major groove or the minor groove. Sec. Here, the high-level structure of the superhelix needs to be adjusted a bit. As he constantly edited, the extraordinary gene segment in the Electric Man's DNA began to be suppressed and temporarily lost its effectiveness. Finally, with Sulugo's completion of the editing, the extraordinary gene group in the Electric Man's DNA has been completely suppressed, temporarily losing its effectiveness and activity. In the next 3 days, it will completely lose its effectiveness and be unable to function. Seeing this, Sulugo's eyes brightened. Finally completed. Very good, next is to start making the serum. Sulugo's hands moved swiftly. Before long, he completed the production of the serum. A brand new vial of serum appeared before Sulugo. A vial of pale green special serum. The specially made suppression serum for the Electric Man's ability, successfully made. Immediately, Sulugo entered the insulated room. Closed the insulated room. Sulugo opened the insulated cell. The Electric Man inside had already woken up. Seeing Sulugo, who was still dressed tightly, he felt a wave of fear. He thought about escaping. Just at this moment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A large number of water pipes aimed at the Electric Man, from all directions, densely packed, making the Electric Man's scalp tingle. On the ground, the water had already risen to ankle level without anyone noticing. Sulugo calmly said, "Dare to move." Feeling the water on his feet and looking at the terrifying water pipes around him, the Electric Man quickly shook his head. "No. I dare not move." Sulugo nodded, "Don't move, I will inject you with a serum that suppresses your ability." He honestly explained the effect of the serum, causing the Electric Man's scalp to tingle. He quickly wanted to dodge, but met Sulugo's calm gaze. Perhaps due to continuous setbacks, the Electric Man was filled with fear towards the man in front of him. He instantly dared not evade anymore and stood still in place, allowing Sulugo to give him an injection. That appearance is unusually obedient. After Sulugo finished the injection, he looked satisfied. "Very good. Now, let's start our experiment," he said. After saying that, he walked out of the insulated room. "Follow me," Sulugo's voice came from ahead, and the Electric Man quickly followed. After coming out, he looked at the surrounding instruments and wires, and immediately had the thought of escaping. He quickly tried to use his own ability. But it was completely useless. Because he couldn't feel his ability anymore. His ability was indeed suppressed. The Electric Man lowered his head in despair, following Sulugo like a soulless zombie. The two of them then entered a separate operating room. Sulugo said to the Electric Man, "Lie down." Facing Sulugo, the Electric Man had no intention of resisting, and immediately lay down, bound up. Lying on the operating table, terrifying scenes instantly appeared in the Electric Man's mind. He trembled all over. He immediately thought of his mother. If he died, what would his mother do? He was his mother's only relative, the most important person in her world. If he died, his mother would probably find it difficult to go on living. Even if she continued to live, an old woman would have a hard time, and she would suffer the pain of losing a child every day. When she got older, she would be alone, living a miserable life. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Sulugo. "Can you not kill me? My mother is still waiting for me to come home." Although the Electric Man was afraid of death, he was even more afraid of his mother suffering in hell every day. Sulugo calmly said, "Cooperate well, and you might be able to survive." Sulugo actually didn't plan to kill the Electric Man. Because the Electric Man still had a use. He wanted to push the limits of the Electric Man's ability, which required continuing experiments on him. After all, when it came to experiments, he wouldn't use himself as a subject. In addition, he needed the Electric Man to serve as a part of his intelligence system in the future, using the other's ability to gather various information for him. The most important thing was that Sulugo knew the Electric Man was filial, so he was relatively easy to control. Hearing Sulugo's words, the electric man widened his eyes. Really? Sulugo didn't say anything more, and directly anesthetized the electric man, starting his own experiment. He had already analyzed the electric man's DNA before, and now he began to analyze how the electric man's ability was formed. What mutations occurred in the genes, and what abnormalities appeared in the chromosomes. In the following days, Sulugo continued to conduct related analyses and experiments. He began to integrate his own electric ability, carrying out corresponding combinations. The electric man originally feared water because he had a complex network of electric currents in his body to absorb, store, and release electric currents. Water would cause a short circuit in the electric man's original network of electric currents, causing him to lose his ability or even faint. Sulugo himself would not encounter this situation. Because of his special bioelectricity, he didn't need to go through a complex circuit to release it, he could release it directly, so there would be no short circuit. Sulugo redesigned the electric current network in the electric man's body, and the new network would only be responsible for absorbing and storing electric currents, no longer performing the action of releasing. Sulugo planned to use his own special bioelectricity to guide the storage of electric currents and release them, no longer relying on the electric current network for release. In this way, there would be no short circuit, and he would not be afraid of water-induced fainting. After a few days, Sulugo finally completed the replication of the electric man's ability. A bottle of specially made electric man ability serum was produced. Sulugo looked at the serum in his hand, a deep blue color, with many faint electric arcs generating and extinguishing inside, exceptionally strange. Finally, it's done. Next, I can go find Luke Cage, Sulugo said. After saying that, he directly injected the serum into his own body. Chapter 89. Immediately after. Boom. Sulugo's whole body erupted with lightning. The complex network of electric currents within his body began to form. Quickly. The complete and beneficial network of electric currents within the human body took shape. Sulugo walked to the side. He picked up a wire, which was still flickering with electric sparks. He pinched the spot where the sparks were flickering, and then, immediately, the network of electric currents within his body started to activate. Suddenly, a suction force targeting electrical energy emerged, causing the electric current inside the wire to flow into Sulugo's network of electric currents. At that moment, Sulugo felt a warm and comfortable sensation throughout his body. Sulugo absorbed a little bit, allowing electrical energy to flow within his network of electric currents. He didn't continue absorbing more. Mainly because Sulugo didn't want to absorb so much electrical energy that the entire area would lose power. Then, he activated the special bioelectricity within his body to activate the absorbed electrical energy. With the guidance of the special bioelectricity, the absorbed electrical energy also began to move. Sulugo raised his hand. Crackling sounds filled the air. A large number of electric arcs blossomed in his palm. These were two types of electrical energy intertwining. Success. Sulugo looked at the continuously exploding electric arcs in his hand, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Sulugo aimed at a wooden board. Whoosh. The electric current surged out. Bang. The wooden board was shattered. Seeing this, Sulugo nodded. Very good, the release is completely problem-free. And because it's not released through the network of electric currents, the fear of water is resolved. Next, it's time to charge. To completely fill myself with electrical energy. This way, not only will I have sufficient electrical energy, but I will also be able to transform into an electric current element. Then, he walked to the side. And picked up a special suit. This suit was created by Sulugo to simulate the Fantastic Four's clothing. The Fantastic Four's battle suits can adapt to their respective abilities. Just like the Invisible Woman's battle suit can turn invisible, and the Human Torch's battle suit can withstand extreme heat and increase temperature. Sulugo's battle suit is the same. It can adapt to Sulugo's electricity, and most importantly, it can transform along with Sulugo's electrical elementalization, becoming one with the element. So that when Sulugo transforms from lightning back into a human, he won't be naked. He put on the specially made battle suit. Sulugo immediately left the place and headed towards the power station. Inside a military base. Outside a laboratory. General Ross and the person in charge stood there, observing through the glass. Inside. Luke Cage was lying in a special device. People in white lab coats were busy around him. They injected special potions and serums into the syringes next to them. Excitement filled their faces. After all, for them, this would be a great experiment. Once successful, they would become figures engraved in history. They would become milestones in the scientific community, the pride of the nation, and heroes of the people. Everyone was fully focused, diligently completing their tasks with meticulousness. In a corner of the laboratory, A middle-aged man sat on a chair, boredly watching everything. His demeanor was completely different from the others on the scene. While everyone else was extremely nervous, he seemed indifferent. As if the experiment being conducted was not a big deal. And this person was the despised antagonist, Bronsky. For Bransky, no matter how this experiment is conducted, the super soldier created will not be his opponent. So he doesn't care about it. He is only interested in the Hulk, or a stronger existence. Outside the glass window, the person in charge spoke, "General, we have reached the final stage. We have completed all the preparations for the completion of the experiment. Whether it is completing the serum or the auxiliary special potion, it's all done. As long as it is injected here and our experimental data is correct, then the experiment will be successful. Then Carl will complete the final optimization. Becoming a complete steel enhancer, possessing a body harder than steel, and having great strength." General Ross also showed some eagerness in his eyes. He quickly said, "Inject it immediately. It's not time yet, we still need to wait for Carl's physical values to reach their peak before injecting. This way, the chances of success will be the highest. We just need to wait a little longer. Soon, Carl's warm-up values will reach their peak." Hearing this, Ross nodded. On the other side, after a burst of speed, Sulugo arrived at the power station. Looking at the power station in front of him, Sulugo said, "Next, I'm going to mooch off the electric power of the power company." After a few jumps, he arrived at a socket and directly inserted his hand into it. Immediately, he fully released his ability and began to absorb the electric power. Suddenly, Sulugo seemed like a black hole, exerting a huge influence on the electric power. Boom! A massive amount of electric power surged towards Sulugo and constantly flowed into his body. At this moment, Sulugo felt extremely comfortable, as if he was enveloped in a hot spring. Arcs of electricity also constantly appeared on his body, crackling. As he continued to absorb, more and more arcs of electricity appeared on his body, like flashes of lightning swirling around him. Seeing this, soon, Sulugo's absorption reached the limit of elemental transformation. The next moment, Sulugo directly transformed back into a human-shaped electric current standing in place. At the same time, his ability to absorb electric current was greatly enhanced. He swallowed a large amount of electric current like a whale, which flowed into his body. Soon, his electrical capacity was full. He immediately stopped absorbing. "Next, I will go to the military base and find a way to get Luke Cage out." Sulugo's human-shaped lightning rushed into the wires, flying through the electric current and wires. He sprinted towards the military base at a fast speed. Before coming, Sulugo had memorized the electrical circuits of New York. So he was very familiar with the route and had no chance of getting lost. Not long after, Sulugo arrived at a camera at a certain location in the military base. Looking at the military base in front of him, looking at the densely packed patrol personnel not far away, a smile appeared on Sulugo's face. This electrical elemental transformation ability is really good. It was so easy to slip into the base without anyone noticing. Next, he would go in and find Luke Cage. Sulugo immediately plunged into the military base inside the mountain. Chapter 90. Inside the safe house, Elizabeth is watching cartoons in the living room. On her shoulder, little Spider-Man is lying. Both pairs of big eyes are watching the cartoons with great interest. When they get excited, the two little ones are also very excited. "Hurry up and find him. Hurry up." Elizabeth waves her fist. Little Spider-Man also clenches his two front paws and shakes. After a while, Claude walks over. He says, "After finishing this episode, it's time to start studying." Hearing this, Elizabeth instantly becomes dejected and loses her enthusiasm. But little Spider-Man on Elizabeth's body stands up, his eyes shining. The two of them form a sharp contrast. Claude rubs his forehead and says, "Little Yi, look at others, then look at yourself. Is studying really that painful?" Elizabeth quickly nods. Claude helplessly continues, "We haven't been going out recently, and disguises are not allowed. Because there have been incidents in New York recently, many homeless people have gone missing. For safety reasons, it's best to stay at home." Elizabeth obediently nods, saying, "Okay." In a dim place, homeless people lie on shelves, with long transparent tubes in their hands. Blood flows down the tubes. In the center below, there is a coffin. Each tube is inserted into the coffin, and the blood flows into it. Some homeless people have been drained of blood, looking like mummies, but they are not dead, their eyes are still open, and their eyeballs are moving. There is no pain on their faces, only a blank expression. After all the blood is drained from everyone, the coffin is opened, and an infinite cold-blooded aura emerges from it. A pair of cold and fair 5 fingers reach out, grabbing the edge of the coffin, and a figure sits up. It is Black Void. Her hair has grown longer, reaching her waist, and she is now in her 82nd generation. In front of her, a group of people with folded hands kneel respectfully on the ground. "How are the sacrifices this time, leader?" says the elder of the folded hands. Black Void says, "Very good, I finally have a part of the power of the evil god. Very powerful." She squints slightly. "Next, I will go find that man." The elder asks, "Why is the evil god so obsessed with that guy?" Black Void says, "Because that person has a strong body, with amazing cell activity. It is the best vessel for the evil god, and if properly excavated, it will become the strongest Black Void in history." Black Void continues, "The people we sent out last time still couldn't capture him. It seems that this time, I have to personally take action." As she says this, a thick black aura overflows from her slender fingers. Inside the military base, the various lines are very complex. Sulugo is running at high speed, running around, almost making him dizzy. After passing through one room after another, finally, he arrives in a laboratory in front of a certain plug. Suddenly, the scene inside comes into Sulugo's view. Inside a closed instrument, Luke Cage is lying, special liquid flowing over his body. Various long tubes are inserted around him. At this moment, Luke Cage has his eyes closed, as if he has fallen asleep. But Sulugo can tell from the sound of his heartbeat and breathing that he is awake. Around the instrument, a large number of researchers in white coats are busy. Suddenly, a figure enters Sulugo's view. Instantly, it makes his mind freeze. It is Bronsky. I saw the other party sitting calmly in the corner, watching the experiment with a faint gaze. He couldn't help but think to himself, sure enough, Bronsky is here specifically to oversee this research, to prevent any unexpected incidents. Sulugo looked at the series of operations below, feeling somewhat puzzled. This doesn't seem like research on Luke Cage's ability, but rather like injecting something related to strengthening. What are these guys doing? Sulugo didn't act rashly because it wasn't the right time yet. He decided to first find out what the National Department was planning to do. Seeing this, Sulugo immediately rushed towards another location. Soon, he arrived at the outside laboratory. There was no one here. It seemed like everyone had gone to work in the laboratory. Sulugo transformed back into human form and landed on the ground. He approached a computer and quickly typed on the keyboard, swiftly disabling the surveillance in the studio. Continuous loop of no one on the screen. All of this was completed almost instantly. After finishing these tasks, Sulugo continued to type on the keyboard, accessing Luke Cage's information. Soon, the relevant information for this experiment popped up. Sulugo's eyes quickly scanned through the data. So Luke Cage's previous ability was defective. Because the experiment wasn't completed, the ability was defective, the upper limit was locked, and most importantly, there were significant flaws that would gradually consume his life. Looking at Luke Cage's data, Sulugo narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Luke Cage's experiment was actually incomplete. It seemed that the previous experiment had been tampered with by someone else, and it was originally imperfect. And this imperfect experiment unexpectedly led to the emergence of Luke Cage's ability. But at the same time, it also created the flaws in Luke Cage's ability. He continued to read further. Looking at the researchers' studies on Luke Cage and the related data, Sulugo quickly scanned through the data, memorizing the information in his mind. After being accustomed to the data, Sulugo saw the corresponding completion plan experiment. Looking at the completion plan, Sulugo murmured, "The direction of this completion plan is completely correct. To complete Luke Cage's ability and compensate for its original flaws. Only then can the corresponding genes and ability of Luke Cage be complete, and only then can we conduct research experiments and obtain more complete and accurate data. In this way, we can study the secrets of Luke Cage's ability and replicate it. The overall direction is completely correct, very good." Sulugo's eyes brightened slightly. This experiment was completely flawless. It wasn't just random experimentation. In that case, Luke Cage's ability will be greatly enhanced. Next, if I replicate Luke Cage's complete ability, I will gain a much stronger steel body than expected. Thinking of this, Sulugo felt delighted. He never expected that Luke Cage's ability was incomplete and could be completed. He never expected that he could gain a much stronger and tougher body than he had anticipated. And after completing Luke Cage's ability, there will be even greater potential for upgrades. Sulugo continued reading. At this moment, his ears twitched. Several researchers were walking towards the office. Through their conversation, Sulugo learned that these researchers were on duty. To avoid arousing suspicion, Sulugo transformed into an electric current and once again traveled through the circuits. Sulugo now had a basic understanding of the situation. He was ready to continue to the laboratory, find an opportunity, and take Luke Cage away. But before that, Sulugo transformed into an electric current and swiftly flew into the control room. Inside the control room, a group of people were tapping on keyboards. On the wall in front, there were many screens hanging. They displayed surveillance footage from various parts of the base, as well as data on weapons and equipment. One person was tapping on a keyboard. Suddenly, an electric current emerged from the keyboard. The person was startled and quickly took a step back, saying, "Damn! Is the keyboard malfunctioning?" Zap! A strand of electric current instantly rushed towards that person, like a venomous snake attacking. The person kicked his feet, his eyes rolled back, and with a loud thud, he fell to the ground. The people around quickly ran up. What the hell is going on? Is this keyboard a piece of junk? Did the purchaser take a bribe? Damn it, we need to immediately take him to the infirmary. Just then. Sizzle. Crackle. More electric current surged into the keyboard. The people around were instantly shocked. What the hell? Why is so much electric current coming out of the keyboard? Why is there so much electric current pouring out? It's like a flood. Damn it, quickly unplug the keyboard. Just then. Zap zap zap. Streams of electric current flew towards the crowd. Before the people could react. Bang bang bang. Each of them kicked their feet and fell unconscious, crashing to the ground. Immediately after, Sulugo transformed back into human form and landed in the control room. He began rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Soon, he made the necessary settings and elevated Luke Cage's permissions to the highest level. This was mainly to facilitate Luke Cage's escape from the base after being rescued. Because Sulugo could transform into an electric current, he didn't need to do much to easily escape from here. After completing these tasks, Sulugo left the control room and returned to the laboratory where Luke Cage was located. He curled up on top of a camera, observing everything below. His attention focused on Bronski. There was no doubt that Bronski was the biggest obstacle to rescuing Luke Cage. If he wanted to save Luke Cage, he had to hold Bronski back and prevent him from stopping Luke Cage's escape. As long as Bronski couldn't catch Luke Cage, with Luke Cage's strengthened abilities and the elevated permissions Sulugo had given him, it would be relatively easy to escape. So, the only situation now was to stall Bronski. In terms of strength, Sulugo was definitely far inferior to Bronski. His only advantage at the moment was the massive amount of electric current in his body. If he were to release all the massive electric current inside his body at once, although it wouldn't be able to kill Bronski, it should be able to temporarily stun him. As long as Bronski was stunned, everything would be easy. Definitely, the premise was that he could hit Bronski. Bronski not only had great strength, but his speed was also astonishing. With Bronski's speed, he might be able to dodge Sulugo's electric current attacks. Sulugo looked at Bronski and thought to himself, the only way to ensure a hit on Bronski is to release the electric current at point-blank range. As long as I transform into an electric current, attach myself to Bronski, and then unleash the electric current. However, after the electric current explosion, I will lose the ability to transform into an element. In this level 1 stage, I am in a situation where I can be attacked. So I must ensure that Hatred will definitely be stunned by the electric current, and there won't be a situation where I release a large amount of electric current but Hatred remains unharmed, and then turns around and defeats me. So Sulugo's brain started thinking and calculating rapidly. He calculated the estimated physical fitness and ability of Hatred based on the previous battle scenes in his mind. Then he calculated the strength of the electric current and the attack strength within his own body. Soon enough, Sulugo completed the calculations. His electric current should be able to stun Hatred for about 30 to 75 minutes. Definitely, if Hatred's strength further increases during this period, even doubling, then the time he will be unconscious will be shortened to about 10 to 30 minutes. After confirming that he can stun the opponent, Sulugo immediately felt relieved. He then transformed into an electric current and arrived at the instrument wire next to Luke Cage. Sulugo made a sound that only Luke Cage could hear. Don't make any sudden movements or noises. I'm here to save you. If the experiment is successful, I will rescue you. I will take care of most of the pursuers and tricky situations. You just need to escape. As a reward, after the rescue, I need to obtain some corresponding experimental data from you, which will not have a substantial impact on your life or body. After everything is done, you will be free to act. If you agree to this deal, blink your right eye twice, and then blink your left eye 3 times. Immediately after, Sulugo saw Luke Cage do as instructed. He then left the place and almost returned to a higher and broader view. His gaze immediately fell on the experiment below. He saw a group of people rapidly tapping on keyboards, with various data and parameters displayed on the screen. At this moment, a voice came from the speaker. Begin the injection. Immediately, the group of people acted in an orderly manner, pressing buttons one by one. Steam sounds, gas release sounds, and mechanical sounds filled the air. The serum and auxiliary agents in the syringes were all injected into the tubes. They were then injected into Luke Cage's body. In the next moment, Luke Cage suddenly opened his eyes, his veins bulging, and his expression filled with pain. On the computer screen, real-time data about Luke Cage was also rapidly changing and increasing. The hardness of Luke Cage's cells was rapidly increasing, making his 5.6 body even stronger. The red muscle fibers responsible for explosive power and the white muscle fibers responsible for endurance were both rapidly becoming stronger. In addition, the adenosine triphosphate, ATP, in the cells was also rapidly increasing, and the ATP circulation system was strengthening. When ATP undergoes hydrolysis, it forms adenosine diphosphate, ADP, and releases a phosphate group, simultaneously releasing energy. These energies are then utilized in the cells for muscle contraction, neural activity, and all other activities within the organism. ATP is widely used as an energy carrier in cells, so it is often referred to as the currency of energy in cells. In short, ATP is the direct energy for releasing power. To unleash even greater power, stronger support from ATP is needed. All of this indicates that Luke Cage's physical strength and power are rapidly increasing. Everyone around saw the scene and showed a slight smile. Suluo saw this and also felt a hint of joy in his heart. However, with his terrifying observation and analytical ability, Suluo suddenly noticed a small set of data in the massive data that was undergoing abnormal changes. What's going on? Why is the lactic acid system showing signs? The lactic acid system is the process where muscle glycogen undergoes anaerobic glycolysis during intense exercise, resulting in the production of lactic acid in the body, simultaneously releasing energy for muscle contraction. Clearly, Luke Cage did not undergo intense exercise, so why is a large amount of lactic acid being released? If this continues, all the muscles will constantly contract, eventually causing the muscles to become overly tense and directly rupture. Luke Cage will die. The experiment will fail. Seeing this, Suluo's heart trembled. Chapter 91. He glanced back at the other people in the laboratory. This guy didn't react at all. They didn't notice at all that there were some deviations in the data. No. The parameters must be adjusted, otherwise this experiment will be completely ruined. I won't be able to obtain Luke Cage's ability. Suluo understood that his plan had to be put into action ahead of schedule. Whoosh. He instantly transformed into an electric current and rushed towards the instrument next to Bronsky. Immediately, he transformed into a bolt of electric current and charged towards Bronsky. When Bronsky saw this, his pupils contracted. Enemy. In an instant, Bronsky's whole body rapidly expanded and turned green. In his place stood a huge green monster, with a somewhat crude appearance. He threw a punch towards that bolt of electric current. Unfortunately, he missed. That ball of electric current instantly reached him. Disgust widened his eyes. What is this? This scene instantly attracted the people around. The researchers around looked at Disgust, all feeling fear in their hearts, their faces changing drastically. Seeing that ball of electric current, they also felt extremely astonished. What is this? What happened? That ball of electric current seems alive. It's over, Disgust is probably going to unleash his power, this experiment is likely to be ruined. General Ross outside also saw this scene. What's going on? General Ross frowned. This electric current is preparing to attack Disgust? It's useless. Disgust is a presence comparable to the Hulk, ordinary electric currents and bullets can't harm him at all. Just as Disgust was astonished, Suluo directly unleashed his power. He injected all the massive and precise electric current stored in his body into Disgust's body. Like a landslide, a terrifying torrent of electricity poured out. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying electric current erupted from Disgust's body, filling every limb and every cell of his body, impacting every single cell. The entire laboratory instantly turned bright white. Everyone either immediately closed their eyes or didn't have time to close them, their eyes stinging, screaming in pain. In the midst of the brightness, Disgust trembled all over, his eyes widened, and then turned white. Boom. He fell in the corner. Fainted. With the depletion of all the stored electric current, Suluo also withdrew from his elemental form, transforming into a masked figure dressed in black. As everyone recovered, they looked towards the corner. Suddenly, the invincible monster in their minds had fallen, and there was a black-clad person standing next to it. This scene directly shocked everyone. No one expected this scene, this outcome. Disgust was defeated. In the eyes of everyone, a truly terrifying super monster was directly defeated in one move. Who is this guy? An electric-based super ability? Is there such a powerful existence? General Ross, seeing the scene, trembled all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. The strongest measure he had prepared was actually defeated like this. A chill ran down his spine. Who is this guy? The person next to him, seeing this, widened their eyes and took a sharp breath. Damn, to directly stun disgust with electricity, how massive must the power be? This guy's electrical capacity inside his body is simply terrifying. After Suluo transformed into a human form, he didn't stop at all. He rushed out with a swift step, knocking several people in front of the experimental platform. He quickly tapped on the keyboard, his hands flying, creating after images. Under Suluo's keystrokes, the experimental parameters were constantly being modified. He's calculating and modifying the experimental parameters. He wants to destroy this experiment. Stop him. The person in charge outside saw the scene, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted in fury. General Ross saw this and instantly grabbed the edge of the glass window in front of him, his eyes glaring, suppressing his anger. Who are you? Do you know that this is a highly classified experimental facility of the US military? If you destroy this experiment, then you will be permanently wanted by the US military, you will be wanted by official US authorities, and you will be listed as the #1 wanted criminal by S.H.I.E.L.D., the Sword Bureau, and others. Don't do something you'll regret. Stop. General Ross's voice was not angry but authoritative. But Suluo inside completely ignored their words and continued to adjust with his hands. The researchers inside saw this and quickly picked up things, trying to stop Suluo. Suluo raised his hand. The external power stored in his body had indeed been depleted. But the special bioelectricity was still there. It was enough to deal with these ordinary researchers in the institute. He waved his hand. Suddenly, small arcs of electricity flew out like little snakes, heading towards the approaching group. Zi. All the researchers trembled and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, General Ross gritted his teeth and picked up his pager. Mobile troops, enter the laboratory immediately and capture the intruder. A black-clad masked person. The opponent has electric abilities, remember to bring insulated shields. Under Suluo's swift movements, the parameters were quickly modified. The relevant data of the lactate energy system suddenly appeared, the abnormal growth stopped, and it began to slowly decrease. At this moment, the person in charge outside finally noticed this. He widened his eyes. When did the lactate data skyrocket to this level? Oh my god, it has completely exceeded the safety limit. If this continues, Luke Cage will definitely die. Fortunately, it stopped. Damn it, our previous calculations completely failed to account for this problem. He looked at the masked person in front of the experimental platform again. This guy isn't destroying the experiment. He's preventing the experiment from developing into a worse situation. He has saved this experiment from failure. General Ross next to him was stunned. He's protecting this experiment. The person in charge nodded and said, the most important thing is that this guy can find something wrong in the massive data and make corrections in time. The entire experiment contains a huge amount of data, and modifying the parameters requires considering many aspects. Otherwise, it will cause a complete collapse, and the experiment will quickly deteriorate. But from the data on the screen inside, everything is stable and orderly, without any signs of collapse. It can be said that the experiment is proceeding perfectly. His ability in bioengineering has reached a high level, and his brain's processing ability is terrifying. The person in charge looked at Suluo inside with a complex expression, a hint of awe in his eyes. Upon hearing such high praise from his superior, General Ross looked at the masked person with slightly widened eyes. So powerful. General Ross quickly said into the pager, after entering, don't rush to capture him. Wait for him to finish his work, then capture him alive. The person in charge next to him quickly reminded, this guy has electric abilities, and he just rushed out of the instrument, still in a lightning state. I dare to make a bold guess that this guy can turn into an electric current and dash through the wires. So, in order to catch him, we must first block his escape route. Cut off all the electricity outside this laboratory, except for the power in this room. Cut off all the electricity in the entire base, so that he can't escape through the circuits. Upon hearing this, General Ross nodded quickly, cut off all the electricity in the entire base, except for the laboratory I'm in. The conversation between General Ross and others outside was also heard by Suluo. But he couldn't stop now. Because he was still completing the final parameter modification, he had to ensure the smooth progress of the experiment and ensure that Luke Cage didn't die at the hands of these idiots. Suluo frowned slightly. It's all because of these idiots. They didn't handle the experiment properly, causing Luke Cage to be in danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to come out early and alert them. Sulugo's original plan was to wait for the perfect completion of the experiment, then rush out, knock down the detestable person, absorb the electric energy, transform into an elemental state again, and leave this place. Sulugo tapped on the keyboard while feeling a throbbing pain in his temple. Now, he was going to break out with Luke Cage. Fortunately, the abomination had already been taken down. With General Ross's command, the entire base began to lose power, and everything fell silent. Many machines stopped working, and the lights in the rooms went out one by one. In a few breaths. Except for the laboratory where Luke Cage was located, the entire military base lost power. Sulugo finished typing on his side. The parameters were completely modified. All relevant data was restored to a safe range. And Luke Cage's ability index was steadily increasing. Moving towards success. At this moment, the mobile unit also arrived. A group of fully armed soldiers rushed in. Holding rifles, high-level tranquilizer guns, and insulated shields, among other things. They all aimed at Sulugo. In an instant, Sulugo's spider telepathy was activated. He quickly dodged while grabbing some materials from the experimental table. His hands moved rapidly. Soon, a bottle of green experimental liquid appeared in his hands. He threw it towards the mobile unit at the door. Boom! An explosion directly sent those fully armed soldiers flying. Just at this moment, a ringing sound. The experiment was over. A roar. Luke Cage directly blasted the enclosed equipment he was in. "Let's go," Luke Cage said. After speaking, he stood in front of Sulugo and rushed outside. Clang clang clang. Bullets hit Luke Cage, but they had no effect at all. The tranquilizer gun couldn't break through Luke Cage's defense either. Like a raging bull, he ran towards the main gate. Sulugo quickly followed. With Luke Cage as a human shield, there was basically no attack that could reach Sulugo. The two of them, one in front and one behind, directly rushed out of the laboratory's gate, sending one soldier after another flying. Sulugo quickly guided Luke Cage on how to get out, guiding him on the way. The two of them were invincible, no one could defeat them. General Ross saw this scene, looked at the unconscious abomination, and clenched the pager in his hand. He quickly spoke into the pager. "The intruders and the experimental subject, Carl, are about to break out of the experimental area. Prepare the ultrasonic weapons. Stop them both." Soon, Sulugo and Luke Cage rushed out of the experimental area and into the base. At this moment, two ultrasonic armed vehicles came out and aimed at Sulugo and Luke Cage. Seeing this, Sulugo shouted, "Get out of the way. Then destroy them." Luke Cage had already been attacked once, so he was even more vigilant. The two of them quickly ran to the sides. Buzz. Two ultrasonic waves were instantly released and attacked the spots where the two of them had just stood. The ground cracked one after another. Sulugo rushed to the side and, to everyone's astonishment, lifted up a military vehicle. He threw it directly. Boom. The ultrasonic function vehicle was directly bombed. What a monster. This intruder is too strong. Luke Cage next to him behaved in the same way. He lifted a military vehicle and directly blasted the sonic function car. After doing all this, Luke Cage and Sulugo immediately ran towards the outside of the cave. The intercepted soldiers and cars were easily blown away by Luke Cage. Without any hindrance, Sulugo and the two of them seemed to be in a deserted place, rushing out of the cave at a very fast speed. They rushed into the open base. At this time, lasers shot towards the two of them. Facing these lasers coming from all directions, Sulugo swiftly dodged, moved, and turned, his whole body extremely agile. Those lasers couldn't touch him at all. Luke Cage blocked them with his raised hand. But the pain made him inhale slightly, showing a grimace. He quickly followed suit and dodged. However, his speed was far inferior to Sulugo, not as agile as Sulugo, so he would occasionally be hit. He groaned in pain a few times. Sulugo next to him looked at Luke Cage's tough skin. The lasers couldn't penetrate, his eyes filled with joy. Very good. This kind of steel body is what we need. The thicker Luke Cage's skin, the harder his body will be. As the enemy's lasers continued to attack, Sulugo and the two of them quickly picked up something nearby and threw it towards those laser guns. Boom. 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 Explosions occurred one after another. General Ross waited and arrived at the observation deck, seeing the scene outside. Seeing Sulugo and the two of them moving freely as if in an uninhabited place, he clenched his fist instantly. He furrowed his brows and said, "Is there no way to stop them?" The deputy next to him quickly reported the situation below. The sonic weapon has been destroyed by them, and the lasers can't harm them at all. If we use more powerful weapons, I'm afraid we will kill them, and it will not be worth it. The most important thing is that abomination has passed out. We have lost our biggest insurance. Hearing this, Ross gritted his teeth and said, "Wake up Abomination immediately, at any cost, I must wake up Abomination to stop them. Have Abomination stop them." "Yes." Immediately in the laboratory, a group of people, enduring their fear, rushed towards Abomination, trying various methods to wake him up. Outside, Sulugo and the two of them rushed out of the base and into the mountains. They completely disappeared from the sight of the group. Seeing the two of them disappear, General Ross quickly said, "Track them for me. We must not let them escape. Release the drones. They must be heading towards New York. Immediately search in the direction of New York. At the same time, send people to search in other directions." Inside the base, under the stimulation of the crowd, Abomination finally woke up after being unconscious for 20 minutes. As soon as he woke up, he roared. The surrounding crowd was directly overturned. Although they were protected, they were still shaken and bleeding from their 7 orifices, their heads buzzing in pain. Abomination roared, "Where is that damn electric current?" He never expected that he would fail, and he fainted with just one blow. This made Abomination extremely angry and ashamed. General Ross's voice came out from the loudspeaker, full of majesty. "Abomination, immediately enter the mountains and pursue them in the direction of New York. They must be heading towards New York. Remember, capture them alive." Abomination roared. He directly smashed through the wall and ran towards the outside of the base. His speed was extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the cave. With a leap, he drew a terrifying arc in the air, and finally with a loud bang, he crashed into the distant mountains and ran towards the direction of New York. To track down the traces of Sulugo and the others. Chapter 92. Hate rushed towards New York, crashing and colliding. Trees were broken one by one. They fell with a rumbling sound. But as he moved forward, there was no sign of Sulugo and the others. At the same time, General Ross's drone searched all the way, but they couldn't find any trace of them. In the end, they came up empty-handed. It was because Sulugo and the others didn't directly head towards New York, nor did they head directly south. They took a slight detour and came out from the east side of the mountains and forests. They entered New York from the eastern region. At the end of the mountains and forests, Hate rushed out and looked at the endless plain ahead, but there was no sign of Luke Cage. He became furious and slammed his hands on the ground. With a loud bang, the earth immediately opened up a long crack. Damn it! Where did he run off to? General Ross used the drones to search around, but he couldn't find any trace. His face was extremely ugly. Damn it, who is this mysterious person? This is the guy who broke into the prison last time, right? Spider-Man? Spider-Man actually has the ability of electricity. It seems I underestimated you, Spider-Man. General Ross's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the officer beside him and said, "Search for Spider-Man's trace, dig 3 feet into the ground, and find Spider-Man for me." The officer immediately responded, "Yes, sir. I will immediately send people to search for Spider-Man. We will definitely find him." At this time, the person in charge walked up and shook his head. "That guy is obviously not Spider-Man." General Ross frowned slightly. "Not Spider-Man? He can climb like Spider-Man and release cobwebs. Isn't that Spider-Man?" The person in charge said, "I watched some videos related to Spider-Man, and I estimated his height to be about 1.75 meters. He's a short guy. But the intruder is quite tall, almost there. So the intruder is definitely not Spider-Man, but someone else with spider abilities. After all, Ghost Spider also has spider abilities, so it's not surprising that there is another person with spider abilities." Upon hearing this, General Ross clenched his fists instantly. "In that case, our lead is lost. We don't have any information about this mysterious person. Who is he?" The person in charge next to him said, "The only clue we have is that he is extremely intelligent and has spider abilities. Combining these two, I thought of someone." General Ross suddenly looked at the person in charge. "Who?" The person in charge said, "Richard Parker. That young man who was once talented and had amazing achievements in genetics. Especially in spider genes, it is highly likely that the current spider abilities originated from him." General Ross frowned slightly. "Isn't he dead?" The person in charge shook his head. "You forgot, he didn't die, he just disappeared. He hasn't appeared in the public eye for so many years. Disappearing doesn't mean he's dead. And his disappearance was too mysterious." General Ross fell silent when he heard the other party say that Richard's disappearance was too mysterious. As for how mysterious the disappearance was, neither of them mentioned it. The person in charge continued, "Someone so intelligent and with spider abilities, and even with electricity abilities. Only the genius geneticist of that year, Richard Parker, seems capable of achieving this." General Ross remained silent for a while before speaking, We haven't found him in so many years. How can we find him now? The person in charge spoke up, we couldn't find him before because he didn't leave any traces. Now that he has appeared again, he will definitely leave clues. As long as we search diligently, we will definitely be able to find him. Moreover, we can monitor his son, Peter Parker. As long as Richard is born, he will definitely go visit his son. General Ross nodded. You make a good point. Let's do as you said. The person in charge nodded. After a while, General Ross spoke up, do you think what the agents we sent out said was true? When Richard disappeared, did something really strange happen? The person in charge spoke up, based on our posthumous testing of the agents, we found that they were not lying. So there are only two possibilities. Either they had illusions and mistakenly believed that the illusions were real. Or, they really saw everything. Upon hearing this, General Ross fell silent. As a result, the scene fell into silence once again. Sulugo didn't know. On Ross's side. This time, he was no longer Spider-Man. And he directly upgraded to become Spider-Man's father. On the other side, Sulugo and Luke Cage changed their disguises and entered the city. Sulugo led Luke Cage through the blind spots of surveillance, heading towards his new secret laboratory. Luke Cage exclaimed, it seems like you know every surveillance camera in the city. Sulugo nodded slightly, yes, because I've studied them. Luke Cage couldn't help but sigh, you're really smart, no wonder you're a researcher. Then he said, you keep your word, right? I let you study for a few days, and then we're even. Sulugo nodded, don't worry, I keep my word and honor my promises. After I obtain the relevant data from your body, you can leave. Luke Cage fell silent for a moment, where can I go? The military will definitely be looking for me. He looked at Sulugo's back, you were able to infiltrate the military to save me, defeat hatred, and successfully escape. I think you're capable, can I join you? It has to be said that Luke Cage's words immediately broadened his own path. Sulugo didn't expect Luke Cage to make such a request. Luke Cage is powerful, and as a superhero, his character is also reliable. It would be quite good to have him as a subordinate. If he could gather a team of superhumans in his hands, they could help him deal with some things that the company and Kurt couldn't handle. After all, he already had an Electro in his hands, and adding Luke Cage wouldn't hurt. So Sulugo pondered for a moment, if you want to work under me, you must obey my orders. Luke Cage quickly nodded, that's natural. Since I'm following you, you're my boss, my employer. Sulugo nodded, alright, let these few days pass first, then I'll make arrangements. Luke Cage grinned, rubbed the back of his head, okay. In a small farmhouse on the shore of the Great Lakes in northern United States, an old man and a young boy arrived at the door. They knocked on the door of the cabin. Soon, a woman with an ordinary face opened the door. Seeing the visitors, she was slightly stunned. Logan? Why are you here? Weren't you always with Charles? To prevent him from going berserk. Who is this child? Do you have a daughter? Upon hearing the other person's words, Wolverine remained silent for a moment before saying, Charles will never go berserk again. Seeing Wolverine's expression, the woman covered her mouth slightly, her pupils trembling. Then, she let out a deep sigh, her eyes filled with sorrow. Come in. Wolverine immediately led the little wolf girl into the house. After the woman entered, her face changed, becoming even more beautiful and voluptuous. Wolverine said, Raven, after all this time, you still look the same. Time has not left a trace on your face. Mystique smiled bitterly, mainly because my ability has not been weakened, allowing me to live longer. Then her expression became serious, you came to find me, it can't be just for catching up, right? Wolverine then told her about Sulugo and what he had experienced before. Wolverine said, your shape-shifting ability and your ability to gather information far surpass mine, that's why I came to find you. Mystique said, I have been in seclusion for many years, I don't want to get involved in the struggle anymore. Wolverine said, our race is on the verge of extinction, and these children are still living in great danger. Once they are found, they will be completely eliminated. And, are you sure you can hide forever? Essex's technology is so advanced, and now that they have Caliban, do you think they will stop searching for mutants? With your powerful shape-shifting ability, do you think they won't covet it? If you don't help me today, then when mutants die one by one tomorrow, if you suffer, no one will be able to help you. If you help me, I'll help you, only then can our race continue, and we can live better. Avoidance is never the solution, and shrinking is never the way out. Upon hearing Wolverine's words, Mystique fell silent for a moment. She nodded, okay, let's go find the person who can save our race according to legend. Then she asked, is Jean really dead? Wolverine showed a pained expression and nodded. Mystique said, What about her power? If we can find that ancient and powerful force, perhaps our race's problem can be solved. Wolverine shook his head. That power has also disappeared, never to be seen again. Most importantly, that power has strong side effects. It will devour humanity. When the time comes, it will be the destruction of the entire human world, including us. Hearing this, she let out a sigh of relief. Okay. I'll get ready and then we'll set off. And then, let's go to New York to find Colossus. The intelligence resources in New York are richer, maybe there we can get the information we want. Okay. Underground in New York. Black Sky sat cross-legged in a hexagram formation. Several elders of the Hand Society stood around, raising their hands and aiming at Black Sky, with black light flowing in between. The hexagram formation on the ground also began to flicker. Streams of black power flowed out of the hexagram formation and entered Black Sky's body. The next moment, Black Sky opened his eyes and took a deep breath. I smell your scent. Next, we will finally meet again. An elder next to him spoke, Leader, the power of the evil god has not fully integrated yet. Shouldn't we wait until the power is completely integrated before looking for that person? Black Sky shook his head. This power is already enough. Then she stood up. The hexagram formation immediately burst into flames and then disappeared. Shortly after, Sulugo and Sulugo arrived at Sulugo's secret laboratory. After entering the secret laboratory, they entered such a hidden underground room. Luke Cage instantly felt much safer. After Sulugo came in, his mood also became more excited. After all, the next step was to conduct the steel replication experiment. He would finally have a body harder than steel. After entering, Sulugo had Luke Cage lie on the operating table. Sulugo looked at the well-laid Luke Cage, his eyes satisfied, and nodded slightly. Very good. I don't know why. Luke Cage looked at Sulugo's eyes and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He spoke, Boss, will this experiment be very painful? Sulugo shook his head. In my opinion, it won't be too painful. Hearing this, Luke Cage immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Daredevil were here, he would probably feel a sense of déjà vu. Then, Sulugo began to test Luke Cage, testing various aspects of his data. Although he had seen a corresponding data file of Luke Cage, Wang Hao, before at the base. But that was before the strengthening. In the laboratory, he also saw Luke Cage's corresponding data. But it was incomplete. So, he had to test it again, completely and thoroughly, to obtain Luke Cage's latest and most complete data. Definitely, by mastering Luke Cage's previous data, along with the latest data, it would greatly reduce Sulugo's research time. He would be able to replicate Luke Cage's ability faster. Soon, Sulugo became busy, using various instruments to conduct comprehensive tests on Luke Cage. While testing, he began to develop a brand new surgical knife. Now, Luke Cage's body was too strong, and ordinary surgical knives were useless. So Sulugo planned to use lasers as surgical knives. Definitely, ordinary lasers wouldn't work, as they had already been tested before. He needed lasers with higher intensity, that is, lasers with higher power. Definitely, this was not difficult for Sulugo. After all, this world already had relatively mature laser weapon technology. Soon, a brand new laser surgical knife appeared in Sulugo's hands. It was very small but had extremely high power. However, it consumed energy quite severely. The energy here in Sulugo's place couldn't sustain the consumption of this small laser surgical knife for too long. After obtaining the surgical knife, he began to dissect Luke Cage and conduct further exploration. The progress was very fast. It even far exceeded Sulugo's expectations. Definitely, the main credit was because he had the Transcending data of June Cage. Just as Sulugo was focused on his research, suddenly, Sulugo heard a sound, and his pupils contracted. Chapter 93. Just as Sulugo's research was entering the middle and later stages, his super hearing came into play. He heard a sound in the distance. He heard a group of people shouting Lord Evil God. Then he heard a girl's voice saying integrate the power of the evil god. Hearing this conversation, Sulugo immediately thought of the Hand-in-Hand Society. Because the people of the Hand-in-Hand Society referred to beasts as evil gods, and beasts also needed to integrate with the Black Void, and the one possessed was a young girl. In addition, this was the Hell's Kitchen. Sulugo could basically determine that the other party was the Hand-in-Hand Society. If he had only heard these things, Sulugo wouldn't have had much emotional fluctuation. But when he heard Black Void say, I can smell you, we will finally meet again, Sulugo's spine suddenly felt a chill. He felt that the other party was talking about him. After all, not long ago, the Hand-in-Hand Society was still looking for him and sent people out. The beast seemed very interested in him. From this conversation, this time, Black Void was even prepared to take action personally. And it seemed that the other party might have already used secret techniques to find him. Suluo murmured, "Is the interest in me that great? Although I am also interested in you, I don't want to meet you yet. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. But before that, I need to prepare. I need to finish what I have in hand. Because I obtained the data before, the experiment of replicating the steel body is progressing very quickly and will soon be completed. I need to quickly complete the replication of the steel body, so that my strength will be even stronger. This way, I will have an extra guarantee." Suluo's hands were constantly moving, using instruments to analyze Luke Cage's body. At the same time, further experiments were conducted to deduce the role of the relevant parameters in Luke Cage's body. Furthermore, Black Void has not completed the integration with the beast, so the power is not complete. The power should not be too outrageous. But just to be safe, I should find someone familiar. The Hand-in-Hand Society's mortal enemy is the True Pure Society. The True Pure Society has been able to fight against the Hand-in-Hand Society for so many years, from ancient battles to the present. This shows that the True Pure Society should have a way to deal with Black Void. And the old man with the stick is a member of the True Pure Society, and he has been hunting Black Void. He even wanted to hunt down the Black Void that just integrated with 47. The old man with the stick and others from the True Pure Society cannot always hunt down a newly integrated Black Void. They must have strategies to deal with a stronger Black Void. I mentioned training with the old man with the stick before, but I never went. But fortunately, I left contact information. Immediately, Suluo sent a message to the old man with the stick. After doing all this, at the same time, Suluo's actions were also coming to an end. With the final completion experiment, combined with Luke Cage's original body data, he finally developed a brand new serum and matching supplements. Looking at the serum and supplements in front of him, Suluo said, "According to my calculations, this thing not only allows me to have an iron body, but also further strengthens my power, and breaks through the upper limit of my original power potential. The potential upper limit of the spider ability is 100 tons. With the support of the steel body serum, the upper limit will be increased by 130 tons. Raising the limit by 30 tons. In other words, if I develop my power to the extreme, I will have a strength of 130 tons. In addition, my power will also receive huge amounts of strengthening. During this period of time, due to researching various things, my training has been neglected. My current strength is 24.5 tons. After the strengthening of the steel body serum, my strength will at least double. But the specific amount still needs to be tested later." Suluo came to the other side of the operating table. He injected the serum and supplements into the corresponding syringes. Then the whole person lay on the operating table. Immediately after, he started the injection. Syringes were injected into his body in an instant. All the liquid was injected. Immediately after, Suluo felt his body starting to heat up. His whole body was like a furnace. There was a raging flame burning inside his body. A high burning sensation came from within, from every cell, with a stronger sense of pain. Suluo clenched his teeth. Immediately after, Suluo could feel that every cell in his body seemed to be changing rapidly. Becoming harder. The hardness of his body was also rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, he could feel his muscles strengthening rapidly, whether it was red muscles or white muscles. The burning sensation also became stronger. Suluo felt like he was about to be engulfed by flames. His muscles all over his body were hot and crimson, veins popping out, and sweat soaked through his body. After a while, the pain slowly disappeared. Suluo lay on the operating table, panting heavily. At this moment, he only felt a powerful explosive force surging out of every cell. At the same time, he felt that his muscles were even more solid. He understood. He should have obtained a body even harder than steel. Suluo felt the changes in himself and a hint of joy surged in his heart. Great, it's finally done. He got off the operating table, picked up a surgical knife from the side and slashed his arm. Suddenly, a clang sound was heard, as if the collision of gold and stone. Upon closer inspection, the blade of the surgical knife was curled, and there was not a trace left on his arm. Not even a white mark. Suluo saw this and his eyes were filled with joy. In addition, Suluo felt that his strength had undergone huge amounts of change. His strength had skyrocketed. He walked to the side. There was a strength testing device that had been prepared long ago. It could test strength up to 50 tons. Next, it's time to test my strength, Suluo said with excitement in his tone. He immediately punched the strength testing device. Bang! The strength testing device was directly blasted with black smoke, and the numbers on the screen were jumping randomly. The strength testing device was completely scrapped by Suluo. Sulugo saw this and was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect to blow up the strength testing device directly. It seems that my strength has exceeded 50 tons. Speaking of this, a look of joy appeared in Sulugo's eyes. He was extremely satisfied with this result. It seems that to test my true strength, I need to make a new strength testing device. This steel body serum is indeed very powerful. But if you want to know more about yourself, you still need to test it in detail later. Currently, he doesn't have the time for that, because he still has to deal with the upcoming Black Void. At this moment, Luke Cage, who was on the side, also woke up and let out a painful groan. Upon waking up, Luke Cage immediately felt intense pain all over his body. He felt as if his whole body was about to burst open. Sulugo spoke up, finally awake. Luke Cage felt the pain all over his body and said, "Boss, is this what you meant by different? Why do I feel so much pain?" Sulugo replied, "Is that so? From my perspective, it's not really that painful. If you want to experience it, I can let you feel real pain. Then you'll understand that this is not really that painful." Hearing Sulugo's words, Luke Cage's face turned slightly green. Experience even more pain? He quickly stopped the topic and asked, "Boss, is the data collection complete?" Sulugo nodded slightly, "It's complete." Luke Cage's face immediately showed a hint of joy. "So that means the experiment is over?" "Yes." Luke Cage breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to endure the pain. At this moment, Sulugo spoke up, "Next, you have a mission to accomplish." Upon hearing this, Luke Cage quickly asked, "What mission?" "In a while, someone will come to attack, and I want you to go up and fight. The opponent appears to be a young girl, but there is a demon residing within her. So you can't be careless." Upon hearing this, Luke Cage's face became serious. "A demon? Are there really such things in the world?" Sulugo nodded, "Naturally. In this vast world, there is nothing that doesn't exist." Luke Cage nodded, "All right, I'll come and deal with this demon in a moment." Just at that moment, outside the secret laboratory, there was a knocking sound on the door. On the screen, the situation outside was displayed. An old man stood at the entrance of the basement. It was Stick. Sulugo immediately opened the door and let him in. After coming down, Stick's expression was solemn. "Is it really the Black Void?" Sulugo nodded, "There is a high probability that it is the Black Void. Since the last time, the Hand has been looking for me, and they even found me halfway and fought with me. This time, the Black Void is preparing to take action themselves." Upon hearing this, Stick's expression became serious. "This time, many homeless people have disappeared in New York. They must have been captured by the Hand and turned into sacrifices. With the blessing of sacrifices, the speed of integration between the Void and the Monk will greatly increase. In this way, the integration between the Black Void and the Beast will definitely advance even further. I wonder if they have completed a complete integration. If they have completed a complete integration, then we are probably no match for them." Sulugo said, "They haven't completed a complete integration." Stick looked at Sulugo, "How do you know?" Sulugo said, "I obtained this information through special channels." Stick said, "If they haven't completely integrated, then we still have a chance. Black Voids that haven't completely integrated mostly rely on their powerful bodies in battle. Possesses powerful speed and destructive power. Unable to use too many secret techniques of the beasts. And at this stage, as long as the Black Void is killed, the beast will enter a period of sleep. If completely integrated, the Black Void becomes very difficult to kill. Not only is it powerful and skilled in secret techniques, but it can also be resurrected multiple times." The old man with the stick spoke up, "By the way, the Black Void can use a secret technique that utilizes sound to release mental intimidation, causing people to lose their ability to act. Especially when facing someone head-on, the impact is the greatest. However, before complete integration, the Black Void will have a long cool-down period after using this secret technique." Sulugo listened up to this point and furrowed his brows slightly. "What should we do? Use earplugs or something to block our ears?" Although he had a certain mental resistance, he wasn't sure if he could withstand the mental impact from the Black Void. The old man with the stick shook his head. "Ordinary earplugs are useless. This kind of sound primarily affects the mental level. We have a special meditation technique that can temporarily enhance mental protection and resist the mental impact of the main Black Void. It involves condensing the loosely scattered spirit throughout the body into a solid iron plate, in order to increase the defense of the mind. This meditation technique only requires complete concentration and can even be used during battle." He glanced at Sulugo and Luke Cage. "I'll leave it to you two now." Immediately, he began to explain and demonstrate. The old man with the stick explained in great detail. In no time, he finished the demonstration. Luke Cage stood still in place. "Can you explain a few more times? It's too complicated." I can't remember the breathing rhythm at all. The frequency is too difficult to memorize. I can't remember it at all. Sulugo, on the other hand, began to learn this new meditation technique. Soon enough, he entered a completely new state. He felt that all of his spirit had condensed into one, gathering into a solid iron plate, which was originally as soft as cotton. Hard and solid. He understood. He had already mastered this meditation technique to enhance mental power. The old man with the stick looked at Sulugo's breathing rhythm and nodded slightly. For Sulugo to quickly grasp it, the old man with the stick had already experienced it once, so he could accept it to some extent. Luke Cage, who was beside them, was stunned by the scene. You learned it? Did you really learn something so complicated, boss? The old man with the stick sighed, there's no way, you must be a genius. The old man with the stick then said, next, we will have to deal with the approaching black void. Sulugo looked at Luke Cage, you go first. Luke Cage was stunned, me? But I don't know how to resist mental attacks. Sulugo nodded slightly, I know, the main goal is to let you consume the mental intimidation of the black void. I'll go up later. As the frontal impact is the greatest, even with the mental resistance technique, Sulugo decided to let Luke Cage go first for safety reasons. Luke Cage nodded. He nodded. Just at that moment, Sulugo's ears twitched slightly. He heard a rapidly approaching sound. The other party's speed was extremely fast, heading straight towards his direction and about to arrive. Sulugo narrowed his eyes slightly, here it comes. Boom. The basement door was directly blasted open. A figure shot straight towards the basement at high speed. Chapter 94. On the other side. After school, Peter walked on the road with his best friend, seemingly chatting and laughing. But Peter inadvertently furrowed his brows. Because he could sense that someone was following him, monitoring him. In his mind, he muttered, what's going on? Why are people following me, and there's more than one? He glanced over without attracting attention. With his strong observation skills, Peter quickly noticed the differences among these people. Their movements were strong and powerful, full of professionalism, obviously not ordinary people, more like soldiers. Seeing this, Peter's heart sank. Could it be that my Spider-Man identity has been exposed? It shouldn't be, I'm usually quite careful. Let's observe these guys first. I have to be even more cautious in my actions from now on. Whoosh. A figure instantly crossed from the entrance above the basement to the lower level. The figure looked somewhat thin. It was none other than the girl Hey Kong. However, at the moment, she looked different from when Sulugo had seen her before. Her bald head had grown hair, which now fell to her shoulders. With her delicate face, she looked like a girl next door, wearing a black kimono. She had a charm reminiscent of Japanese women. But her face was filled with coldness, emitting an icy aura, completely different from the gentle Japanese women. On both sides of her slender waist hung two swords, and she also carried a sword on her back. Sulugo instantly noticed the sword behind her. He also had the dual swords hanging from his waist, which he had picked up from a ninja. They were standard ninja weapons. Made of strong alloy, they were extremely sharp. But the sword behind her was different from the standard ninja weapon. Sulugo had a premonition that the sword was probably not an ordinary alloy blade. She looked at Sulugo and said, finally, we meet again. Sulugo nodded and said, it's truly fate. Why are you here? Hey Kong calmly said, to capture you and take you back. Your body is very active and can serve as the next vessel for the evil god. With your body, the evil god can unleash even more powerful strength. And your body can be used for a long time. It's a very good vessel. Upon hearing this, Sulugo spoke up, then let's see if you have the ability. Hey Kong raised her hand and said, dealing with a few humans, I have more than enough strength. After saying that, Hey Kong immediately shot towards the three of them. Sulugo said, charge. Upon receiving the command, Luke Cage immediately dashed out like an arrow leaving the bow. Sulugo and the old man retreated repeatedly, while instantly activating their mental resistance technique. Their spirits instantly condensed into iron blocks, becoming extremely solid. In Sulugo's view, even if Luke Cage was intimidated or even injured by the enemy, it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, he had the lizard enhancement serum to help Luke Cage. But if he himself was knocked down, as the strongest of the three, then the battle would truly be over. Seeing Luke Cage charging towards her, Hey Kong sneered, useless. Clang. She instantly drew two swords with her hands, and a cold light bloomed, making the surrounding air seem colder. Seeing this, Sulugo quickly took out a few buttons from his waist and shot them out. Hey Kong sensed this and quickly moved her hands, slicing the two mechanical buttons in half. The destroyed mechanical buttons emitted black smoke and a few electric arcs. Two mechanical buttons were cut off, leaving two remaining. Two buttons were stuck on the blade separately. Immediately, two powerful electric currents erupted. In an instant, they engulfed the darkness. Seeing this, the stick's eyes lit up. Well done. But in the next moment, they saw the darkness rushing out from the electric current, without any injuries. Seeing this, the old man's face slightly changed. It seems that the level of integration is already very high. This electric current has no effect on her anymore. Suluo saw this and nodded slightly. His mechanical button was capable of knocking down the Rhino Man directly. But the darkness was unharmed. It can be seen that the physical fitness of the darkness is indeed very strong, surpassing the previous Rhino Man completely. Luke Cage and the darkness finally collided. The darkness moved quickly, and two arcs of water-cooled hardness slashed towards Luke Cage. The sharp swords easily cut through Luke Cage's clothes and landed on his skin. Clang. The sound of metal colliding. The double-edged blade of darkness couldn't go any further. Seeing this scene, the darkness frowned instantly. Indestructible. This body is so tough. Luke Cage's attack came. A punch struck towards the darkness. The darkness crossed the two swords in front of her, and Luke Cage's fist struck the blade. Peng. The darkness was instantly shot backwards. She flipped several times in the air and finally landed steadily on the ground. Seeing this, the darkness sneered. Indeed, a very tough body. But it's still not enough. Only to see black aura emanating from the darkness's hands, like poisonous snakes, climbing along the blade. As the black aura climbed, the blade immediately emitted a more chilling cold light. A sharper and more solid feeling overflowed from the blade. The stick spoke. She has enhanced the sharpness of the blade with secret techniques. The two figures clashed again, colliding once more. Clang. 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 The blade and the flesh collided, producing a continuous crisp sound. As if two weapons were clashing. The darkness slashed several times in a row, sparks flying, but still couldn't cut through Luke Cage's flesh. The stick beside him saw this scene. Damn, this kid's body is too tough. The blades of the hand are already incredibly sharp, and with the secret technique, the sharpness has reached an astonishing level. But they still can't cut through this kid's body. The stick saw this scene, and both of his eyes almost popped out. Suluo, who was beside him, saw the scene and was very satisfied. After all, the stronger Luke Cage's body, the stronger his own body. Being able to continuously withstand the darkness's attacks, Suluo felt that his physical strength was indeed sufficient. The more the darkness slashed, the deeper her frown became. She never expected that the opponent's body would be so strong. Her invincible blade technique unexpectedly failed here. Although Luke Cage's body could withstand the blade, he still felt a tingling sensation. The tingling made him grit his teeth slightly. He angrily counterattacked, and his fists and feet rained down, striking towards the darkness. Under the powerful attacks of the two, the ground cracked, and the surrounding tables, chairs, and instruments were easily torn apart. In the end, Luke Cage pushed the darkness back repeatedly, and sent the darkness flying several meters away once again. However, from this, it can also be seen that Haekong's physical fitness is indeed strong, as he was able to fight against the 50-ton strength of Luke Cage for so long without feeling too suppressed. Upon seeing this, Haekong coldly said, "Your physical strength is indeed somewhat unexpected." Luke Cage grinned and said, "Sorry, I only have the advantage of being tough." Haekong coldly said, "But it's still not enough." After saying that, Haekong dropped two blades. One hand drew a knife from behind. A cold light overflowed from the blade, making it feel extremely cold. It seemed that a chilling aura was emanating from it, and the light on the blade was flowing. Anyone with keen eyes could see the extraordinary nature of this blade. Haekong said, "Next, you won't have a chance to fight back. This blade was originally meant for you, but unexpectedly, someone else will be the first to taste it." Haekong glanced at Suluo. After saying that, Haekong rushed forward. Seeing Haekong's knife, Luke Cage clearly felt a hint of danger. He quickly tried to dodge, but Haekong opened her mouth. A piercing sound flew out from her mouth. Luke Cage immediately trembled and stood still. Suluo and the old man with the stick nearby also felt a mental shock. However, it couldn't have much impact on their solid spirits. They only felt a slightly piercing sound. Haekong thrust the knife forward. Fist. Instantly, it pierced through Luke Cage's abdomen. Blood dripped from the tip of the knife. This time, Haekong's blade finally broke through Luke Cage's incredibly tough body. This scene made the old man with the stick widen his eyes and say, "What material is this blade made of? It's so powerful that it easily pierced through Luke Cage's body." Suluo narrowed his eyes. This blade was indeed not simple, just as he had expected. It was able to break through Luke Cage's body, indicating that the blade was definitely made of an extremely hard metal. However, Suluo was not worried about Luke Cage. After all, he had only been stabbed once, which was not a big deal. With Luke Cage's self-healing ability, he would soon stabilize his injuries. Haekong pushed Luke Cage's body down and then looked at Suluo. "Come with me, and you can reduce some pain," Haekong said. Suluo replied, "You stay, I'm actually quite interested in you." "You stay, let me study you carefully." Haekong's face turned even colder as she snorted. Then she shot out and rushed towards Suluo. Suluo waved his hand, and the cobweb pulled the vibranium shield into his hand. Haekong sneered, "An ordinary shield can't possibly block my blade." Suluo also rushed forward and started fighting against Haekong. Clang! 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 The two weapons clashed. Sparks flew. Everything around them was shattered by the shock waves. Haekong saw that Suluo's shield could actually block her blade, and her eyebrows furrowed. She didn't expect that the shield would be so hard. Hard enough to rival her blade. With Suluo's speed, which was much faster than Luke Cage's, and the shield, the two fought at a rapid pace. Haekong could hardly touch Suluo's body. The more Haekong fought, the more alarmed she became. She never expected that the other party could match her, who had integrated the power of the evil god, in terms of both speed and strength. Suluo unleashed a shield and slammed it into the black void, sending it crashing into the wall. The black void fell to the ground, with a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. The old man with a stick beside him widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn, I thought that black kid's power was already outrageous, but I didn't expect this kid's power to be even more outrageous. And he can fight the black void, which can integrate with depth, to this extent, and even suppress the opponent. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? Engaging in battle with demons as a mortal." Suluo looked at the black void that was knocked away and felt a slight relief in his heart. For now, it seemed that he could still suppress the opponent, otherwise he would have to turn into an electric current and escape. Suluo prepared to quickly end the battle and completely disable the black void's fighting ability. He shot out and once again clashed with the void. Boom! The ground exploded, the floor cracked inch by inch, and some nearby instruments and equipment were all blasted away in all directions. The old man with a stick looked at the things flying towards him and quickly dodged, saying, "Standing so far away and still affecting me, damn, these two monsters." Luke Cage, lying on the ground bleeding, was hit by one thing after another. Bang! 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 His uncontrollable body was constantly hit by objects, reflexively bouncing a few times. Like a dead fish being struck. Seeing this, the old man with the stick felt some sympathy, saying, "Unconscious and still suffering like this." As Suluo relentlessly bombarded, the black void's body became more and more scarred. The black void, in turn, attacked Suluo, exchanging injuries for injuries. Finally, she seized an opportunity and cut Suluo's body. For a wound, Suluo wouldn't have paid much attention. But as the opponent's knife cut open his skin, Suluo's face suddenly changed. He looked at his own skin, blood continuously seeping out. The wound didn't heal immediately. The healing speed has greatly decreased. His healing ability has been suppressed. He looked at the opponent's knife, his expression froze. Seeing Suluo's expression, Haekong smiled and said, "Do you feel that your self-healing ability has been suppressed?" "Yes, my knife has the ability to suppress self-healing." Suluo spoke, "Carbonana alloy." Carbonana alloy, also known as carbon steel alloy. It is an extremely hard metal, belonging to the category of super metals along with vibranium and adamantium. Although carbonana alloy cannot match vibranium and adamantium in terms of hardness, as a super metal, its hardness is still unimaginable. Hardness is not the true value of this alloy. Its greatest function is to suppress self-healing. Deadpool's blades are made of this alloy. Haekong nodded, "I didn't expect you to know about this alloy. As I said, this knife was made to restrain you, to greatly weaken your physical activity and suppress your self-healing ability." Suluo looked at Luke Cage beside him, who was still bleeding. Luke Cage's original self-healing ability was not outstanding, and being stabbed like this, he would easily go into shock from the bleeding. So Suluo understood that he had to finish the fight quickly. Suluo originally thought that he wouldn't need to use his electric ability. But unexpectedly, he had to use his ultimate move. The two of them charged at each other again. Clang! The knife and shield collided, and electric arcs burst from Suluo's body. Seeing this, Kong suddenly felt a chill. She even wanted to retreat immediately. "It's too late," Suluo said. His eyes narrowed, and he instantly activated all the stored electricity in his body. Boom! Full power of electricity. Chapter 95. Suluo emitted a terrifying electric current. It was blindingly bright. Like a rising sun. Everyone around instantly closed their eyes. Even with their eyes closed, they still felt temporary blindness and eye stinging. Immediately after, The terrifying electric current surged like a towering wave, entering the body of Haekong. The massive electric current instantly engulfed Haekong's body. This was a powerful force capable of stunning even the most detestable. Knocking out an incompletely formed Haekong was more than enough. A scream rang out. Haekong's delicate body trembled, her eyes rolled back, and she fell to the ground, unconscious. White smoke rose from her body, with small electric arcs crackling. Seeing this, Suluo picked up the knife in the other person's hand and said, "A very good knife, it's mine now." Suluo kicked the girl's face with his foot, but she didn't move at all, completely unconscious. Her eyes rolled back, her tongue slightly sticking out, hanging from the corner of her mouth, no longer the arrogant appearance she had just had. Suluo then took out 3 mechanical buttons from his body, which were nerve toxins. "With 3 of these, you'll be paralyzed for at least half a day." After saying that, he injected them into the girl. He muttered, "Very good, I'm also very curious about what valuable things I can find from you later. I wonder if I can find the demon, beast, inside you. I wonder what can be researched from Beast's body." Regarding this, Suluo was quite looking forward to it. After all, he had been interested in Beast before. Being able to establish a long-lasting and well-known organization like Shaohui, Beast couldn't be underestimated. And the primitive demon, it sounded extraordinary. It was estimated to be a high-ranking demon. After finishing all this, he looked at Luke Cage lying next to 060. He walked over and found some bandages from the ruins, and wrapped them around Luke Cage. After doing all this, he saw Stick picking up a knife and walking towards Haekong. Suluo quickly said, "What are you doing?" Stick replied without hesitation, "Naturally, I'm going to kill her, what else? Killing her will silence Beast for a while. I'll also have some peace and quiet for a while." Suluo shook his head, "We can't kill her." Stick looked at Suluo in surprise, "What? Are you planning to keep her captive and do research on her?" Suluo's eyes were serious, "Yes." Stick's tone instantly rose, "You want to keep a demon captive? And a primitive demon at that?" Stick felt that the kid in front of him was going crazy. He actually wanted to keep a demon captive. To keep a terrifying demon captive. What a bizarre idea. How audacious. Suluo said seriously, "In this world, everything can be kept captive, everything can be researched. Even demons. As long as there is the ability to bind them, then they are no different from lab rats." Seeing Suluo's serious gaze, Stick suddenly understood that he wasn't joking. He was a little stunned. Then he smiled bitterly, "You really are a monster, kid. With you around, it seems I won't be able to kill this guy. But let me warn you first, this guy is very dangerous, she hasn't fully integrated with Beast yet. Once she integrates, you might not be able to suppress her." Suluo said, "It's okay, I will do my best to suppress her. If I can't, I will find a way to kill her." The old man nodded, "All right. By the way, you still need to practice your combat skills. Just now, you completely crushed Haekong after upgrading your combat skills." Suluo said, "Understood, I will come to you for guidance later." The old man grumbled, "All right, since you have already taken care of Haekong, I will leave first. I won't help you clean up this mess." After saying that, the old man quickly left. Suluo looked at the ruined basement and said, "A perfectly good laboratory, destroyed. There are no conditions here to treat Luke Cage. I need to find a new place. Immediately." Suluo carried the 2 of them and rushed towards his new secret laboratory. Not bad. Suluo has a new laboratory. Just in case, Suluo also had Kurt prepare a backup laboratory. Soon, Suluo arrived at the backup laboratory. After entering, Suluo immediately placed Luke Cage on the operating table. He quickly began examining Luke Cage's wound. Luke Cage's original self-healing ability can only be considered average, at most the level of a company's adhesive bandage. Now, after being cut by the carbonadium alloy knife, his self-healing ability instantly plummeted, almost losing his self-healing ability. The wound had not healed and was still bleeding. Even Luke Cage's lips were pale. Suluo did not directly inject the lizard optimization serum into Luke Cage. Because at this moment, the self-healing ability of the wound was suppressed, even if the optimization serum was used, the self-healing effect of the serum would be greatly suppressed. It would be difficult to have a good effect. To treat Luke Cage, it was necessary to first understand what had happened to his wound and how to further treat it. Suluo quickly began his examination, carefully observing the microscopic images and data of the wound. Near the wound, there is a special substance that prevents platelets from gathering to block the wound. This is also why the wound has not healed and the bleeding has not stopped. In addition, the combat effectiveness of the white blood cells in the blood has also been greatly affected, unable to fight against the bacteria invading the wound, leading to a large proliferation of bacteria and even the beginning of infection. Furthermore, the division and regeneration speed of the cells at the wound site has greatly decreased, unable to form new cells to compensate for the defective areas. These special substances should be the inhibitory substances produced by the carbonadium alloy when causing the wound. I must remove these special substances, otherwise the wound will not heal properly. Sulugo began to take action, searching for a method to deal with the special substances. Soon, Sulugo discovered that these special substances were suppressed by high-power lasers in a specific range. High-power lasers could easily remove these special substances. Sulugo calculated the energy required for this type of laser. Sulugo muttered to himself while starting to work, first set the Planck constant, then set the frequency, and then start calculating the energy. The energy of photons is calculated using E equals hv, where h is the Planck constant and v is the frequency. The higher the frequency, the higher the energy. Soon, with Sulugo's calculations, he knew the specific parameters of the new surgical knife. Therefore, Sulugo once again made a high-power surgical knife. He began to treat Luke Cage's wound. Sulugo carefully treated the wound. Through the instrument, it could be seen that all the wounds had been treated and there was no trace of the special substances left. After Sulugo finished treating the special substances, through a special microscope, Sulugo could clearly see that the platelets had regained their vitality and began to block the damaged blood vessels. The bleeding began to stop. In addition, the white blood cells began to fight fiercely, eliminating the bacteria. And the cells at the wound site began to rapidly divide and heal. Sulugo looked at Luke Cage's wound again. The bleeding has stopped and scabs are starting to form slowly. Seeing this, Sulugo let out a sigh of relief, finally resolved. Next, with Luke Cage's self-healing ability, these injuries will heal soon. Sulugo immediately took out a bottle of oral trauma medicine and gave it to the other person to take. With the trauma medicine and Luke Cage's self-healing ability, it is estimated that after a good night's sleep, everything will be fine tomorrow. After completing these tasks, Sulugo's gaze fell on the black sky next to him again. He must imprison the black sky. The power of the black sky is quite strong and requires special equipment. Otherwise, it cannot be suppressed at all. Sulugo immediately began to make devices to restrain the black sky. Soon, a brand new workbench appeared. Sulugo placed the black sky on it. Immediately, specially designed super alloy locks were used to lock the black sky's neck, hands, waist, and feet. The force exerted by the black sky will be transmitted to the entire workbench through these locks. And the design inside the workbench will neutralize this force. The new alloy locks are more than enough to restrain the black sky. After completing these tasks, Sulugo did not immediately start studying the black sky. He decided to settle Luke Cage first. He made a phone call, "Find me a hidden house." "Okay, boss. I'll get back to you soon." These days, the company's wound patches have been launched and caused a huge sensation. Many people wanted to counterfeit the company's wound patches. But they found that the effect of these wound patches is indeed as advertised. As a result, the powerful wound patches instantly became the first choice for countless people after getting injured. After all, everyone wants their wounds to heal quickly after getting injured. Especially for some hospitals that need to treat wounds, Osborne's wound patches and bandages are the best products. As a result, many hospitals purchased Osborne's self-healing products, creating a significant sales area. Although Osborne's wound patches are more expensive than ordinary ones, it didn't stop people from buying them. Especially when they discovered that Osborne's wound patches do not leave scars after healing. This attracted even more people to pursue them. In just a few days, Osborne's stocks kept rising, and the stock price doubled continuously. It even surpassed Osborne's peak period in the past. But this is just the end, it's just the beginning. Osborne instantly transformed from a bankrupt company into a rising star in the medical field, becoming the subject of discussion for countless people. And Sulugo's net worth constantly skyrocketed, becoming richer and richer. In no time, Kurt replied to Sulugo's message and found a hidden house. Immediately, Sulugo brought Luke Cage to that house. At the moment, Luke Cage also woke up. Sulugo spoke, "From now on, you will live here. Unless necessary, don't go out for now. Food and other things will be delivered by someone, so you don't have to worry. If there are any tasks, I will let you know." Luke Cage nodded, "Okay." Luke Cage asked, "By the way, is there a computer game console here? I want to play some games when I'm bored." Sulugo nodded, "There is a computer game console and a projector here. If there's anything else you need, send me a message when the time comes." After saying that, Sulugo handed a brand new phone to Luke Cage. Luke Cage nodded, "All right." After completing these tasks, Sulugo left. He immediately returned to the secret laboratory. After coming back, he directly turned on the computer. After entering a series of codes, monitor screens popped up one by one. In the monitors, soldiers walked by, military vehicles and tanks were parked, and helicopters were flying. These monitors were all from that military base. When Sulugo invaded the control room, he continuously tampered with the permissions and secretly left a backdoor. This made it convenient for him to sneak in at any time and observe the situation of the entire military base. The reason he left a backdoor was to observe Zhenwu. Yes, it was to observe Zhenwu. Because Zhenwu was also one of his replication targets. He definitely didn't want to replicate the other person's appearance and size. He just wanted to replicate the other person's super strength. In reality, what Sulugo wanted to replicate even more was Hulk's super strength. Unfortunately, Hulk left Earth in Avengers, Age of Ultron, flying a spaceship towards the universe. He might have arrived at that interstellar fighting arena by now. So currently, there was no way for him to replicate Hulk. Therefore, he could only settle for replicating Zhenwu's super strength. Sulugo hoped to research fighters like Hulk and Zhenwu, who possessed pure physical strength, in order to find a way to further strengthen his own power. To further enhance his own strength. Definitely. Now, Sulugo is preparing to take action against Zhen. He plans to first replicate the invisible position of the invisible makeup 1.7. Because replicating this is easier and less difficult to achieve. However, Sulugo is still planning to monitor Zhen. Otherwise, if he wants to find Zhen later but can't, that would be troublesome. Sulugo began to browse the surveillance and search for information. Soon enough, Sulugo found some useful information. Zhen is usually imprisoned in a secret research facility underground in New York. He was recently called out by General Ross. Inside the command room of the base, General Ross and Bronsky are standing in it. By observing the lip movements of General Ross and Bronsky, Sulugo inferred their conversation. For the next period of time, you will stay in the base temporarily. I will send people to search for Carl and that stranger. Once they are found, it will be your time to take action. I hope you won't make any mistakes this time and can bring them back. This time, we will customize a set of insulated battle suits for you to avoid the opponent's electric attacks. Bronsky's face turned dark, nodding, don't worry, next time I will definitely catch them. Seeing this, Sulugo nodded, so he will be staying at the base for a while. In that case, I don't need to spend time searching anymore. He immediately made another call, what's the situation on the side of the invisible woman? The voice of the Electro Man came from the other end of the phone, there is no situation at the moment, boss. Sulugo had already released Electro Man to monitor the invisible woman and the Fantastic Four. Then Electro Man spoke again, there is no problem on the side of the invisible woman, but I'm afraid something has happened on the side of the Human Torch. Sulugo asked, what happened? When Electro Man finished speaking, Sulugo raised an eyebrow. Chapter 96. Sulugo spoke up, are you saying that someone secretly took a ray gun and shot Thunderfire? Then Thunderfire started acting strange. Electric Man quickly replied, yes, boss. Sulugo asked, in what way was he acting strange? Electric Man pondered for a moment, seemingly searching for a way to describe it, how should I put it? Although he has always been arrogant, which I find annoying. But after being hit, he seems to be even more critical of others, and his temper has become more impulsive and irritable. Just now, Mr. Fantastic mentioned wanting to conduct a test on Thunderfire to obtain his latest data. As a result, Thunderfire immediately got angry, saying that daily tests are useless, and then he had a big argument with Mr. Fantastic. Invisible Woman and Thing both said that Thunderfire exploded like a bomb. Hearing this, Sulugo pondered for a moment, it seems that this ray can affect people's emotions and make them more irritable. Okay, continue monitoring, and if there are any problems, let me know. Electric Man quickly replied, yes, boss. On the other side, Electric Man put down his phone and walked out of the room. His mother was on the balcony, lying on a lounge chair, swaying back and forth, sunbathing and listening to a radio, leisurely. He looked around the room. It was spacious and clean, with everything in it. Seeing Electric Man come out, his mother smiled and said, son, your boss assigned this house, it's really nice. You've really made something of yourself. Upon hearing his mother's words, Electric Man touched the back of his head and chuckled, indeed, this new boss is really good. Mom, you don't have to be too frugal anymore. Your son now has a good salary, so you can buy whatever you want. His mother scolded, what can an old lady like me spend money on? I don't have many needs. You save up the money yourself, find a good partner, and have a child. That's when your mom will truly be happy. Hearing his mother's words, Electric Man helplessly said, I'll go back to my room and continue working. After saying that, he slipped back into the room, while his mother continued to sway and sunbathe, listening to the radio. Electric Man was very satisfied with his current life. As long as he hid in the shadows and secretly gathered information for his boss, he could earn a good salary. And he had a nice house to live in. He approached the power line and instantly transformed into an electric current, rushing into the wire and quickly reaching his destination to continue his surveillance. In the laboratory, after Sulugo hung up the phone with Electric Man, he walked to the side and began modifying the power testing device. The previous one was smashed by a punch, so he still didn't know how much strength he had. After a while, Sulugo finally strengthened the power testing device. The testing range could now reach 70 tons. Modification complete. Sulugo let out a breath and said, "Next, let's see how much my strength has increased." After speaking, he threw a punch. The air burst. Boom. The entire power device shook a few times. Immediately, the numbers on the screen started rapidly increasing. 10 tons. 2,409. 49. 550. In the end, the numbers stopped at 61 tons. Seeing the numbers he had generated, Sulugo's face showed a slight smile. 61 tons, I didn't expect that this wave of steel body replication has brought me an even stronger body. It has also greatly improved my body. Directly increasing from 24.5 tons to 61 tons. A direct increase of 36.5 tons. More than doubled. Sulugo retracted his fist, feeling the explosive power in his body, quite satisfied. But this is still not enough. Only 61 tons, my potential limit has already been raised to 130 tons. In other words, I have only tapped into less than half of it, and I still need to continue working hard. After testing his own strength, his attention returned to Haikong. He came to the sleeping Haikong and murmured, "Next, let me see what research value you have." After saying that, Sulugo began to work on Haikong, conducting research and testing. As Sulugo continued his research, soon, Sulugo discovered that there was a strange and powerful energy zone within Haikong's body. This energy strengthened Haikong's body, allowing Haikong's body to reach a height it shouldn't have reached. Without the support of this energy, Haikong would not be able to possess such a powerful force zone. In addition, this energy is deeply intertwined with Haikong's body cells. This energy has invaded every cell of Haikong. Those cells have also undergone some subtle changes. They no longer resemble human body cells. However, during Sulugo's testing, he did not find any traces of demons. He did not find any other life forms within Haikong's body. So, demons cannot be detected by my equipment. Sulugo murmured, or, the beast is not inside Haikong's body. Just at this moment, Haikong slowly woke up. Opening her eyes, she looked at Sulugo. Sulugo calmly glanced at the awakened Haikong, not paying attention, but continued to study that strange energy. Because in Sulugo's opinion, if he could uncover the secret of this energy, and even transfer it into his own body, then his body would also be strengthened, and his strength would become even stronger. Just at this moment, Haikong's eyes suddenly changed. The whites of her eyes disappeared, and her eyes became pitch black, looking somewhat terrifying. Sulugo raised an eyebrow when he saw this. At this moment, Haikong spoke. "You are interesting, daring to imprison my host. Do you know? By doing this, you are also imprisoning me." Hearing the tone of the other party, Sulugo instantly understood that he was talking to the beast. The original demon. Sulugo spoke, "I know, that's why I imprisoned Haikong. I really want to understand what changes have occurred in a human possessed by a demon. To understand what exactly the demon inside Haikong's body is." As Sulugo spoke, he used the equipment to test Haikong again. At that moment, the beast appeared. He just wanted to see if he could detect the presence of the beast from Haikong's body. After the detection, Sulugo found that there was more of that special energy inside Haikong's body. Especially in Haikong's brain, it was enveloped in a rich special energy. Other than that, no other conditions were found. Seeing this, Sulugo speculated in his heart, it seems that the beast is using this energy to control Haikong's speech. After hearing Sulugo's words, the beast did not get angry, but spoke, "You are indeed interesting, human. I have seen so many people, but I have never seen someone like you. Not only are you not afraid of me, but you also want to study me. You should have seen the powerful force inside Haikong's body, right? It has transformed Haikong from an ordinary person into an incredibly powerful being. If you want, I can make you even stronger." Sulugo asked, "What kind of power is that?" The beast replied, "That is my demonic power. It can greatly enhance the physical qualities of humans. The stronger the physical qualities of a person, the greater the enhancement they will receive. At the same time, humans can also use this power to perform demonic techniques. If you are willing, I can choose to possess you and make you even stronger. The beast continued enticingly, as an original demon, the power I possess far exceeds your imagination. Once you become my host, you will become stronger and stronger, surpassing your imagination. You can even slay gods, whether it's the gods of Asgard or the beings in the Almighty City, they are no match for you. Upon hearing the beast's words, Sulugo shook his head. He didn't believe the words of a demon. After all, in the Marvel world, demons were notorious for their lies. And they were known to enjoy playing tricks on humans for their own amusement. They often did things that harmed others and were not beneficial to themselves. Sulugo said, I currently have no intention of being possessed. By the way, what does original demon mean? The beast replied, an original demon is the first demon, the first batch of demons. They are also the most powerful demons. Sulugo asked, the most powerful demons. Why can't I sense your power? Are you stronger than the demons who rule over the Hell Dimension and the Dark Dimension? Upon hearing Sulugo's words, the beast suddenly stopped speaking. Seeing this, Sulugo immediately understood, it seems that you are no match for those dimension rulers, right? The beast sneered, I didn't expect you to know so much. You even know about the Hell Dimension and the Dark Dimension. I may indeed be inferior to them now, but that doesn't mean I won't surpass them in the future. If you are willing to become my servant and contribute more power to me, then one day, I will stand at the highest position again. At that time, you will become my walker in the mortal world, possessing unmatched power. The beast tempted Sulugo, what do you think? Do you want to become my host? Sulugo ignored it and said, if I were to integrate this demonic power into someone else's body, would it also have a strengthening effect? The beast felt a little annoyed after talking for so long, realizing that this guy wasn't listening at all. All his attention was focused on the experiment. It felt slightly irritated, are you even listening to me? Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to become invincible? Sulugo repeated his question, if I were to integrate this demonic power into someone else's body, would it also have a strengthening effect? It almost got angry. This guy completely ignored its words. It suppressed its anger and said, the power of the demon, once integrated into the human body, will make a person stronger. But without my control, the power of the demon will affect the person's mind. It will make them more violent, turning them into a killing machine. Don't even think about using this power of the demon. It is all dark power. Unless controlled by a high-level demon, it will corrupt the human heart. Sulugo continued, is there any way to eliminate the side effects of this power of the demon? Hearing this, the beast replied angrily, no. Immediately, the beast continued to entice Sulugo, painting a tempting picture of the Emperor's power. Sulugo didn't say much and continued to focus on his own experiment, allowing the other party to chatter on the side. Seeing Sulugo completely ignoring him, treating him as if he were invisible, the beast became angry. It shouted loudly, about to break free from the chains and show Sulugo its true colors. Unfortunately, it was futile. The alloy chains were too strong, and the beast's body couldn't break free. Damn it! This body is still too weak, the integration is not complete yet. Otherwise, you brat won't be able to trap me. The beast looked at Sulugo and said coldly, even if you can control me temporarily, you won't be able to control me for long. Once my power is fully integrated with this body, you won't be able to stop me. By then, the power of this body will reach hundreds of tons. I will capture you, imprison you, and ultimately possess your body. I will change your mind and make you my servant. Sulugo didn't pay any attention to this. He was earnestly researching how to extract that special energy from the beast's body. The beast sneered, you want to extract this power of the demon? Let me tell you, it's simply impossible. Unless you possess immense power, power that surpasses my own, you simply cannot extract this demonic energy. Sulugo paid no attention to the demon's mockery. In his view, it was just energy. As long as it could be detected, there must be a way to capture and utilize it. Sulugo began trying various methods to capture this energy. Eventually, he discovered that using a certain intensity of magnetic field could guide and capture these energies. Immediately, Sulugo began using superconductive materials to create the desired strong magnetic field to guide and bind the demonic power. The calculation formula for magnetic field intensity, H equals Nxi/Le. I need to calculate the number of turns for the excitation coil and the excitation electric current. Sulugo typed on the computer, simultaneously performing calculations without pausing his actions. As time passed, Sulugo's strong magnetic field device took shape. On the other side, the beast saw that Sulugo continued to ignore it, and since it was just expelling air without any response, it eventually stopped speaking. It even returned its body to the void. The void lay calmly on the operating table, coldly staring at Sulugo. Soon, Sulugo completed his device. Immediately, he began conducting experiments. He pressed the button, and the device buzzed to life. A strong magnetic field formed within the void's body, instantly binding the special energy. With Sulugo's movements, he began to move the strong magnetic field. As a result, the special energy also began to move. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Sulugo's eyes. Very good. Capture and guidance complete. At this moment, the voice of the beast sounded, filled with astonishment and horror. How is this possible? Chapter 97. You actually did it, you actually managed to move the power of these demons. The beast widened its eyes, filled with astonishment. Sulugo nodded and said, yes, I indeed moved it. The beast asked, how did you do it? Sulugo replied, science. The beast continued, why are you able to sever my connection with this power of the demons? Sulugo answered, I simply formatted this power of the demons. The beast looked shocked and asked, how did you do it? Sulugo explained, through observation, I found that these energies were too active, as if they were being manipulated. I knew it, these energies should have been under your mind control. Your consciousness must have left some imprints on these energies. I observed that there were traces of electromagnetic energy on these energies. So I used strong magnetic force to wash away these electromagnetic traces. And then these energies lost their activity. Upon hearing this, the beast fell silent. It was unclear whether it didn't understand or simply felt caught off guard. After a long while, the beast cursed, you're truly a monster. Sulugo's hands continued to move, moving a small cluster of demonic power out of the beast's body and into a small glass container. At the same time, Sulugo finally got a clear look at this energy. It was a dense, pitch-black color, incredibly dark, as if it was originally darkness itself, with a hint of eerie and chilling aura. Because it was bound by an invisible strong magnetic field, this cluster of energy did not dissipate. Instead, it rolled and flowed within the strong magnetic field. In addition to the sinister and evil aura, Sulugo's super strong perception ability could also sense the immense power within that darkness. So this is the power of the demons. It does indeed look extremely evil. It looks very dangerous. Next, I need to consider injecting this thing into a human body while eliminating the side effects. Or rather, allowing it to exert its effects without the side effects erupting, enhancing the strength of the human body. Once the research is complete, my power will advance further. Next, I need a new test subject, one that is not easily killed, to let me carry out the corresponding experiments. Naturally, Sulugo had such a test subject. That would be X-24. So, Sulugo returned to the safe house to bring X-24 over. The headquarters of the Hand Union. Several high-ranking members of the Hand Union gathered together. It's been so long, why hasn't the leader returned? One of the high-ranking members of the Hand Union frowned. Yes, it's been a while, and there's no news at all. Could something have happened? A Hand Union elder clenched his teeth. After all, we have encountered situations where the leader suddenly disappeared before. Previously, when the leader disappeared for a long time, it was basically determined that she had been killed. Another member of the Hand Union shook his head and said, it's impossible. The leader and Lord Evil God's integration is almost at the final stage. She has become extremely powerful, almost invincible. Moreover, she also brought a Kalbana alloy treasure knife. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps that mysterious person is a bit tricky, so it will take some effort for the leader to capture him. The rest of the people nodded upon hearing this. For them, all they could do was wait. They didn't know that the leader who went out to capture others had actually been captured by someone else. The roles of the hunter and the hunted had reversed. A new test began as he woke up. He started inputting that point into the body of X-24, and immediately noticed that the cells of X-24 had indeed been strengthened to a certain extent. However, because the transferred demonic power was not too much, the strengthening effect was not significant either. Sulugo then proceeded to transfer more demonic power. At this moment, the beast inside the black void suddenly became angry. Are you a thief? This is the demonic power of strengthening the black void that I possess. Damn it, stop your actions immediately. Sulugo continued to focus on his own task. This body is now my property. So, I have the right to deal with anything inside her. The beast struggled desperately, trying to break free from the alloy chains. Unfortunately, the power of the peak black void period couldn't break free from the chains, let alone now that it had transferred a considerable amount of demonic power and further weakened its strength. As Sulugo constantly transferred more demonic power, Sulugo discovered that as X-24 was continuously strengthened, all the data of her body became stronger, and at the same time, X-24 began to lose some rationality. X-24's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with aggression, and she started to struggle hard, wanting to attack Sulugo. However, the current power of X-24 was far from enough to break free from the metal chains. Upon seeing this, Sulugo frowned slightly and said, "I can't increase the demonic power anymore. Otherwise, with the support of these demonic powers, X-24's body would be able to break free from these metal chains. After all, the foundation of X-24's physical qualities is much stronger than that of an ordinary girl. So the amplification effect will be even better, and her strength will naturally surpass that of an ordinary girl." Feeling the weaker body of the Black Void, the beast became furious. "You dare to steal even the demonic things. You are truly lawless. I have always been the one robbing others. No one has ever robbed me. You are playing with fire, do you know that?" Sulugo completely ignored the beast and continued with his experiment. He began to examine how demonic power affected the human body. He found that demonic power had an impact on the human brain. Demonic power would stimulate the frontal lobe cortex and other parts of the brain. Ultimately, it makes people more extreme, more aggressive, and more anti-human. To reduce these effects, it is necessary to restrain these demonic powers and prevent them from coming into contact with the brain. In other words, I just need to confine the demonic power below the head to neutralize these powers. That means I need to create a specialized strong magnetic device to be placed on the body to confine these demonic powers. That is indeed a solution. But there is also a hidden danger, which is that once the device is removed from the body, it cannot confine the demonic power inside the body, which would be troublesome. Keeping the demonic power inside the body all the time is a risk. Sulugo rubbed his chin and looked at X-24 in front of him, pondering a countermeasure. Perhaps, I can confine the demonic power specifically behind a strong magnetic device. If I want to use it, I will release it and let it enter my body. At the same time, using a strong magnetic device to bind it below my neck can enhance my strength without affecting me. When not in use, I just need to retrieve the power of the demon. In this way, it's like I have obtained a temporary equipment enhancement." Thinking of this, Sulugo began to work on making a special strong magnetic device. Not long after, a brand new strong magnetic device appeared before Sulugo's eyes. It was a metal wristband, quite thick. This new strong magnetic wristband can absorb the power of the demon and compress and suppress it together. In addition, it can inject the power of the demon into his body and safely bind the power of the demon with strong magnetic force inside him. The most important thing is that if the user experiences a situation where their mind becomes unclear and is disturbed by the power of the demon, the wristband will trigger an automatic program to retract the power of the demon, serving as a safety guarantee. After completing these tasks, Sulugo began to transfer all the power of the demon from X-24's body to the wristband. He also wanted to continue extracting the power of the demon from Heikong's body. The beast, who had been silent for a while, spoke again. This time, its voice lacked anger and was calm and steady. "You can no longer extract the power of the demon from Heikong's body. The remaining power of the demon has already deeply bonded with Heikong. If you forcibly extract it, Heikong will die. I assume you don't want Heikong to die so soon. After all, for you, Heikong and the me inside her still have research value." Sulugo didn't know whether to believe the beast's words or not. So he tried to continue extracting the power of the demon from Heikong's body. Immediately, Heikong let out a painful scream, and her eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. He also saw that Heikong's life signs were becoming extremely unstable. The beast said, "As I said, if you extract these last bits of the power of the demon, she will definitely die." Seeing this, Sulugo decided not to continue extracting the power of the demon from Heikong's body. After all, his research on Heikong and the beast was still short, and he didn't know much about them. As the beast said, Heikong still has a lot of research value. She can't die now. Sulugo immediately put the bracelet on X-24 and activated it. The next moment, black aura emerged and entered X-24's body. Immediately, X-24's body began to strengthen and quickly became more powerful. At the same time, his eyes remained clear. Sulugo checked through the instrument. The power of the demon stayed firmly below X-24's neck, clearly separated from his brain. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Sulugo's eyes. He succeeded. The beast next to him saw the scene and felt a slight chill on its back. In its heart, it couldn't help but think, "Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? He continuously binds and guides the power of demons, and even removes the side effects. This guy clearly has no magic cultivation, so how can he achieve this level? He actually controls the power of demons with that small mechanical device." Looking at Sulugo's appearance, the beast couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on its scalp. It had never seen such a situation before, where someone could control the power of demons without magic power. At the same time, feeling the significant decrease in the power of demons within the Black Void, it felt extremely angry. The power of demons that it had painstakingly accumulated was stolen by the person in front of it. Seeing Sulugo's happy expression, it became even more infuriated. It sneered, strengthening the body is just the most basic way to use the power of demons. It is the crudest method of using the power of demons. And relying on external objects to deal with the power of demons is ultimately inferior. The power of demons can only be mastered and suppressed by true demons. Or by relying on a powerful spirit to resist the negative effects of the power of demons. Your method is not feasible. Sulugo said, as long as it can be used, any method is a good method. After all, the result is the most important. However, the beast's words also made him aware of another side effect of dealing with the power of demons. That is to train the spirit, make the spirit stronger, and then it can counteract the side effects of the power of demons. He thought to himself, thank you, beast, for giving me such useful information. After saying that, he closed the bracelet, and all the power of demons in X-24's body was absorbed and entered the bracelet. He immediately took the bracelet off the other person and put it on his own hand. Then he activated the bracelet. Suddenly, dark breaths poured into Sulugo's body. Sulugo instantly felt his body become even stronger. An even more powerful force surged from his body. Feeling the explosive power in his hand, Sulugo was very satisfied. So he quickly walked to the side. The activated power instrument was placed in a special alloy room to avoid the bad effects of shock waves. He took a deep breath and gathered his strength. Then he punched the instrument that could test 70 tons of force. Boom! A loud noise. The power instrument instantly burst. A powerful shockwave rushed in all directions. The entire alloy room seemed to tremble slightly. And the power instrument cracked into several pieces, with exposed circuits and flickering electric sparks. Seeing this, Sulugo's mouth twitched. This power is a bit beyond his imagination. Chapter 98. Sulugo had to rebuild a new strength tester. Soon, a larger volume strength tester appeared. This time, Lugo directly created a tester with a maximum test limit of 150 tons. In this way, it should be enough for a short time. Sulugo took a deep breath again, concentrated his strength in his fist, and struck again. Boom! A loud noise. The numbers on the screen next to it began to soar. Soon it broke through 61 tons. Still rising. Finally, the strength stopped at 85 tons. Seeing this, a smile appeared in Sulugo's eyes. Very good, this demonic power is indeed quite powerful. It can actually amplify me so much. It has increased by 24 tons. And, this is not all of Black Sky's demonic power, just a part. Sulugo looked at his fist. Not long ago, his strength was only in the 20s. But in the past 2 days, it directly soared to a maximum of 85 tons. 85 tons, almost able to contend with hatred. Sulugo said, I have to work harder and strive to reach the 100-ton level as soon as possible. He then closed the bracelet. Suddenly, a black aura surged into the bracelet from his body. After doing all this, Sulugo returned outside. Perhaps because he absorbed the black aura, Black Sky's complexion became somewhat pale. Sulugo asked, Beast, how can I help you increase your demonic power? Black Sky's eyes turned completely black, and the beast possessed him again. The beast sneered, helping me increase my demonic power is actually helping yourself increase your demonic power. You have taken away the demonic power that I painstakingly absorbed, using it as your own. Am I that foolish? And you have a terrible temper. No one has ever ignored me like this. Today, you ignore me again and again. You are extremely audacious. The beast said, don't even think about it. Even if my host body dies and I fall asleep again for a period of time, I will not absorb demonic power again for you to use. Sulugo said, in the future, how about we both increase our demonic power together? You contribute 1, and I contribute 9. The beast's expression froze, 1 to 9? I contribute 1, and you contribute 9. The beast became furious, you are going too far. Do you really think I am your slave? 217. I am an original demon. A first-generation demon. One of the highest-ranked demons. How dare you treat me like this? The beast angrily said, 8 to 2. I contribute 8, and you contribute 2. That's my bottom line. Give you 1 more %. Sulugo shook his head, no, that won't work. I'll compromise. You contribute 3, and I contribute 7. The beast quickly shook his head, no, I contribute 4, and you contribute 6, how about that? Sulugo said, 50-50, it's fine if you agree, if not, we'll cancel it. The beast was furious, 50-50. I worked so hard to refine it, and I have to give you half. Absolutely. Sulugo interrupted directly, that's enough. The beast hurriedly said, all right, 50-50. It gritted its teeth and said, "I'll take a loss this time. If it weren't for your temper towards me, I would never agree to such unreasonable demands." Sulugo. Just now this guy was still saying that he was not at fault for his temper. This sudden change can only mean that the demon is indeed up to something. Sulugo then said, "So, how can we enhance your demonic power?" The beast sniffed and said, "There are several ways. The simplest way is to sacrifice humans and let me devour more fresh blood. The second way is a bit more difficult, opening up dimensions like the Dark Dimension or the Hell Dimension, allowing me to secretly absorb the power of Dormammu, Mephisto, and others. In this case, my power will increase rapidly. The third way is to directly let me devour other demons or beings like angels, which will greatly amplify my demonic power." The beast looked at Sulugo and said, "Or, Kamatei can learn some forbidden magic? Open a portal to the Dark Dimension for me. Let me absorb Dormammu's power in large quantities. In that case, my demonic power will skyrocket. You can gain more demonic power, and you will become even stronger." The beast tempted Sulugo. Regarding this plan, Sulugo didn't even consider it. 1 year in, 1 year out. After all, if he really opened a portal to the Dark Dimension, he might be targeted by Dormammu and end up dead. Even if Dormammu didn't target him. If the beast successfully stole the power of the other beings. By then, the beast's strength would undergo a tremendous change. In that case, he would have no control over it. Sulugo spoke up, "I understand, I will try to provide you with more fresh blood. I'll go buy it later." The beast shook its head and said, "It must be fresh blood from a living person, otherwise it's useless. So you need to provide me with fresh blood from living people. Definitely, the stronger the better." Hearing this, Sulugo's gaze fell on X-24 beside him. Seeing Sulugo's gaze, X-24's face showed a terrified expression. Sulugo spoke up, "What do you think of this guy?" The beast spoke up, "Very good, his body possesses vitality comparable to yours. But one person's blood is ultimately not enough, and I also need death to crown this blood." Sulugo heard this and said, "All right." Sulugo then said, "Since we have reached an agreement, we can consider ourselves partners." Upon hearing this, the beast sneered, but then turned it into a chuckle, seemingly quite pleased. "From now on, we are partners. You're an interesting person, I like that." Sulugo said, "If I want to use demonic power and completely control it, eliminating its side effects, what should I do?" The beast heard this and instantly lost its spirit. "You can't do it, you're a human. Humans cannot master demonic power. Let alone eliminate its side effects. At most, you can learn magic to borrow the power of demons, but it's only borrowing, not mastering." Upon hearing this, Sulugo fell silent. He felt that he should find a real demon to study. To study the secrets of demons, maybe then he could master demonic power. Sulugo then left the place. He returned to the safe house. At the moment, in the living room, 2 figures are studying. One is Elizabeth, not little Spider-Man. But their states are completely different. Elizabeth is listless, with a painful expression, studying as if undergoing torture. She looks at those math problems, feeling like she's reading a foreign language, her head feels muddled, buzzing. Elizabeth mutters, "Math is so difficult to learn, I feel like they're buzzing in my ears, like angry wasps." Meanwhile, little Spider-Man is completely focused, attentively attending class, holding a mini pencil in his hand, writing with divine precision. He quickly solves various equations. The two form a stark contrast. Claude looks at little Spider-Man, then at Elizabeth, and sighs. He says, "Little ye, look at little Spider-Man and then look at yourself. Is studying really this painful?" Elizabeth looks at little Spider-Man, her face filled with tears, and says, "Little Spider-Man, you little brain, how can you understand math just by looking at it?" Little Spider-Man looks at Elizabeth, ponders for a moment, and then writes on the paper, "Because math is very simple, you can understand it with just a glance." After saying that, little Spider-Man smiles and squints his eyes. Seeing this, Elizabeth's eyes darken, and she feels like crying. At this moment, when they see Sulugo coming, both of the little one's eyes light up. Elizabeth wants to stand up and greet him, but Claude holds her shoulder. Claude calmly says, "Class isn't over yet." Elizabeth pouts and says, "But I just wanted to say hello to Big Brother." Little Spider-Man puts down his pencil. In a flash, he rushes to Sulugo's shoulder and happily rubs his head against Sulugo. Seeing this, Elizabeth says, "How can little Spider-Man be done with class?" Claude says, "He has good grades, studies diligently, and occasionally relaxes." "What's wrong with that? It's you who doesn't study properly and only thinks about slacking off. Continue studying." Elizabeth feels her vision go black. Sulugo greets the two and walks towards the basement. Just as Sulugo is about to go downstairs, little Spider-Man quickly returns, grabs his phone, notebook, and pen, and follows Sulugo downstairs. Seeing this, Claude nods and says, "This child, little Spider-Man, is really sensible." He then looks at Elizabeth and shakes his head slightly. Elizabeth is filled with frustration. It's not that she doesn't want to study, but she just can't understand math. Sulugo returns to the laboratory. He turns on the computer and starts reading the recent news, seeing if there's anything sudden. A picture appears before Sulugo's eyes. It's a photo of a huge amounts of black monster riding a motorcycle. Seeing this, Sulugo squints his eyes and says, "Venom." Then, his eyes light up slightly and he says, "I didn't expect symbiotes to appear too." Which means Venom has escaped from the Life Foundation. At this time, the Life Foundation should still have another symbiote. In other words, if I go to the Life Foundation next, I will be able to capture a symbiote, right? A symbiote should have strong research value. Symbiotes can greatly enhance various bodily functions, thereby improving combat experience. If I have the support of a symbiote, I should be able to fight against Venom, and even suppress him. However, I need to overcome the ability of the symbiote to access people's memories. After all, I don't want a symbiote to access my memories. Perhaps I can create a symbiote battle armor. Sulugo remembered that Iron Man had created a symbiote battle armor in the comics, which was extremely powerful. If he used it, he would be even stronger. Just as Sulugo was murmuring to himself. At this moment, the phone rang. It was a call from the Human Torch. Sulugo answered the phone. "Hello. Boss, there's a situation with the Fantastic Four." "What's the situation?" Sulugo asked. The Human Torch replied, "The Fantastic Four were all shot by that guy with the ray gun. This caused a change in their personalities, making them more aggressive. The Fantastic Four had a big fight and left their lab one by one." The Human Torch said excitedly, I feel like they might have another fight. After all, everyone is really angry." Sulugo heard the excitement in the Human Torch's voice and said, "Why are you excited about them fighting each other?" The Human Torch said, "Seeing superheroes fight each other, it feels really interesting." Sulugo. The Human Torch continued, "Boss, from my observation, Mr. Fantastic has accumulated a lot of data on the four of them in the lab. He almost always conducts experiments and studies their conditions. Boss, you should be interested in this data. If you come over now, you can successfully steal their data." Upon hearing the Human Torch's words, Sulugo agreed. In fact, Sulugo had already planned to visit the Fantastic Four's lab and take a look at their data. This would provide data support for his research on the Invisible Woman and reduce his research time. With the ability of the Invisible Woman, he could not only turn invisible but also release an invisible force field for defense and even fly. Obtaining the flight ability. Sulugo said, "Okay, I'm coming over." Immediately, Sulugo hung up the phone. He said, "This ray gun and some other things. It seems that I can bring that ray gun over and study it." After saying that, Sulugo transformed into an electric current and surged into the wires. He began to race through the complex circuits of the city. After a while, he finally arrived at the Fantastic Four's lab. He emerged from a plug in the corner. There was also a strand of electric current next to him, which was the Human Torch. "Boss, look ahead, there's something going on," the Human Torch said. Sulugo looked ahead. Chapter 99. I saw a guy sneaking in at the front gate. He was wearing a purple cloak and a conical hood on his head, looking like a petty thief. After he sneaked in, he moved cautiously, looking around, and his action seemed a bit shady. The electric man in the corner looked at the person and said to Sulugo, "This is the person I told you about, the one with the oxygen ray gun. He used the ray gun to change the Fantastic Four's personalities, turning the originally harmonious team into adversaries. They ended up having a big fight and left the laboratory in disagreement." Hearing this, Sulugo looked at the guy and said, "This is the guy." Truly, appearances can be deceiving. The purple guy saw that there was no one in the laboratory. He became bolder instantly. He walked straight into the laboratory and smirked, saying, "What can the Fantastic Four do against my HYDRA? They are no match for me. I can easily drive you out of the laboratory. You may be strong, but soon, you will be defeated by me." He looked at the laboratory and said, "Destroying the Fantastic Four's laboratory should make me famous, right? Along with defeating the Fantastic Four. From today on, the name of the hate merchant will resound throughout New York City, Saying that, he kicked over a stool. The stool fell to the ground, breaking a leg instantly. At the same time, the hate merchant held his foot and exclaimed, "Damn, that hurts. This damn stool is so damn hard." The electric man next to Sulugo said, "This guy seems mentally unstable. Sulugo nodded. Supervillains, in general, are not mentally stable. Abnormality is the norm. Sulugo murmured, the hate merchant, huh? Seems like a supervillain I'm not familiar with. But you can't destroy the laboratory. After all, I still need to gather information. At this moment, the hate merchant took out a lighter from his pocket and said, watch as I use this little lighter to set this place on fire, ha ha ha. Soon, the Fantastic Four's laboratory will become a raging inferno. Saying that, the hate merchant clicked the lighter. A small flame instantly appeared. The hate merchant looked at the flame and a smile appeared on his face. Just then, the hate merchant suddenly felt a shadow blocking his view. Whoosh! A gust of air blew. The flame on the lighter went out instantly. The hate merchant looked up and found that a tall man was standing in front of him, but the man's face was completely covered and he couldn't see his features. The man spoke with a deep and powerful voice, tinged with seriousness. You can't do that. The hate merchant was stunned for a moment and asked, what can't I do? Set fire here and burn down the laboratory, the man said seriously. The hate merchant looked up at the towering figure and swallowed his saliva. Who are you? The man replied, just a passerby. The corners of the hate merchant's mouth twitched. Seeing the tall and imposing figure in front of him, the skinny hate merchant felt a sense of retreat in his heart. Because he couldn't win against the man. He was just an ordinary person using high-tech gadgets. The hate merchant asked, so, should I leave? The man replied, leave your things behind. What things? The hate merchant asked in confusion. The man said, your special ray gun, hand it over to me. Sulugo was actually quite interested in the special ray gun of the hate merchant. After all, it could affect people's emotions and make the Fantastic Four argue and disperse. When the hate merchant heard Sulugo's words, he was shocked. How do you know? No. I won't give it to you. This is the most important thing to me. The hate merchant's eyes instantly burst with anger. His whole person seemed to have become much tougher in an instant. Sulugo raised his hand and punched the other party directly. Bang. Instantly, a black eye circle appeared on the hate merchant's face. The hate merchant covered his eyes and felt stars in his eyes. Sulugo said, the thing. The hate merchant readily handed over the ray gun hanging from his waist to Sulugo. He did not use the ray gun on Sulugo. After all, if he did, it might make Sulugo even more irritable, and his fate would be even more miserable. Seeing how the hate merchant cooperated, Sulugo nodded in satisfaction. Sulugo continued, what is this gun for? The hate merchant hurriedly said, the ray emitted by this gun is called the hate ray, and my nickname, the hate merchant, comes from it. The person who is hit by it will become even more paranoid. And they will be more likely to cause trouble. The effect lasts for a day. I used to hold this thing and shoot at ordinary people, inciting one riot after another. But later, I felt it was boring, so I went to the Fantastic Four, wanting to make a name for myself. Hearing this, Sulugo nodded slightly. He continued, I heard you say just now that you want to defeat the Fantastic Four. From your tone, this defeat should not only be about damaging the Fantastic Four's laboratory. The hate merchant covered his eyes and squeezed out a smile, you are indeed perceptive, seeing through everything. My defeat is indeed not just about damaging their laboratory. If I only destroy their laboratory, it's not a remarkable achievement. What I want is to separate them and defeat them one by one. To defeat the Fantastic Four and destroy their laboratory, that would instantly make my achievements substantial. That's the way for me to make a name in New York. Hearing this, Sulugo said, so, how do you plan to defeat them? Although they are separated, they are still superpowered individuals, and their strength is not weak. I can tell from your appearance that you don't have any super abilities. Invisible Woman has the ability to turn invisible, so it's impossible for you to hit her. Human Torch has extreme heat, Thing has a strong body, and Mr. Fantastic has elastic body. Your attacks won't have any effect on them. Then use firearms. Through his super hearing and perception, Sulugo could clearly feel that the intensity of the other party's heartbeat was no different from an ordinary person, and there was nothing extraordinary about him in other aspects. He couldn't sense any trace of superhuman power. If the hate merchant wanted to take action himself, there was simply no possibility of defeating the Fantastic Four. If he wanted to defeat them, he either needed to use powerful offensive weapons instead of the hate ray, which had no direct attacking power. Or he needed to find some stronger teammates. As the hate merchant spoke, it turned out as expected. The hate merchant said, indeed, I don't have any power. But I found teammates. I found a teammate with great power, and that is Rhino Man. Not only does he have strong attack power, but his defense is also amazing. I will have him attack Invisible Woman first. Invisible Woman can turn invisible, which is indeed troublesome, but the ray I injected into her body before not only makes her more paranoid. It also leaves an electromagnetic wave trace in her body. As long as you wear special glasses, you can track Invisible Woman's figure. I have corresponding methods for the other people too. Hearing this, Suluo nodded. The hate merchant cautiously said, "Can I go now?" Suluo didn't say anything and directly threw a punch. Bang! The hate merchant was knocked out instantly. After finishing these tasks, Suluo looked at the electric light person beside him and said, "You immediately go and find the Invisible Woman. After finding her, bring me the news about her invisibility disguise. The current Invisible Woman's ability development is not very strong. She doesn't have abilities like flight. Facing the Rhino Man who can see through her invisibility ability, it is impossible for her to win. She will definitely be defeated by the Rhino Man. Once he scans the data in the laboratory, he can go to the place where the Invisible Woman is fighting. He will take the Invisible Woman away and use the invisibility drive. Definitely, he also needs to study the Invisible Woman and replicate her ability. After all, saving her shouldn't be in vain. With the support of the laboratory data, it won't take long for him to complete the replication of the invisibility ability. Then he will be able to possess the same ability." The electric light person next to him quickly said, "Okay, boss." He immediately transformed into an electric current and entered the power line. He started to search for the location of the Invisible Woman. Suluo walked towards the computer. He turned on the mainframe, and suddenly the screens lit up one by one. Suluo quickly tapped on the keyboard, and the corresponding data of the Invisible Woman popped up on the computer. There were a large amount of experimental data and regular monitoring data. They flowed quickly on the computer like a waterfall. It was very fast, and ordinary people couldn't see the data clearly. They only felt rows of green flying by. Suluo's eyes followed the flying data on the screen, activating his enhanced vision. At the same time, his brain quickly turned, memorizing those things. With the passage of time, all the data of the Invisible Woman entered Suluo's mind. After Suluo finished memorizing all the data, he looked at the other information in the computer. Suddenly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Then he discovered a secret file. What is this? It's hidden so secretly. If I hadn't scanned the entire computer carefully, I wouldn't have noticed this file. To be able to hide something so secretly, there must be something extraordinary about it. Suluo quickly typed on the keyboard. A series of codes quickly flowed into the computer. Soon, he completed the decryption of this secret file. After he opened it, he looked at the data inside. After scanning it, Suluo's eyes became solemn and a hint of surprise appeared. I didn't expect that inside here are the coordinates of another world, as well as the corresponding method to open it. This world is the special planet that the Fantastic Four explored. When they were still ordinary people, they opened a spatial channel and entered that planet. Then they obtained various extraordinary powers. It can be said that the abilities of the Fantastic Four originated from that mysterious planet. Apart from the Fantastic Four, Dr. Doom, also known as the Destroyer, also obtained extraordinary powers from that planet. Suluo looked at the data in front of him and let out a breath. I didn't expect that. I was just trying to obtain the relevant information about the Invisible Woman, but I unexpectedly obtained such a pleasant surprise. Suluo was particularly curious about that mysterious planet. To be able to bestow extraordinary powers upon the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom, that planet must be extraordinary. He wondered what kind of secrets it held. With this information, I can enter that mysterious planet. I can explore the secrets of that mysterious planet. After quickly memorizing all the information, Suluo finished these tasks. There was a crackling sound, and then an electric current flew out from the keyboard and landed beside Suluo, transforming into a human form. It was the electric light person. The electric light person said, "Boss, I have found the Invisible Woman. She is fighting alone with the Rhino Man. But she is completely no match for the Rhino Man." Immediately, the electric man gave the address to Suluo. Suluo nodded slightly after listening, then immediately cleared the traces and monitoring records in the computer. After finishing these tasks, he handed the thing in his hand to the electric man. "Take this ray gun with you and give it to me later. Oh, before you leave, tie up this hateful trafficker as well." Suluo didn't mind doing this kind of easy task. After finishing these tasks, he transformed into an electric current and drilled into the complex network of wires. He ran towards the other side, towards the location of the Invisible Woman. Not long after, Suluo arrived at a utility pole next to a grassland. He emerged from the wires, transformed into human form, and stood on top of the utility pole, overlooking the front. Just ahead, not far away, the Rhino Man was fighting with the air. Through his powerful hearing, Suluo could sense the presence of the invisible air and a slender figure. He knew that it was the Invisible Woman. When the Rhino Man saw Suluo, there was a significant change between them. The Rhino Man's strength had become much stronger. In addition, there seemed to be an extra layer of special battlesuit on his hard shell. At his eyes, he wore a pair of special glasses. It seemed that he was checking the position of the Invisible Woman. However, the Invisible Woman was no match for the powerful Rhino Man. The defensive barrier created by her invisibility was easily shattered. Her whole body also suffered from the Rhino Man's fist, which was as big as a sandbag. The Rhino Man had no intention of showing mercy. He punched the Invisible Woman several times, just as fierce as when he fought Gwen last time. Every punch was full of strength. Bang! The Invisible Woman was directly sent flying by the Rhino Man's punch. She rolled on the ground for a few rounds before coming to a stop. What could be seen were the small grass on the lawn being continuously flattened, but nothing could be seen being flattened. After coming to a stop, the invisibility effect on the Invisible Woman also disappeared. There were some bruises on her face, and bloodstains at the corners of her mouth. She seemed to be seriously injured. She coughed and coughed up some blood, saying, How can you accurately capture my position?" The Rhino Man laughed heartily, "I won't tell you. Just the Fantastic Four. Watch me knock you out completely, and then deal with the others." Just as the Rhino Man was about to make a move, a figure quickly landed in front of the Invisible Woman. Seeing that figure, the Rhino Man was stunned. Then he frowned, "Why do you look so familiar?" Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. "It's you. The guy who electrocuted me." The Rhino Man said in a deep and menacing voice, "You succeeded in ambushing me last time. This time, you're finished." Then he laughed loudly, "Now, I have put on an insulated battlesuit. And my strength has further improved. You're done for, kid." The Rhino Man leaped up and punched towards Sulugo. Sulugo raised his hand. Bang! The huge fist collided with the relatively small palm. That palm didn't move at all, as if it contained immense strength. The figure, smaller and leaner compared to the Rhino Man, didn't budge at all, as steady as Mount Tai. A massive shockwave flew in all directions. The grass bent low, and the airwaves surged. The Rhino Man's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Chapter 100. The Rhino Man's eyes widened. How is this possible? How could you possibly withstand my punch? Although I held back my strength to avoid killing you, this level of power should still be beyond what you can handle." The Rhino Man had fought against Sulugo before. So he thought he understood Sulugo's fighting ability, thinking it was just average, like Captain America, a bit weak. He held back his strength, not intending to kill his opponent with one punch, but to send him flying or even severely injure him. But he didn't expect that. His punch had no effect on Sulugo, who acted as if nothing had happened. The Rhino Man couldn't believe it and shouted, "Come on. I don't believe it. You little bean, how much strength can you possibly have?" Before he could finish his sentence. Bang! Sulugo's leg came crashing in. A terrifying force surged out from his leg, like a floodgate opening. His leg hit the Rhino Man, interrupting his speech. The terrifying power in that leg made the Rhino Man's pupils shrink. At that moment, he felt as if a mountain was flying towards him. An unstoppable mountain. A scream. The Rhino Man was sent flying, crashing into the ground, leaving a deep mark on the lawn. The Rhino Man lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. He was terrified. How could this happen? One kick sent me flying. Is this still the little bean who kept dodging my attacks? Damn it, why is his power so terrifying? He got up from the ground. Before he could react, he heard a strong tearing air sound. An incredibly terrifying forceful gust came towards him. He looked up and saw that Sulugo had already flown over from a distance, and another flying kick was heading towards him. Seeing this, the Rhino Man's scalp went numb, and he quickly said, "Wait. Isarin, ah." Bang! That leg had already hit the Rhino Man. The terrifying power that he couldn't resist had arrived. He crashed into the ground. A large pit appeared. The Rhino Man lay in the pit, groaning and convulsing. Intense pain swept through his body. At that moment, the Rhino Man couldn't understand. Why did the other person have such terrifying power? Clearly, such a small body contained power even more terrifying than his. Others called him a monster, but the person in front of him was the real monster. Sulugo landed next to the large pit, overlooking the Rhino Man. The Rhino Man was in despair. I surrender, why are you still attacking?" Sulugo spoke, "You were too slow in speaking, you didn't finish." He added in his mind, "Actually, I just wanted to test my current strength." The Rhino Man, with his tough skin and strong body, is the perfect test subject. On the other side, the Invisible Woman saw the scene where the Rhino Man was being suppressed by the mysterious person, and her pupils trembled. She recognized this man, the one who had used a special iron ball to defeat Electro last time. She didn't expect that his power would be so terrifying. He actually completely overwhelmed the Rhino Man, who was incredibly powerful and brutal. The exaggerated display of strength left the Invisible Woman somewhat stunned. Intense pain swept through the Invisible Woman's body, causing her expression to twist slightly. She coughed a few times, her gaze hardly leaving the figure in front of her. Who on earth is this person? The Invisible Woman frowned as she looked ahead. At this moment, she felt her vision starting to blur. Suddenly, in confusion, she bumped her head on the ground and fell into a coma from the severe injury. Suluo turned to look at the Invisible Woman, and within a few breaths, he arrived by her side. He thought to himself, next, it's time to replicate the Invisible Woman. Immediately, Suluo picked up the Invisible Woman and left the scene. He flew towards his secret laboratory. The Rhino Man climbed out of the pit, feeling incredibly painful as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer several times. His bones seemed to be breaking. He looked around and found that Suluo's figure was gone, and there was no sign of the Invisible Woman either. Enduring the pain, the Rhino Man ran away, rumbling and without any intention of stopping. He muttered, "Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Last time, he directly stunned me and sent me to prison. This time, he personally attacked me and almost killed me. In the future, I must stay far away from this guy, or just crash into him." The Rhino Man gritted his teeth. It's all because of this guy, the hate merchant. He clearly said that no one would come to support the Invisible Woman. I could easily take care of her. But in the end, someone still came. This guy is completely unreliable. On the side, in the bushes, a tiny figure sat on an ant and witnessed this scene. He swallowed his saliva. Damn, who is that guy in black? Why is he so terrifying? At this moment, a voice came through the earpiece. It was the voice of the wasp. Why did you stop? Didn't I tell you to adapt to working with ants? Ant-Man spoke. I just witnessed an amazing scene, you might not believe it. On the grass outside, I saw a supervillain, the Rhino Man, defeat the Invisible Woman from the Fantastic Four. Upon hearing this, the wasp quickly said, Rhino Man. He's a brute with huge amounts of strength, you have to stay away from him. Otherwise, you'll easily get hurt. Ant-Man spoke, but this Rhino Man was defeated by someone. The Thing? That incredibly strong stone monster. Ant-Man shook his head. No, it was an ordinary-looking man, couldn't see his face. But he easily defeated the Rhino Man, completely crushed him. My God, he's incredibly powerful. On the other side, after Mr. Fantastic took a walk outside and suppressed his anger, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He furrowed his brow. My temper seems to be worse, not just me, all four of us have become more irritable. It's completely different from before. We've never argued so fiercely like today. I've never lost control like I did today, getting so angry. There must be a reason causing this change in me. Some external factor is influencing me. No, I must control my emotions. I can't let myself become this bad. Control myself. Reed, you can do it. Mr. Fantastic immediately returned to the lab. He immediately saw the hate merchant who had passed out. He quickly approached and woke up the hate merchant. Mr. Fantastic frowned as he looked at the hate merchant. Who are you? The hate merchant, seeing the main character return, panicked. I'm just an ordinary thief, I wanted to break in here and steal things. The result was caught by someone and then knocked unconscious. Mr. Fantastic could tell that the hate trafficker was lying. Instantly, an uncontrollable anger surged in his heart, and he raised his hand, intending to give the other person a slap. Seeing this, the hate trafficker trembled in fear. He suddenly remembered what he had just said to himself and quickly took a deep breath, saying to himself, control yourself, you can do it. The hate trafficker quickly said, yes, you're a superhero, you can't just hit people randomly. You can't hit someone who hasn't done anything too wrong. And besides, I only attempted theft. Even if you want to educate me, it should be the law that educates me, not you. Control yourself, you can do it, Dr. Fantastic. With a loud smack, the hate trafficker received a resounding slap. Mr. Fantastic's eyes seemed to be about to collide with the hate trafficker's as he shouted, you're still innocent. Can the law make you bastards change your ways? You law-breaking bastards. Smack, smack. Two more loud slaps, and the hate trafficker's cheek instantly swelled up, causing intense pain. Mr. Fantastic roared, tell me. What is your purpose? Faced with the furious Mr. Fantastic, the hate trafficker quickly revealed his own situation. Hearing the hate trafficker's words, Mr. Fantastic became furious and slapped him twice more. The hate trafficker's ears were ringing from the blows. Mr. Fantastic said, "Indeed, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Indeed, someone is playing tricks. No, I have to quickly find Thunderbolt and the Thing and go rescue Susan." He quickly dialed their numbers, asking them to come back quickly, and explain the situation. Upon hearing Mr. Fantastic's words, the two of them also realized what was going on and hurried back to the lab. Meanwhile, Mr. Fantastic began searching for a solution. He quickly checked the strange rays on his body and started studying how to crack them. As one of the most powerful researchers of abilities on this planet, Mr. Fantastic's ability was unquestionable. He quickly found a solution and started creating a reflection ray to crack it. At this moment, Thunderbolt and the Thing also returned. They were both filled with anger. If it were any other time, they could control themselves. But now, the hate ray was still taking effect. So, when they saw the instigator, they once again beat him up. The hate trafficker lay on the ground, groaning in pain, and tears of agony streamed down his face. Soon, Mr. Fantastic finished making the device. He used the reflection ray to shine it on the three of them, and instantly they felt their emotions relax a lot. The impatience they had just felt disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, the hate trafficker breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the torment was finally over. Mr. Fantastic quickly typed on the keyboard, saying, "Let me check Susan's location." He hacked into the public surveillance system. He looked at the time when Susan left the lab. Suddenly, he saw Susan angrily leaving the lab and eventually walking to a lawn. Then he saw Rhino Man appear and beat Susan up. Seeing this, Thunderbolt became furious and charged at the hate trafficker once again. The hate trafficker exclaimed in fear, "Your hate ray has already been lifted." But what awaited him was Thunderbolt's angry fist. Finally, he saw Sulugo appear and easily defeat Rhino Man. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. This is the mysterious person who dealt with Electro Man last time. He actually has such incredible power. He completely crushed the Rhino Man, he must have such terrifying power. Immediately, they saw Sulugo taking the unconscious invisible woman away. But at the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, Sulugo was a superhero. After all, he had stopped crime multiple times. He took the invisible woman away, probably to treat her. Thunderbolt Fire said, "Quickly check where he took my sister." He anxiously said, "She's unconscious, she must be seriously injured. These damn bastards." Mr. Fantastic immediately started searching, but in the subsequent public surveillance footage, there was no trace of Sulugo or the invisible woman. On the other side, Sulugo carried the unconscious invisible woman back to Hell's Kitchen. He fell from a tall building and landed in an alley, preparing to enter a house. Just at that moment, a group of thugs in black clothes passed by the alley. They saw Sulugo, and also caught a glimpse of the beautiful side profile of the invisible woman. Instantly, those thugs' eyes lit up. "Put down the woman in your hands, leave the money, and get lost. Hurry up and get lost, or else we haven't changed our minds." As they spoke, they revealed weapons like knives, and someone even pulled out a gun. It can be said that the thugs in Hell's Kitchen were the most stubborn bunch. Seeing this, Sulugo calmly said, "If you don't want to die, then leave." Hearing Sulugo's words, these thugs started the standard villain mode. They began to laugh loudly. And then they started mocking Sulugo. Seeing this, Sulugo remained calm and composed. Soon, Sulugo's secret laboratory had a group of unconscious little thugs. Beast saw this and was extremely delighted. "I didn't expect your efficiency to be so high. You really suit my taste. You suit my temperament. I just love people like you with such strong execution." Sulugo calmly said, "These are all people who are asking for death. 1.0 It has nothing to do with me." Immediately, he took the invisible makeup from his body to another sealed laboratory. He placed the invisible woman on the table. He murmured, after replicating the invisible woman's ability, "Next, I will go to the Life Foundation to bring the symbiote for research. If the research goes well, I can obtain even stronger power. I can go to the military base and take down Venom, obtaining his super strength." His eyes gleamed slightly. "Invisible field, superpower Emperor. I'm getting closer to the embryonic state, further than ever before. First, replicate the invisible woman's ability." Immediately, Sulugo got to work. With the relevant data from Mr. Fantastic and some experimental ideas, Sulugo's progress became even faster. After all, Mr. Fantastic's abundant information had cleared most of the obstacles for Sulugo. Mr. Fantastic is indeed impressive, having researched to this extent and completed a deep analysis of the invisible woman's genetic data. This has saved me a lot of time. In this way, it won't take too long for me to complete the replication. Sulugo's hands moved rapidly, constantly tapping various instruments and devices, while also conducting corresponding calculations and reasoning, even retrogressing the framework of the Invisible Woman's ability. Inside the entire room, besides the even breathing of the unconscious Invisible Woman, there was only the sound of Sulugo's actions. Is this the framework diagram of the Invisible Woman's invisible field? The invisible field of the Invisible Woman is an extremely special force field. She can sense a special power, which then forms a unique field. The Invisible Woman can use this field to bend all wavelengths of light around herself or the target to achieve invisibility, without causing any visible distortion.